So I have like 50 tabs. I'm trying to figure out how to switch this. Is it turn off? Okay, that's not it. Bam. Hey guys, I wasn't supposed to show this yet. Welcome to an unexpected live stream. If y'all see my community post, you were probably confused because I said that I was kind of done with making videos until I make the Dark Souls video. The Dark Souls 2 video. This is an old cap I had when I was streaming on Twitch. Anyways, let me try to make this cohesive. So, I've been trying to play Dark Souls 2 because part of making a video about it, I feel like I would need to be informed and have the game fresh in mind, right? But the issue was I felt completely unmotivated to play this game because it sucks dick. No, I'm kidding, it's alright. But, yeah, no, I definitely just felt completely unmotivated. It was tough to get, you know, to try and get myself to play this game. And there was always some other issues. It was like, dang, I'm so much, you know, every time I would try to get into the game, I would have to start fresh. Maybe I didn't record something, maybe I missed something, so I need to go back and do all this stuff. Now there's not enough storage on my PC. I've got to edit down all the clips and export that. Bunch of issues that was more effort than it was worth. So, I decided that instead, why not I just live stream it? That means all the footage, completely unedited, is here. So, you see everything. If anyone needs to reference back to my gameplay footage when I do make that video, it's all here. It's all here to see. I also think this is a good opportunity, too, to just talk about kind of like my thoughts about the game as I play through it. Have all of that archived, have all that set up, and it just gets content out there, so I think it works. So I'm pretty happy about that. It says that my current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Well, how do I fix that? I don't know. Hopefully this stream is going okay. I'm going to check it on my phone just to make sure that everything is running smoothly, that we are, you know, good to go here. I do have a friend that's going to be joining me to run some tests in the multiplayer side of things, so that'll be fun. Yeah, seems fine to me. So, without further ado, I'm going to move to this screen, I think. It should pop up the game. Yes? Yes. Okay. And then I'm going to just hop over here so I can unmute. Alright, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. I just got all the intro and the other stuff out of the way. What's happening? Let's just make sure everything is open the way it needs to be. And then we're going to be starting a new game here. Ugh. I will play through... Oh, wait, shit. I should probably turn up the audio because it's super quiet. Actually, I'll just do that in my volume mixer while I'm... It's not showing up on my volume mixer. What the fart? It skipped! Fuck. Okay, hold on. We'll restart.
Sorry.
Fuck! Rough start.
I love the character creator so much.
Great. I'm probably not gonna go too hard into it, but I could only imagine. Is my game freezing the fart up?
I'm toasted as fuck, bro. This game looks so special. In all the wrong ways, but then the right ways at the same time.
Okay. Let me make sure.
Shit, I want to change my name. My character's name must be different for his phase.
I think, don't you add the name after? Like when you, or while you're doing the character creation?
Yeah.
Like, you can still change it, right?
No. it's right when you begin, you have to name first and then create him. So I'd have to get rid of all these features I've just done to him, and I don't want to.
Oh,
I really don't want to.
I thought it was all in the same tab.
No, I wish.
Here, let me pull this back up, and then...
Oh well. Wanted to name him the Californian Raisin. He's so burnt.
Okay, now I hear the game.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh my god.
The bitrate's going down like crazy.
Yeah, he's not as bad as how some people make the character look. Surprisingly. Quite funny.
I want to make sure that the audio's loud enough. How do I change audio? Really showing my What the fuck's the audio? Oh well. It is what it is. Wait, motion blur? Turn that shit off. Icky.
Bad.
I'm not a fan of motion blur.
No one likes motion blur.
That's video. See,
And
I don't
that's a
know.
fact.
Maybe I think I'm stupid. I'm gonna say I'm just stupid. I don't like the lack of fucking control. Like the Dark Souls 2, like the actual like features you're able to change, the offline mode. Like how the fuck do I go offline? Like so much shit you can't do from the start. It's annoying. Maybe that's not a Dark Souls 2 exclusive thing, but every time I've tried to record for this thing or done anything, always been a pain in my ass. I'm gonna deafen just for the cutscene. Just so I could show. After that, I don't give a shit because nothing too important happens. But I just want to make sure the stage is set. So I'll be right back. All right, guys, it's just you and me now. Let's start a new game. You'll see the cutscene here, and we'll see how it holds up. And I'll kind of commentate as we're going through it. Usually I would let this play out, but I don't want to waste too much time today, so we're just going to talk about it.
Seen it. Maybe in a dream.
Spoiler alert, I don't think this is an amazing cutscene.
Forgotten land.
Let me turn it down a little bit. Sorry, you're going to miss a little bit. I had to turn it down. There we go. Now, visually, I think this cutscene is very impressive. Right? I think it's a very impressive cutscene visually. Has a lot to offer.
A
But
place where souls may mend your ailing mind.
all that said, I'm not a huge fan of what it's setting up. Like here, it's trying to say that the character had a
You
potential
will
past
lose
life.
everything.
Like family, now has forgotten them. It's very odd to add for a game like Dark
The
Souls.
symbol
I think
of
that's
the
odd.
curse.
I think this looks very pretty. I think we should have just cut
An
straight to here, cut the
augur
baby
of
crap out,
darkness.
the family crap. This looks cool
Your
too.
past, your
And
future,
visually, it looks really cool.
your very
And it's
life.
very different from obviously Dark Souls 1 and 3 and all the other games and how they start up their games. It doesn't really have
None
any
will have
focus
meaning,
on the
and
characters
you
in
won't even
Tranlaic.
care.
The
By
characters
then,
we're going to
you'll
encounter.
be
There's no setup or
something
build up
other than
there.
Human.
It's more just focusing on the fact that our
thing
character
that feeds
will
on
go hollow when he
souls.
dies.
A hollow.
Visually, cannot. There's no mechanics that really start that other than like you get your health cut in half.
Long ago, in
you
a
know.
walled-off land far to the north, a great
There it is.
king built a great kingdom.
And it's also, it doesn't really do a good job connecting Tranlaic to
Tranlaic.
the player character. Like what the fuck? How do
Perhaps
we
you're
connect?
Familiar.
Am I familiar? How?
How could you
Nah.
be? But one day, you will stand before its
So I'm being
decrepit
such a, I'm being like the fucking
without really
AVGN.
knowing
I'm being like an autistic YouTuber. This is bad. This is bad. But when I do compare it to Dark Souls 1 and 3, I just feel like they set up their games and their character motivation so much stronger than 2's. I feel like you're not really given much of a reason to care. I feel the same way with Elden Ring. I feel like, you know, the way they treat the Tarnish and how everything's set up, why the fuck do I care? Why am I helping anyone out? You know? It doesn't seem like my player character would really be motivated. And that may be just a personal perspective, but it's still one I have about this kind of type of writing, is when you have a game with a blank character, I feel like you've got to set something up to motivate them. With Dark Souls 1, you have Oscar. You have a basic understanding of why the world is the way it is, and then you have someone like Oscar who helps you out, right? And it's like, I really hope this isn't too loud. If it is, I'm sorry. Basically, it's like you're given a reason to care. Maybe you don't pay attention, but you're given a reason. In Dark Souls 3, you're known as like an Ashen one, and I guess I could say in that game, it doesn't do as much of a job trying to really make you care about what's happening in the bigger picture, but you still given a basis that no one's linking
Like
the
a
fire.
moth drawn to a flame.
And even though you have failed in the past, you're given a chance to do it again. And I feel like that in itself can be a motivator.
Time after time.
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. That's just how I feel about it. This is such a long cutscene too. And again, a lot of visual flair, but not a lot of this really plays into the
Is
game.
your fate.
Like,
The fate of the
my
cursed.
character's like, ooh, warpy, and oh, my family never gets brought up again, ever in the game. That's the thing. If somewhere narratively, or there's even subtle hints about the character having a family, that might mean something, but the fact is that doesn't exist. And because of that, it's very hard for me to care. Before I continue this, I'm gonna check some settings. Actually, I'll let this play out because it's funny looking at the graphics of the game compared to that cutscene. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It doesn't look terrible, but for its time, it's still a bit dated and such a disappointment compared to the cutscene. Like it's night and day. You're probably gonna hear me talk a lot of shit in the beginning of this. I do hope you're not confused. I do really like this game. Just at the same time, I have some issues with it. It's gonna be a little jittery because I'm gonna check some things here. I'm checking the stream because apparently the stream bit is a lot of buffering here. I made the bit rate 25,000, so, or 2,500,000, Jesus. 2,500. It's not that high. I kind of want it to be lower, on the lower end. The recommended is higher. Maybe I should, let's raise it. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I didn't really get to test a lot of this technical shit. This was like a semi-last second decision that I made. I think on Tuesday or Wednesday when I made the community post. Because, again, I'm trying to find ways to motivate myself to play this game because I still really want to play it, you know? I can't change anything. Oh well. It is what it is. Let me look at the video itself in the stream just to make sure it looks passable. It doesn't have to look great, but I do want it to be usable footage for a video. So let's just look at... It doesn't have to look great. I'll turn that off. Let me look at what the cutscene looked like. That's important to me. Yeah, it looks kind of shitty, I'm not gonna lie. Game itself. I'm gonna let the live stream play and then watch that on the big screen to see what it looks like while I'm moving in the game. So we're gonna get a little bit... I just want to see what it looks like here. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. I might restart the stream just to set that up. Let me check if anything on my computer is causing it to go fucking... No, the memory and all that's good. Performance is good. Oh, I guess Firefox might be causing that. Let me close this browser and then try it on my phone here. Let's see if that helps. I just want to make sure it's passable. I don't want this to be... It's gonna be scuffed, but I don't want it to be complete dog shit, you know what I mean? Like, something like that. Let me move this all the way to modern where we're at. Let's get into the game, and then... close task manager, close these settings, and then... Let's check that. Let's see. Does that look good? I think it looks a little bit better. If the bitrate's bad, the bitrate's bad. I'm gonna leave this on my phone just to make sure it'll be in a corner, and if that goes any worse, then we'll have to deal with it. I can always restream the beginning part of the game. I don't mind that. as long as I'm getting this started up, that's what my main goal. Every Friday at 2 p.m. just start streaming Dark Souls 2. We're gonna bring my buddy Talon back in. All right, so I'm back. I did technical shit. I did blah blah. I thought I like went through all this earlier, and this will probably be more a test than anything to see what I gotta fix and stuff. But all right, starting the game. Do you see the stream on your like second monitor?
Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot I could do that. Here it
Yeah,
comes.
just so you can see what I'm talking about whenever I bring something up. Just bringing up a few key things about this game and the differences. The movement is the first thing that I noticed personally, and you know, I don't think some people defend it. I think it's bad. If you try to look like this is me trying to move in a circle, but it makes a lot of sharp turns. Dark Souls 2 has 4-pin directional movement opposed to circular movement, like all the other Souls games, to my knowledge, which does mean that, at least like when you're free roam. I know when you're locked in some games, I think Dark Souls 1 and maybe even Bloodborne, it's 4-pin. Stay hydrated V1, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or stay hydrated in like the dash V1, like it's like a space dash. Typically in other games, or like the older ones, like Dark Souls 1, I think possibly Bloodborne. I think you were the one that told me that in Bloodborne. When you're locked in, it's 4-pin movement, right?
Yeah, yeah.
When
it's
you're locked
4-pin
off,
movement.
it's circular.
Yeah, you get free roam.
Whereas in Dark Souls 2, it's just 4-pin. It's just you're going to be walking in 4-pin. The way you can mitigate it is kind of by moving the camera screen. It's the only way you can really move circularly. There is also, I think if you go into the game files, you can fix the 4-pin movement, make it circular. It's odd that it's not in the game to begin with, for both vanilla and the remaster.
It's just me. It says you're offline.
Stay hydrated V1. I've checked on my phone. Here, let me send you a link to the stream so that you know
Yeah.
where to go, because you might be on my other channel.
Oh.
I have probably a little too many.
It's the one with the drawing of the cat. It's the...
They all have the drawing of the cat.
view. Oh. Too many drawings.
E10, what you recording?
I could also just look at your screen that you're streaming from Discord.
Yeah, well, I know the stream overlay is gonna look different to this. Like the stream runs on like, you know, like a bit rate of like trying to process everything, so it might look shittier. There's the link. That should just take you to the live stream.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's the YouTube one. That's right. Oh, it's not Twitch.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, fuck Twitch. The shit I say, I'm never gonna survive on that platform.
I see. Okay, there you go.
Anyways, let me go back on the game, and then you
Twitch
can
and
see if
the
it looks
rolls.
good or bad. It's better to watch just the Discord stream, because the YouTube stream will obviously have a delay, but if you just want to check it to see if it looks okay enough. I saw the bitrate was relatively low, but as long as they can see what's moving on the screen, I don't mind too much.
Yeah. I might just go on the Discord stream and I feel like that would be...
But yeah, you've got these characters, you can kind of see how the lock-on works. It's very... We'll see if there's any good
It's
slash bad
honestly
examples.
not that bad. Other games that try to do the lock-on system tend to feel very flaky. Like it's not very consistent. It can feel very...
If we're talking
unintuitive.
not Dark Souls games, and even maybe Dark Souls 1, yeah, it's not too bad, I'd say comparatively, but
Yeah.
there are definitely instances where you lock onto a character that's out of range, or like you're trying to lock onto your closest character and it locks onto someone further away.
Well, yeah,
I don't know why
I
it
mean,
always does that. Maybe
that's
it's
also
just
an
the game
element.
having a hard time figuring out who to do it. I mean, we'll see. Like through the playthrough,
Yeah.
I've noticed that's a complaint with some people. With others, it just really depends on the person. But it's all right. I mean, it's switching the characters fairly nice based off of. I like how it gives a few enemies for me to test that, and you know, it's switching relatively to who I want to see. About right.
Yeah, it's more consistent. It's very fast versus like other games. It's kind of clunky and slow, and it doesn't usually.
It's all right.
You can't click off in time, and your character doesn't turn very quickly too when you lock off at certain enemies. in other games, whereas this one's pretty consistent.
Yeah, this one's not too bad. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the movement, but I guess if you're locked on, it's not too much different to how it is in other games. If you like locked off combat, like, you know, you and me,
I mean,
it's not great.
I think it's kind of interesting how a lot of people start off the games not knowing to lock on at all. Like that's not even a feature to them for their first playthrough. Kind of interesting. How
I immediately knew it. I fucking relied on that shit because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hit shit.
It is pretty fucking tedious.
Alright, so you see those little enemies, you get past through here, there's not too much to do. I will show with Dark Souls 2, I'm just gonna point out small things I noticed. One thing I like about this beginning area, there's only, this enemy is one that would be very dangerous if we encountered it with our current stats, you know, half a health bar, no weapon, wouldn't really be advisable, but I do like that it gives you this kind of like, these footsteps. It's a visual indicator that something big and threatening is heading this way behind the bush. And then you see it, it gives you plenty of time to react to. You can actually walk completely behind this guy and he won't react as long as you don't go for the item he's guarding. So I do like that. It's completely fair. I like how that's set up, especially for an early game challenge, early game warning. I think that's communicated pretty well to the player. Move back down here.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think of The Witcher.
I'm gonna come down this way.
They always have stuff like that you can find.
And go up this way. Then we enter here. I do think it's kind of awkward how you make your player character and you set all that up later. By later, I mean 10 seconds later. I don't know why that wasn't at the start. Like, I move around just to do it now. It's just a weird, it kind of breaks the flow. Like, I feel like, again, all the other games do the route where you make your character and then from then on it's gameplay. So you have a cutscene, you're in the game for 10 seconds. Now we have another cutscene, and then you're gonna have a character customization screen. Then another cutscene. Okay, now you're in the game. Which, I mean, that's more like reminiscent of how other games are, where it's like, you know, a cutscene, 1-to-1 ratio of cutscene and game. That won't be an issue later on, but for the start of the game, I do think it's not good flow. So I kind of wish that was a little different. I think that this chick sounds fucking stupid.
Hey man.
These are my grade A critiques, my very objectively.
Maybe some old bimbos, but come on, man.
Whoops. No, I think, like, as a demeaning character, this is so lame. I think it's, you know, the show not tell rule. She's like, you'll go hollow. Yes, the hollows, those are like zombies. You know what zombies are, right? Right? I do know what we're doing, right? And it's like,
Western American, you.
Again, when it comes to like Dark Souls 1 or 3, they show you that shit. They don't have to tell you what the fuck a hollow. And the cutscene told me already what going hollow was like, and it actually did a really good visual representation of it in the
you also have an
cutscene.
doing that. You don't
Yeah, so why is this happening twice, and this time it's not even showing me, like it's not giving me a visual, it's just weird. We're gonna name ourselves Vanilla Ice for this playthrough.
So fresh and so clean. But I think it's kind of interesting how the more the games go on, the more they explain things within the games. Like the first game didn't have the lady that you saw talking; she was just talking. Like, yes, indeed, by the flame and whatnot.
I mean, technically, like she's telling you the entire history of what led up to that point. It just doesn't make any sense until you really get through the game. But they basically tell you everything.
Yeah, so she's not shown at all. She's never even in the game.
I do kind of like that. She's the same as 3. Yeah, she's just the narrator.
But then in this, it's like, oh, here she is. She's just sitting in this chair. She's an old lady.
Well, yeah, I guess you technically met her, so it kind of leads you to believe that you had a I kind of talked about that while we were going through the cutscene. What I thought is just so awkward. Again, visually, very impressive cutscene. But the issue with the intro is like it's trying to make like this focus on the player character. Oh, you had a family, but you're losing your sanity, and like, you know, now you meet this old lady, and the old lady says that you're hollowing. Have you ever heard of a castle called Drang Lake? I'm like, how do these things correlate? The fuck is happening?
Yeah,
just a lot of
it's weird.
Just a lot of different ideas.
They have so much that they tell you, but then in this game, you wish they told you things in the intro. The first game, you kind of don't really need to know
Well,
that stuff.
they
I'm
never
gonna
even
die.
they never tell you what you're going to be facing. They focus it on the hollowing, not on the challenge ahead. They make it seem
Yeah.
like the hollowing that's the challenge. But
They're
there
not
is
like,
no.
Oh, this game's Dark Souls and it's hard.
Well, yeah, but look, their focus is that your character is losing his mind, but there's no real gameplay that I'll give them credit that there's a visual indicator. The more you die, your character decays increasingly and you lose more health,
zombified.
which I think that's a good, that's one positive. I think that was a good addition to the game. 3 kind of did that too. When you become hollow, the more you die, the more you're hollowing. I mean, you're an Ashen one, so it's a little different. I don't know if my mic is picking me up. I'm gonna turn off my AC and kind of turn off the limiter. It's easier to hear because that looks a little weird. Edit filters. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da.
That's fine. I'm gonna get my laundry out the.
Cool.
dryer
Yeah,
real quick,
let's
and I'll
start
be
that.
back.
All right. Professional stream, ladies and gentlemen. You ain't ever gonna get anything more impressive than this. All right, while he's doing his thing, let's get into a breakdown of the class system. Very professional breakdown from yours truly. I forgot to put the chat on, so if anyone types, my fucking bad. There we go. All right. Whoops. Let's see this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. That's the wrong channel. I'm gonna try to pull up the chat on my phone so I don't miss anything. I had to cut off the OBS so it wasn't like lagging the fuck out. But I'm on our second channel here, so we gotta switch accounts. The main. While this is happening, just kind of explain the class system a little bit. Obviously, this is very straightforward. I do like the uniqueness and the designs of the classes, because, you don't really see this as much.
The bandit's the most interesting one out of all.
I love how the bandit looks. He's fucking legendary. He's sexy as fuck.
Interesting. He looks like a Zentai man, but like the Wasteland Zentai men. I forget what that show was. It's an old Japanese show. But it's like Mad Max, but in Japan, basically. That's like what he looks like. It's so freaking odd. he's such a special boy. With his look, it's so strange.
It is. I kind of dig it though, personally. I mean, am I saying it's good for a bandit class? I don't see how any of this screams bandit. This is like a Mad Max barbarian, but like, you know what? It's all right. I can get behind that, you know. Yeah, it's I won't lie. It's weird.
I like the cleric's robes too. It's very much it feels like Drain Lake when you see it later. It oozes that kind of feeling.
Yeah, I will say the rest of these really do fit the style of the area and the environment, and I like that it's not just copy and pasting the previous designs.
So, the NPCs in the Shrine of Amana, they wear the cleric's outfit. They wear that exact outfit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
had no idea. I didn't know that until I saw a video. I was like,
No, it all definitely connects. What I do like too, I will give credit, although I think Knight's kind of the best class undeniably because of ADP, which I'll explain later. I will say I like that they give a variety that the other games, you know, they kind of have more basic stuff, but I really like how this one dives into like an explorer, like something where you have a lot of items but not much else. So it's like, you know, you're kind of well equipped. You look more like a nobleman, swordsman, which you would think swordsman would just fit more abandoned or not, or you know, a warrior class. But you have like these melee based classes that all have something a little bit different, you know, like a warrior with a shield, a knight with more higher like stats, and a broadsword, a swordsman who has 2 swords, which so can dual wield because that'll show power stancing. It encourages like all the different classes. I will say, I mean, having like a cleric and the sorcerer and that's it, not even having a pyromancer, kind of weird, because this what Dark Souls 2 did do compared to 1 is it amped up a lot on the magic. like not only do you have just regular magic like cleric or like sorcerer magic, you have the hex magic now. So not having a class that's even like an exile who has like some form of hex, kind of odd. I feel like that would have helped it help encourage people to really dive into the new magics in the game. But beyond that, I can't complain too much. I think the deprived class, they kind of fucked up, but that's because I like having Unga Bunga Club, so having literally nothing's just kind of weird.
Yeah, it's weird. I wonder why they didn't give you the Unga Bunga Club.
But maybe it truly is deprived because you have nothing. You literally have nothing.
This is the truest version.
So yeah, we're gonna go with knights. Now starting with the gifts. The gifts are, there's only one right answer, and it's the healing wares. And we'll get into the healing system later and critiquing that, but there's other things here. Homeward Bone is such a fucking waste. The Seed of a Giant Tree, maybe I could see that because, and the Petrified Something, I understand the Petrified Something. As a starting item, it's kind of cool because you can trade it with the birds, but it's also like it's always going to be a higher weapon, and it's random every time, and you need stats, so you won't even be able to use it for a while. You're going to find these things later anyways. It's not really worth it in my opinion. Bonfire Aesthetic could also be useful. This is one of the positives of Dark Souls 2 that I think it outdoes both 1 and 3 when it comes to allowing you to replay an area, refight a boss. Again, I'll go into all that later when I actually show it, but these are just kind of the base items that they give us. We're going to go with healing wares because it's fucking broken.
Yep.
And now, I'm not really going to go into the build stuff, but I will say that I think for a character customizer, it's pretty good. I think they did a pretty decent job. They expanded a lot off of the first one. More hairstyles, more outfits. I used to watch kind of like Dark Souls 2 character customizers where people would make like anime girls, and I thought, well, how could you even do that in this game? But you can. So it's a pretty decent, I'll just leave it at that. Pretty decent. I'm not really huge into creating a character because I'm going to be wearing a helmet anyways, but really cool that they still expanded off of that. That's good there. We'll finalize the creation.
All people come here for the same reason.
Do we?
To break the curse. You're no different, I should think.
So here they're trying to set up a motivation that we're here to break the curse. How? They never explained why or how we're gonna reach that goal. So like, you're trying to connect Drangleic to breaking the curse and that everyone with the curse comes here. How? And maybe the Emerald Herald will explain it, but I don't think it's explained well, personally. I've listened to this dialogue a million times and it's...
Hold on to your soul.
Hold on to my souls. Your dark souls.
You'll figure it out, golden child.
I'll fool you no longer.
You lose your souls. All of them.
It's so stupid.
And over again.
Yeah, then they laugh at you too.
See, I killed all these bitches when I first played.
Ah. Alright, cool.
Yeah, interesting start. So, something... Although I'm going to be explaining differences more when I play Scholar, currently I'm playing Vanilla, and I think it's odd that they give you all the DLC keys at the beginning.
Oh yeah, that's...
It's a very weird... I don't know why that is. It kind of just cuts the immersion, especially like the one thing I like about Scholar is when you actually find the keys. Makes it a lot more, but just having these keys to guide to an unknown land, I just go there at any time. Odd decision.
Kind of,
very odd choice. I know also if you pre-ordered this game, you have like bonus weapons. I was watching DSP play the game, the This Is How You Don't Play series, and when he got to Dark Souls 2, he pre-ordered the game on a console, so he got like special weapons to give you a boost. That's just weird. Why is that a part of the game? I don't like that.
Yeah, that is kind of
pre-order mode. I thought that's like what we're against here, but that's a thing just to keep in note. I will talk to the lady here.
This is a limbo.
You grab the item within thine chest, a human effigy.
So she kind of
within
tries
thy
to
breast.
explain that Trend Lake is not connected to the real world. It's kind of like
That you must have a story.
this is why people do like a dream world theory of like it's a limbo between the real world and, you know, Trend Lake, or at least
Which
where
is a
we're
cool
at right now.
concept.
Kingdom.
I like the concept. I don't think it was fully fleshed out, but again, with knowing the development cycle and everything they had to counter and different creative visions,
Yeah.
it's still good. I don't think it's done poorly. I just like everything in Dark Souls 2. I don't think there's usually anything that's done so tremendously bad, but it's always leaves something to be desired.
Yeah, it's like you get a tiny taste of what it could be, and then you're like, damn, but I wish it just kind of went through with that.
The fire shows signs of fading,
Oh well. And then you just kind of
and the
shrug.
kingdom
Nothing you can
is
do.
beset by hollows.
I do like some of the build-ups in these stories that kind of are left in the air that Dark Souls 3 shit on. Not that it does often, but I like you talk to the guy who's like the firekeeper at Majula. Some say she is the last known firekeeper. I'm like, no, the fuck she isn't.
Yeah, that ain't true.
Not even close. Get to our first bonfire here, and a few things. You get teleportation from the beginning of the game instead of earning it later, which is going to be a staple from now on. Just fine, I guess. I'm not going to really complain about that. I guess, you know. I mean, I like it in 1, but this is a different game, so I don't think it's a negative nor a positive. Items, you can burn your human effigies. But I think when you burn it, it's a little different. Let me kind of read this again, because I forget this mechanically a little bit. I know if you use a human effigy when you're standing, that restores your humanity when you're hollowed. I think when you burn it here, it weakens the links to other worlds, so it can prevent invasions. That's nice. That can solve an issue that I'm going to bring up later. And I don't know if it's an effigy or a different item, but I remember that you're actually able to bring people in your world with a small soapstone after you've killed the boss to still explore, which I think is a really good touch. Now when you're standing at it, most people might not catch this, but you actually have, well, not yet. Sorry, let me get it. My bad. Over here. You get a torch. What you can do with the torch is you toggle at a bonfire and you light it. I remember in kind of the earlier interviews and showcases of this game, the actual dark part of Dark Souls was going to be a very central theme where you would have very dark areas you couldn't see, and so you would light a torch to kind of like pave the way or hold one, which would, you know, make it so that you don't have a shield, you've got to one-hand your weapon, but, you know, it is like there. Now if I remove the torch, you can see that you can still see everything just fine, so that didn't really work. I think they did a little bit better visually with Scholar when it comes to the darkness and the atmosphere, but it still doesn't make a torch really necessary or even feel like it helps in a lot of areas, opposed to maybe 2 that we'll get to eventually, but nothing crazy. What I like about this area, this is the tutorial area here, before leading to the hub world. I do like that it is actually completely optional. If you don't want to go through these fog walls, you go through the tutorial, you can go straight to the game. I really like that. Now, I still think that Dark Souls 1 did it best with its tutorial. It gets you familiar with its base mechanics, and that you have to challenge and overcome a boss before you really can move forward. And you can either try to, you know, head on fight that boss, or you can also kind of use the environment to your advantage. And something that like Dark Souls 1 really had was environmental advantages. 2 does this a little bit. I'll mention it when it does so. But I still think it did it best with just how it naturally lets you play the game. But I'd say Dark Souls 2 has the next best tutorial for the fact that you can fucking skip it, because it's not necessary if you're a veteran, you know? It will, on these gravestones, you can click A and they'll show you how to do things. You can also just break them and then you can't read them, but you've got base abilities here so that you can see. And as you go through, you can light these, but I find it unnecessary as it doesn't change anything in the outside world of the game, and you're not really going to be revisiting this. This is just a tutorial with the least difficult enemies. So we're just gonna cleave through them just so you can see it, because I am trying to go through the main area. Now here's a visual indicator. That's something that you can encounter, is that fat golem, like the one we saw earlier. There's another one there, and I'm gonna critique that when I get there, because I'm not a huge fan. This can show you how backstabbing works. Cool. Should I turn the game down? Can I turn the game down is the real question. There we go. So it's not too loud. Let's move up this way. Dagger. Again, that's useful if you don't have anything, I guess. Oh, I should have showed how the bow and arrow shit works with them. We'll do that when I'll do more of an analysis on the characters when we get to Forest of the Fallen Giants. This is more just showing you, they're kind of showing the, you know, again, you can read through, you could switch your weapons. They're just showing all the base things about the game. So if you've never played a Souls game before, if you're unfamiliar with the control scheme, this is a fairly decent tutorial, fairly simple tutorial that can show you how to, you know, kind of how your encounters are going to go with enemies, how to challenge them. Again, trying to implement the lighting of the torch. And yeah, it's not bad. I think it works fairly well. Now I forgot to show that with my items that I got. You can see I have all these life gems, all these healing wares. This is going to be very important later on to show kind of the issue with healing in the game, but I'm going to try not to jump ahead too much. Move your camera. I think that's kind of funny that move camera pops up here when it's like, yeah, because I wouldn't have figured that out already getting this far into the game. Of course I know how to move my fucking camera. Now brace your ears. In fact, hold on, I will turn this up, but brace your fucking ears. You're about to hear peak voice acting from definitely not the most annoying fucking character in this game.
You, give us smooth. Yes, you, give us silky.
I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. I hate these little shits. If you listen to the birds in any of the other games, I don't know what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah. So nice. So... Yeah.
You've literally got a stop it! You've got like a mentally, you know, a mentally disabled person with a lisp, and then like this high-pitched fucking anime fucker in your ear. Yes, you suck! I can't even go that high with my voice. It's fucking annoying.
Sound that bad
yes, they do.
in the first game.
No,
in
I'm
the
saying
first
no.
game,
That's
in
what I'm
first
saying.
game,
The
they're fine.
birds, Snuggly, and then Pickle Pea Pumperum, they're fine. But the Silky
Yeah.
Smooth fuckers, I don't even remember their name, and I hate them.
Yeah, they're weird. I don't know why their voices sound like that.
Fortunately, with
Very
voice
weird.
acting, I think voice acting overall too is really good. That's like the exception is those two. I don't know
Those two,
what
yeah.
the fuck they were thinking.
The rest of it's not bad.
Oh no, rest of it is completely fine. I actually really like the voice acting, and too, like there's some Oscar-worthy fucking design in this game as you move forward. And when you get to this point, this is gonna show. Let me make sure I have the right jump scheme.
Oh, I
Yes.
shouldn't have done that.
You can jump here or die like I did.
Ow.
Yeah, I'm going to criticize the game. That was my fault. I actually just was stupid and didn't hit the button right. But there are moments where the game kind of tries to put you through like parkour oriented scenarios like platforming. And I'm gonna just be real. When it comes to the Souls trilogy, I won't speak on the other games, but simply the Souls trilogy, platforming should be the last thing ever brought up. Like the Anne Orlando rafters, fucking kill me, bro. That shit's terrible. And in this game, it's like you have 4-pin
those were
movement, so when you're on tight places, like you're gonna oftentimes see people, especially people who have played this game a lot, they die far more times just trying to platform than like actual enemies, because you're fighting the controls. It's like, it's not a game that has tight movement, especially this one. This one has no tight movement, and the jumping in these games, you know, up until Elden Ring and Sekiro, has always been not ideal. So I don't know why they went with that route, but it is what it is.
Even Elden Ring, I freaking hate it.
Plunging attack while
Oh,
falling.
the
No, I
game's
think
so
Elden
bad.
Ring did decent. It's still not great, but at least they gave us a jump button, and you can jump. Now, it doesn't mean
know,
that the
but it's
platforming's fun, but it's far
Yeah.
more doable. It's far more doable.
God, I hate that.
Here comes in the plunging attack. Now, it pretty much works here, but as I'll show later, plunging is not typically ideal and very inconsistent in Dark Souls 2, more than any other game. The hitbox for it is just so obscure and tiny, and sometimes your attacks just don't land. I really don't like it. It's very frustrating. Just come into here and grab cracked red eye orbs. Those will be fun when I just run into people who are AFK or, you know, have a high soul memory because they're struggling in the game and I fucking murder them. I'll explain that later. A lot of references they'll understand earlier. You come this way and you'll see what the next area looks like. Which I think is kind of funny, but there's nothing there. I think that's more important in Scholar, but she can't go here anyways in Scholar because they have a statue.
They have a guy that's
Let's
like,
go
give
through
me a
here.
eulogy branch, and then
And now
I'll
it's-
dissolve.
It's kind of trying to show here that you've got, like, search your surroundings. You're able to kick things down, create new areas. And I will say Dark Souls 2 does do this. It does have, like, things where, like, you can create a bridge or you can, like, burn things. There are very interactive things, but it's very limited in the way that it's done. And I feel like it's usually not communicated to the player all that well. It just depends. I also love that you lose half your health in the fucking jump here, and there's nothing you can do about that. Very good design. Thank you for doing that in the tutorial. I'm sure nobody struggled because of that. Good thing I have 21 life gems. We'll just fix that up.
Definitely not an abuse system. Definitely.
No, definitely not abusing the system. Now, moving this way. First, let me get rid of this guy. What I do like is this kind of loops around, so now you don't have to do that jump or go through that crap. You have, your first shortcut. Oh boy.
Where's the one?
So let me talk about why this area is kind of a little dumb, and it's not too bad because you're not going to come here for much of a reason. To explain the coffin just switches your gender. It's kind of goofy. I don't know. I'll have to look into if that really changes anything about the game. Like, I know in Dark Souls 1, there's very minor differences about a female and male as far as, like, hitboxes and certain ways you get affected. Typically, yeah, but I don't think there's much of a difference in this game. Like, or actually, I do think a certain character or a certain place will treat you differently if you're a girl opposed to a guy. So I guess there's that, or a covenant. I forget what it is. I'm gonna have to look into it again. It's just something I read. But you see that there's this guy here that's guarding it. I do think they die after you kill them once, which is nice. But what I dislike, and this is going to be part of just Dark Souls 1's design as a whole, is if you look in this corner and you put the camera just right, you see another one right there. Now, they made sure to really fucking hide this fucker, right? Like, hid him as much. And what I like about Dark Souls 1 is typically, yeah, there's ambushes, there's areas where you get overwhelmed, but in almost every case, there is a very easy visual indication that if you're paying attention and if you're taking it slow, you're going to see them. And in here, technically, yeah, if you really hug this fucking corner and look down, all right, I see his head. But, like, who the fuck, like, that's hidden as shit, bro. That's not a visual indicator. And it's this early in the game. Another issue is that even if you know he's there, there's still no other way you can approach this scenario, because Dark Souls 2 likes to do something where in an area, if you attract one mob, they all know where you're at. It's like they're all connected. They have this telepathic communication to where if one of them sees you, they all see you in an instance. You're going to see that a lot in Forest of the Fallen Giants, but just to give you an example, I'm not going to fight these guys because I don't want to. Let's say I want to go for him instead. Just as you can see, this guy immediately comes after you too. You can't just bait one, despite the difference. They both come for you. Now you can cheese them because they are a little bit annoying, but you can cheese them if you just go right here and fight them. I don't want to do that right now because it takes too much time, and it's just it's a few thousand souls, but I'm not in the mood.
It's not that important.
So we're just gonna continue. I'll kill him later when I want the souls.
it is interesting how many NPCs they decided to have connected pathing for a lot of the AI in the game. So instead of it just being like in the other Souls games, it would take a second for them to then follow you or track you or be aware. There would be like a cycle.
Oh, it's
an animation
instantaneous here.
cycle.
Yeah,
In this, yeah, it's immediate. They don't have any cycle. There's nothing.
I think I understand what they're going for. In a lot of ways, they wanted to make the AI feel a lot more intelligent. I mean, they did the opposite, but I understand what they were trying to do. Because back in the older game, in fact, when I was analyzing Dark Souls 1, I noticed a lot of characters just stand still. A lot of them don't really...
they don't move too often.
They don't move too much
their
because...
animations.
Well, and also, like, a level is kind of set. Like, they are where they're supposed to be. And the way they usually get attracted is their individual AI. Like it's not like they're all going to be. There's a few exceptions, but most of the time you can bait one or two because they're individuals, you know, and they are attracted simply by radius. If you walk in a certain vicinity, all right, now they know where you're at. If you run in a certain vicinity, they know where you're at. It's a very simple system, and I'm not saying that you don't want to try to improve that and make it more immersive. And 2 definitely tries, and I can appreciate the attempt, but I do feel like it fails in a lot of ways because they do a lot of like condition-based and non-instance-based interactions with AI where
it's very undescript
it's scripted. It's very scripted reactions, and so oftentimes once you know that scripted reaction, it could be immersive maybe the first time you hit it if you trigger it in the way that it's intended, but if you don't do it that way, typically it's just a bit goofy, and it's like, what? Yeah. Well, no. Sometimes you just kind of fall into it. Like, I remember this wasn't even a complaint my first time playing through the game because I fell into a lot of their scripted scenes, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. But on subsequent playthroughs, I'm like, holy shit, that's dumb. Like, why can't they interact in multiple ways? Because a lot of characters, again, we'll see it in Force of Fallen Giants, but yeah, a lot of the AI is very... reactionary. Not reactionary, it's like they have a very it's all about meeting conditions and fulfilling the script, and it's just funny how it takes a step forward and 2 steps backwards in its approach. Now let's talk about a positive because I'm being an asshole. Majula, this is the best hub world out anywhere. That's an objective fact. Beautiful. If you think anything else, you are a retard. But no, I'm just kidding. Obviously you can have preference, but I do think that for a hub world, I love the effort put into it. It's so, like, don't get me wrong, Firelink Shrine in 1 is really good too, because you know it's got that somber music. It does feel like a real safe haven. But in the other games, whereas a hub world feels like a safe haven, I really feel like other people have said this. I'm stealing the quote. Majula feels like home, and it's so cozy. You have the serene music. It does play into the strengths that like Dark Souls 2's kind of color palette and its aesthetic compared to the other Souls games. It is a lighter game. It is a more, although it may be like desaturated with the grays, it still is a very bright game when you look at like the ocean, the sun. There's a lot of very I don't know what the right word is, but a lot of bright areas. It's not very drab. There's not too many dark areas. Like you'll have a lot of, it's not high fantasy, but it's definitely more, it's not dark in its nature, you know?
Yeah. I guess like maybe pastel or like oil.
Yeah, it's a different
like
it's a different atmosphere.
painting.
It's very and it's very colorful. A lot of color, I should say, because like you'll look at Dark Souls 3 that is just very drab and dim.
Yeah.
But
it's a little bit more like a watercolor painting for the other games, whereas this feels a little bit more. It has a lot of identity with a lot of the colors and the usage that they have. Although some areas, I will admit, some areas just do not look like they were really thought out.
Oh, some areas look like shit. Don't worry, we'll get to them. But for now, just to speak on the strengths of 2, for the areas that do look
really
nice, and this type of situation. In fact, here, let me get the binoculars out so we can just kind of get some.
Just get a gaze of the ocean.
Just get a little. I forgot the binoculars are a weapon in this game.
Oh wait, oh yeah, they are, huh?
I don't know why it was made that way, but that's okay.
I don't know either. That's weird.
And although graphically, again, this is vanilla, so it's gonna not look as great. You can still see a lot of like the ocean looks
good.
really nice.
Yeah, like the ocean's the prettiest.
I wish it would let me soft scroll instead of hard scrolling. Thanks, game.
Yeah, this is very nice.
You can see Hyde's Tower over there. You see some areas you'll be able to encounter. Now, we will explain how goofy it is that, like, you see how isolated that is? How are you even gonna get there? You'll see. You'll see. But that'll be later.
It's so weird.
The distance and it's like why? Yeah.
Things are connected, but not connected in the way that you would want.
So
it to
if
be
I'm
like
gonna be
Dark
honest with
Souls
you, it's
1.
right there, but in reality, it's right here. It's like right
Yeah.
there. It's right
It's
there.
right there. That's where it actually is.
But it's
That's where
okay.
it's shown.
It's okay. I mean, again,
It's
still,
okay.
even just look at that. You've got Dran Lake and the castle in the distance. These archways, very pretty, very nice
It kind
backgrounds.
of looks like Mordor when you see it from that distance, Strand Lake. Like if you look at it again, it looks like the tower with Sauron's eye.
It does. So I just saw Lord of the Rings with Joe when he was down here. Saw it with my aunt. The first movie. I just saw it because I've never seen it before. And yeah, no,
it's good
definitely.
series. I love it.
I was gonna say there like I was talking about how Dark Souls has a lot of references to like Berserk. It had a lot of like I don't know if I'd say references. A lot of Lord of the Rings inspiration in these games. 100%. This one more than any of them. I'll actually say 2 has a lot of Lord of the Rings inspiration.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings is a cinematic masterpiece, man. I don't think anything's gonna really top it. For me,
I was
love
pretty
it.
impressed. I do need to see the next 2 movies. I'll talk more about
It's intense.
this area, but let's get to the characters that are in this world. I will talk to the Firekeeper last. So we're gonna start with Mr. Piss My Pants over here.
Wets the bed. Every
Now there's
time.
always a crestfallen knight. What I dislike about this thing is there's a lot of dialogue before you get what you fucking need. Because he actually gives some useful information. He gives some items and covenants that are pretty good for a startup. But holy fuck, it takes forever to get there.
Be interesting if he had animations where he's like moving his head or anything while you're talking.
Yeah, I guess. What I dislike is this is a lot, again, of telling, not showing. No this place is a fucking hub. No this place is a serene place to, escape to.
How that background's such a
It's like,
concept
why do I
game.
need this guy to tell me any of that like he just did? Now we've got Salden telling us that he's lost everything.
It's just
Yeah,
not fun
heard
to
it's
be
possible to
able
break the curse here. Yeah, but how do I? He's like, it's not true. You can't break the curse here. Okay, then why am I here?
Don't tell me what I already know I'm gonna do, okay? Shut up.
Talk to him again. This is the 3rd time we hit the talk button. Why do you need to explain fucking souls to me? The old ladies just did.
A lot of redundant dialogue in this game sometimes. It's pretty tedious.
Yeah, and with this character, it's like, he actually does, again, he will give useful info and things later, but this is just a lot of expedition, a lot of unnecessary information, unless you're, really into, I want all the explanation of the lore.
Dialogue meant to stretch.
Here we
out
go,
the
4 beings
imagination
with giant
that's already-
souls.
There you go. That's important.
But it took us
That's like-
4 dialogue options to get there.
Yeah. It's very unnecessary. And a lot of modern games do this too sometimes, which pisses me off. Not too many, but a lot. Never mind, a lot.
And then, do you ever cry out for help? Shut the fuck up!
If you ever cry like me, the crybaby, take my crybaby stone and you can summon other peoples.
He's talking about the invader. Now he's talking about the Blue Sentinels and what they do. Semi-decent, now the Way of Blue. It's the first covenant we can join. The Way of Blue allows it so that people can help us if we get invaded. Another covenant will come and save us. That's pretty cool.
Which, best version of them is the Blue Sentinels in Elden Ring. I love that version of them. That's like the coolest.
I thought
sounding
Elden
game
Rings
for
was
them.
dog shit.
No, it's bad. No, I'm not saying like it's good.
Do you
I'm
just
saying
mean
the name was
mechanically and
good.
level-wise?
No, just the name. Just the fucking name, Blue Sentinels. Like, doesn't that sound cool? The Blue Sentinels?
Well, Blue Sentinels, I like the name. It started here in 2. They carry it over in 3.
Oh yeah, there's 2 of them. That's right. It isn't 2.
Because in Dark Souls 1, it's the Dark Moon Covenant. And technically, it
Yeah,
mechanically
Dark
works
Moon
different.
Covenant.
So I think Dark Souls 2 is the first time where someone gets summoned into your world to help you. I'm pretty sure the Dark Moons in Dark Souls 1, they just get revenge, right? Like, they basically-
you
they
you
invade
the
invaders.
invaders.
Which
Yeah.
I still think that should be a thing. Sad they didn't really keep that, but I also think this was an improvement for blue spirits in general. Especially if you're new at the game and maybe you're not playing with friends, having a covenant where someone gets put in your world to help you, I think is a really nice touch. Especially because you really can't join the covenant to be a helper until you play through the game a bit more. So you'll have someone that's no doubt a bit more experienced than you. I like that. There's two versions of them, the Dark Moon and the Blue Sentinels in 3. So having them here, I think it's a nice addition.
Yeah. It's
Name
good to
Soldier.
start,
Now we got another life gem.
sometimes people aren't prepared for the fact that you can get invaded and have somebody come in and kill you.
Yeah.
That's like the
Well, and
hardest
again,
thing
as
for people to
we'll
deal
explain
with.
invasions when we start them, but there's issues with them too. So this does
Yeah.
kind of mitigate them to an extent, but not entirely. Let's talk to our next character here, the blacksmith.
Oh, that guy's animation looks so fucking weird from the distance.
Just help me open this door.
Sorry if it's quiet, but I'm not turning it up.
My tools in here. Seeing it was vacant.
Packed his tools in here.
But now somebody's gone and
Someone locked the door. So what I think is funny
Oh.
about this, I'm gonna turn up the
Locked
audio
in my
of the
own
characters
house.
because that's all that's really important with this.
Oh,
So
you
I
have
think it's
everything, like,
funny
way too
is
loud.
he set up. Well, yeah, because I don't want it to be louder than us, you know.
Oh,
but
yeah, true.
what I think is funny and just stupid, and this is just a visual design critique, is his tools are locked up in here, and he can't help us till we unlock the door, right? Because there's no way that we could get through into this house. It's completely locked off. There's no like indication. It's completely blocked off from the outside world. There's no way that we could jump through this
was
window
Demon's
that is
Souls. You
wider
jumped
than the
through there.
fucking door. Right? There's no way that you could somehow jump through this fucking
Elden Ring, you could
there's no
just
way
jump.
that this guy could fit through here and then just open the door. No way that it's I can't grab my tools through this window.
Yeah.
I can't move this box over and step over. Like, what the? This is bigger than the fucking door. So
It
that's
is.
a
I think it's
retarded.
as big.
I just think it's stupid. Again, the best way you could fix it is look how they did this. How like the fence blocks this off, so I can't get through here to reach through that window. You know, it's hung off on the sides. This one's blocked by a rock. If they just had some boards, some wooden boards that were blocking it off, I'd forgive it. I'd be like, that's fine. But no, you've got two open windows. One that maybe he can't fit through here. I could fit through here, but maybe he can't. Come
Rebel or
on.
something.
It's literally broken down so it's wider.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, I think that's ridiculous. But we'll
I'm a
It's
blacksmith.
goofy. It's goofy
I'm
environmental
nothing without
design.
my
It's not really
tools.
thought through, but
bring me that key.
it happens. I assume they just wanted to have him be there, but then they added the fact that you have to get a key to unlock his door because I don't think he.
It's so arbitrary though. I don't
I
even
feel
see
like he's not even
the
programmed to sit like that.
I don't even know
Look
what the
at him.
benefit was of locking this door though, because you get it very early in the game, and it's not like you have any
know.
stones to level up your sword anyway, so you wouldn't be over leveling. So the purpose of locking this, kind of
It's
just
very
goofy. And
Yeah.
I'm sure that again that the design team and the ones that like I'm sure there's different teams, and it probably just got lost in translation, or they just didn't communicate enough about this door being locked and having this open window. I'm sure it was just something where like the teams just didn't work together, and it just ended up being a
Throwaway
inconsistency because of different teams. But nonetheless,
Yeah.
I find it fucking comedic as shit that he's like, I can't get in there. There's a giant ass door. But we'll
It's
get
pretty
there
funny.
later, obviously. Now here's another instance where the game. Actually, hold on. First, let me go through here. Grab this. Life gem, and then another life gem. It's gonna be a theme of this playthrough. We're gonna
Very
go
fun
up here, and there is Homeward Bounds, and yet another covenant. Now, this covenant does not explain anything.
It's
It
evil.
says that this will set you upon an arduous path. Are you okay to join this covenant? We're not going to join this. Actually, I can because I can take it off. Are you prepared to join this covenant? Abandon your covenant and join the company of champions. 3 yeses, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of shit, right? Maybe they thought that was enough to try and steer people away. The issue is they never explain what the covenant of champions is. You can offer an awe stone, and you can enter it. But there's no dialogue on the grave saying this is what the covenant does. No indicators of anything of what this covenant does. So what does this covenant do? The Covenant of Champions makes it so that you cannot summon anyone. You are playing this alone. It sets the game in hard mode. There are far more enemies, and they are harder to deal with. And they never despawn. And so for a new player, this might be really fucking, you know, to get this off this... I don't have an
Very,
issue
very
with it being at the
evil.
beginning. Because, yeah, maybe if I've played the game many times, maybe I want the content, you know, maybe I'm not going to summon anyways. I want harder enemies. I want a new, you know, it mixes up the game. It does new enemy placement. It does more enemies. So that in itself is fine and good, but it never explains it. And I think that's my biggest issue with this. There's no indicator, no real warning. The only thing you could argue is the 3 dialogues of like, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to do this? But I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just clicking buttons. Like, give some indicator of the consequence of this action, because for a new player, that not being properly communicated is just cruel and unnecessary. And we are going to fix this with my lady Chalcoir.
Oh, undead are we?
I'd fuck the cat.
Oh.
And one without much time remaining.
Chalcoir makes me Shane Dawson.
Just about ready to fall
It
apart.
makes, she
I'd
makes
say.
you Shane Dawson.
Not exactly.
She's
No,
got an
genuinely,
amazing voice
I
actor.
love her voice actress. It's
Yeah.
such an amazing voice. And I really like how she talks too. Like, her dialogue's very well written.
Oh,
She
yeah, all
tells
the-
you more about the fucking lore than anyone.
Shall
Fucking
I
cat.
know. That's why it's weird that that guy is like, I will tell you about the land,
So,
but not really. I'm gonna
what did
tell
you
you my
want
pity
anyway?
sob story.
And I'm sad, and you can't break a curse.
You smell
And you can't do
wonderful.
shit, motherfuck. Cause I couldn't. Therefore you can't.
Alright.
You're like me.
So, Chalcoir essentially lets you abandon covenants, kind of see where you're at with covenants. So we're going to abandon this covenant so that, you know, we can still co-op. We're not in hard mode. It's the, you know, normal version of the game. But shows the rank you're with them. So I kind of like that. But what's funny about the abandoned covenant thing is there's actually no penalty for you abandoning any covenant in this game, which I think is kind of odd. Now, Dark Souls 1, it depends on the covenant, but typically there are repercussions if you join a covenant, if you break a covenant's oath. So not having anything, it's kind of funny that you even have the abandoned covenant option here, because what does it help beyond if I don't want to be in the Covenant of Champions anymore? Like, it really doesn't do anything. I'll just go back to the
Yeah.
person who gave me the previous covenant and I'll regain it. She does sell some items too here. She sells like the silver cat ring, which is nice, you know, some basic things. We'll talk to her a little bit
Place
more.
is already dead. Everything will crumble and waste away so that something new may be born.
She's talking about the cycles.
Isn't it wonderful?
Should be
Satisfied?
scrumptious.
I'll be around if you ever come back.
I'll spot you a cup of tea. We can have a nice chat about the political structure of Dark Souls 2.
Thank you. Yeah, no, she is someone who I would just sit and have like a glass of tea with. Very, very, very fine, very dandy. But I do like her. She's one of my favorite characters just on a personal note, but like mechanically, kind of redundant and funny. It reminds me of Bach in Elden Ring, where he's the seamstress, but like you can do that yourself anyways. So it's,
Yeah, I know. It's very. You don't really.
although
need
with him, there's kind of more of a narrative reason of like he wants to be useful to you, so like you kind of
His
pity
story
him.
is so sad too. It's like it's you know, and, okay, a lot of characters in these games, they're sad stories, right? They always have something about them that's like, you know, revealed later on.
Bach is just
But, dude,
pathetically sad.
He's fucked beyond fucked in that story that I just don't even feel like it's necessary to have him in that game.
It's
I
like
just don't want him
imagine
in the game.
Pinocchio wants to be a real
Only
boy.
one. Dude,
Like
it's so
Pinocchio wants to be a
sad.
real boy, but then when like the
No
fairy
reason.
godmother does the wand, there's an issue with it, and she gives him like a full-blown sex
Like-
change, and he hates himself for the rest of his life because now he has a hole where his penis once was, and like no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, Bach's story is sad.
It's like kicking the horse while it's dead. Like it's dead. You're kicking a dead horse, dude. That's what it feels like with that character. There's
But
no
it-
need.
to me,
for the
no,
end of
with
the
him.
story.
With him, I do understand why his mechanics are redundant because it's more a narrative theme, so
Well, it's not
I
even
can
just the
forgive that.
mechanics, dude.
Well, that's
It's his
I'm comparing it. I'm
story.
comparing it to Chalcoir. Like, yes, his
That's
story
true.
set, but I'm saying like him mechanically being the seamster or whatever is very redundant because you can do that yourself already. But knowing his situation and knowing your relationship with the character, I like it. I like the fact that it's something you would willingly do for him. Like it's like a choice. So with
yeah, he's got
Chalcoir, it's just
more-
kind of like This only would have worked if there was somehow punishment for abandoning covenants and joining new ones. So it's just kind of odd that it's there. It's not too helpful.
Like, it could be
Coming right
replaced by the
here,
bonfire.
you hit this
That's how-
rock,
That's how replaceable.
and you get an Estus Flash shard. So that's part of the interactive things. Again,
Orange
Dark Souls 2
juice.
does have a lot of interactions where you do something and a condition is met, something new happens, but they're very specific. And it's not always communicated. That one I like. It's just to show again that there are a lot of interactive things in this game. This house will be locked till later. And again, this is what I like about Majula, is there is a lot of things that can be done and a lot of places that can be met just off the get-go. You can go down to Hides, you can go to the forest. If you somehow have the souls, you can use the cat ring and jump down here.
Go down there.
Go down the well.
Yeah.
Early on. If you have a fragrant branch of yore, once you get your hands on that, you can go that way.
I feel like this
a
is
lot
the
of cool
game's
shit.
most exploration is right here.
Yeah. No, it definitely. It's where it starts and ends, but another character here.
These are all good things.
And there, again, like, we've been here for a while because I'm just trying to show how much there is, how much you can explore and do. Very great for a hub world.
Sell armor. Oh, sorry, I could really.
And then you got this cocky bastard.
This guy, yeah, he sells armor and wares. Nothing too important now, but he will sell, like, interesting things when he restocks.
Well,
He seems very humble at first, and then you find later he's an arrogant asshole the more money you give him. Narratively, nothing really happens with him, and I think he's actually a really good example of a character. Much like everywhere
I like
else.
His lore, though.
I kind of think it's basic. Like, it's cool that he's from a different land and he's forgetting his mind. But much like most characters, because I've noticed, I remember, like, when we watched
the land he comes from is a land of merchants, so he comes to Majula because he's literally the worst fucking merchant ever, and he can't make any money where he's at. So he comes here to thinking that if he can make it here,
well,
he
it's
can make
that it's
it
competitive
anywhere.
there, and so there's no competition here because
Yeah.
everyone's dead. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, what I mean is
I did like that just a little bit.
integrated. Well, no. I think that's fine. My issue with not really his character, more his character's involvement in the story. And what you'll notice with most NPCs in this game is a lot of their stories and their arcs really just don't go anywhere. With him, the most it goes to is he's arrogant, and then he's like, oh, I forget where was home, and that's it. You never see him hollow. You never see a consequence to what happens. The blacksmith and his daughter, they're kind of in the same area, but he won't tell her that she's there, right? Most
Yeah.
people are just merchants, and their stories don't go anywhere. And I kind of really have an issue with that because it shows that compared with the other games, even the merchants in the other games, eventually they do go away or something happens to them, and it's actually meaningful. And I just feel like most people here just kind of sit around and do nothing. And for a game that's trying to ram in the issue of hollowing and losing one's sanity and a consequence of the world fading, it really feels like the world stagnates here. It doesn't really feel like it's actually dying or that anything's. It just feels like things in
Are just
perpetuity.
here.
They never change. And I don't think, again, if that was the message of the story, I wouldn't have an issue with it, but it's not. The message of the story is hollowing. Again, we've heard the hollowing term like 17 times now from the dialogue. So I do take an issue with the NPC's journeys. Even though I like individual NPCs, like, yeah, I like Mullen, you know? There's a lot of NPCs, I like them, but their story doesn't go anywhere, and I really feel like they're underutilized in their narrative. Last NPC here. Again, a lot of NPCs. Here's our last one.
Are you the next monarch? Or merely a pawn
The
of
next
fate?
monarch.
Bearer of the curse.
Now they're asking me if I'm going to be a king. Bro, I thought I was here just to
I'll
break the
remain by
curse.
your side, till this frail
Now
hope
they're saying, "Are
shatters.
you gonna be the next?"
Are you the
monarch?"
king?
Take this with you.
She gives us an Estus flask.
Go
Will
on
you
and
become
see
the
king.
next Elden
He who
Lord?
made Dranglake what it once was. He who peered at the essence of the
So now
soul.
this is giving us a direction to go towards.
King Vendrick,
Vendrick.
bearer of the curse, seek misery,
Seek misery.
for misery will lead you to greater, stronger souls.
You just told me to go become a
You will
monarch.
never meet
Why are
the
you telling me
king
to
with a
seek
soul
misery?
So frail and pallid.
Oh,
All
I
right.
mean, you are kind of
Seek those
undead.
whose
She's got a
names are
point.
unutterable. The four endowed with immense souls.
So, okay, here's our
Their
direction.
souls will serve as beacons.
4 great souls, they'll be beacons, and we're also
Once
seeking
you have
Vendrick
found them,
as well?
return here to me.
Van Dyke.
so that hope will not fade away.
And this is kind of my...
Is that a shard? Here.
Yes.
see it.
I have a shard.
To see light. To see
Yes,
hope.
make me
However
orange juice.
faint it might.
Get that Sunny D here. So, like, kind of like with the issue, though, is like, let's say you talk to all the characters, you get the information from them, and so you're given somewhat of a narrative. You've got these great 4 ones with no, you know, basically 4 big bosses you gotta fight. That makes sense. Alright, there's the king out there, you gotta seek him. Yeah, okay, you're trying to maybe be the king, like, a monarch yourself, and also reduce the hauling, but they never really explain or give you an indicator or any belief that these things are going to correlate, that by you finding the king, that by you getting these lord souls and giving them to her, that anything important is really going to happen. It doesn't really correlate in a way that's necessary. Now that may sound hypocritical because in Dark Souls 1 your push is that you're supposed to ring 2 bells and something happens. It's Vegas. Fucking Dark Souls 1. You ring 2 bells and something happens, right?
Yeah.
But what I think it does better is that you got Oscar, and I think Oscar is super important when it comes to the narrative and your motivator for what you do. When it comes to Oscar, he talks about the story of the chosen undead. Now, he releases you from your cell. He's the reason you're free. He's the one that fights the demon and ends up basically sacrificing himself for you. Gives you Estus. He does all these things in a cruel world. One of the first people you interact with is this selfless knight. And so the least you can do is hear him out in what he was trying to do. He was trying to find the chosen undead. He was trying to, you know, basically fulfill the prophecy. The prophecy may not make entire, you know, sense, but he's basically building this up and building your confidence that he believes in you, that you could be the chosen undead, that you can link the flame. And so when you move forward, it's like you're carrying his legacy and you're given a real indicator. And then you're told, you know, that first you need to ring the 2 bells of awakening. Because he you know, that does correlate with his prophecy. The prophecy of being the chosen undead is you ring the bell of awakening. Then you get to the the guy like Solon. I forget. He doesn't have a name. The chainmail guy. The crestfallen knight. Sorry, the crestfallen warrior.
Crestfallen Knight.
And then he tells you, you know, that there are 2 bells of awakening, one up above, one below. You're giving a direction, you're giving something to do, and it's because you are the chosen undead. And I really feel like the emotional relation with the connection you have to Oscar is a key indicator. And yeah, after Oscar, people are assholes to you. You know, again, the crestfallen warrior is a dickhead. At least he gives you info of what you're supposed to do, but he's a dickhead. Here, I don't see strong like connections. You wake up, you go to 3 old ladies who berate you non-stop. Then you get to here, and, you know, the crestfallen warrior, everyone gives you basic information, but none of it feels like it really connects to me. And then on top of that, there's no emotional weight with these characters. What do they do? You know, what do they do? How do they help?
That stuff's supposed to connect later.
It does connect later, but for the start of the game, it doesn't give you much of a motivation or really tell you why you're doing what you're doing. And I do have an issue with that. Like, definitely have an issue with that because it makes no sense in my mind. But, you know, maybe I just think it's been done better in the previous games. Now let's talk about small mechanical things I do like. That 2 does, that others don't. The interface. When you're going through your inventory and things like that, you show up on the sidebar opposed to it covering your whole screen. This means that you could actually see where you're going, what you're doing, run away from enemies while you're switching. I really like this specific, how it's set up. Because none of the other games do it this way, and I feel like they should. This is such a good way to, like, it shows your armor as you're equipping it, right? So you can actually see what you're doing.
Yeah, it's a unique interface.
It's such an improvement for an interface, and it gives you a lot more freedom, a lot more stats that are showing up, a lot more concise. Scroll through your inventory. Another thing that this game does, although I probably won't be able to show it because I don't have the stats yet, is that there's power stancing where you can dual wield. I'll actually explain that once I'm able to do it. But what I can do and what I can show that the other games don't do, just a fun little touch, is you can be left-handed. You can have a literal move set where you 2-hand, one hand, both left-handed and right-handed. That's a cool feature if, I don't know, if you want to role play as it. Just a neat small features that do improve the quality of the game that actually don't get brought up in the other games. Sometimes sucks.
That's kind of unfortunate.
4 ring slots opposed to 2, which is a great improvement. And then
Became a standard.
it did, but 2 set the standard. To be fair, to give it complete
Oh
credit.
yeah. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
like it became the standard.
So some small
After
good
2.
things here. Now we're gonna use that wonderful teleporting to go kill the golem because I just want some souls.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful. But yeah, just
Big
trying to
fat
get the fun
dumpus.
though. That's like the introduction of the game up to your hub world, and you know, it's pretty decent. Now let's go and kill this thing because 1, and it shows. And then I'll explain a bit of the leveling.
You
Now,
leveled
I'm
so
gonna-
quickly in this.
We're gonna have to get the. Did you get the ring yet? Or
Oh yeah, I already got that ring.
all right, good. And try to
There's-
keep. Yeah, maybe take a break so I can catch up with you because
Yeah,
I
that's
am.
what I've been doing.
I'm
'cause I
taking.
was, like,
Yeah, I'm
looking at
taking
my
it
souls.
slow because I really want to explain this, show all the footage so I can use it later. Now this is an enemy that is a, kind of a weightier enemy in the beginning, and if it wasn't for a small exploit, this would actually be a pretty challenging and fun fight. I'm gonna try to show a bit of his main attacks here before I.
Yeah.
Falls over, slams on you if you try to hit him right away. He's got a pretty decent move set, all
It's a
things
very
considered.
consistent pattern.
Heavy, but heavy hitting. I'm gonna try to
Nah,
uppercut. I'm
Oh,
trying to
yeah.
get him to try to bite on me.
his
He'll
belly
do
was
that,
like-
and then every time you've got plenty of openings, but if you don't pay attention,
Majority of people cheese him by doing.
well, that's what I'm
making-
going to right now.
Yeah.
The thing is that's the main issue with them is there's a really easy way to cheese this guy. And I just need him to get a bit more closer. It'll be easier when you encounter them later because you just have to hit their butt, and then
They just they do that. The
and as long as you hit it
sit-down
once, he will keep doing this. If you hit, he'll also kind of move away. So if I hit his left cheek, he goes to the right. If I hit his right cheek, he goes to the left. So if you ever feel like he's going back into a corner, just run this way. Be like, oh, I want him to go
I
more
think-
this way.
I don't think it's based off of where you're hitting him. I think it's based off
Maybe
of
where you're
where
at.
Your positioning.
Yeah, your position. If you're
'Cause
more
I
on the
sa-
left,
I
he goes
saw
to the
it
right.
change direction
Sorry, my
being
bad. You know what? I thought it was the cheek.
That would be way too advanced, dude.
I thought it was their cheek hitbox, but it may.
We'll just we'll say it is.
Yeah, it's your position. He kind of goes the opposite way of you at
Yeah.
first, which I also think is just
If you're on
interesting
the
because
right,
then
he
like
goes
how
to
is
the
it gonna
left,
hit
you're
you?
on the
But
left, he goes to the right. That is true. That's kind of funny.
gives us the stone ring. So again,
I-
it is
I
unfortunate,
think
but
it's if you're sitting
I can't
still.
critique it too hard. I will critique it, but I won't harp it too hard because I feel like every Souls game, there's always a way to exploit. Like to say that
There's a
like
type of
this is
cheese.
to say that like oh how could they do such a how is this so bad when it's like, bro, the best enemy in Dark Souls 1 is easily exploitable. The Black Knight, so easily parable, like.
Yep.
And that is in my opinion, and in a lot of
Does
opinions
not
people,
switch up his
is the
attack
best
pattern.
mob in that entire game. And I still think it is, but it is still easily exploitable, so I would be,
It's fair 'cause there's
I would
more
be
than one of them.
I would be disingenuous
There.
if I was
Yeah.
to say that alone made this game bad. It is a point to keep in mind though. Here's some stats. I won't be going through too many because I actually have to get that ring. So I'm gonna have to kill those golems earlier. But you've got vigor, endurance, health, vitality, strength, ADP. Oh boy, don't we love ADP? Everyone here loves ADP. I'm gonna explain ADP because all these other stats are very straightforward, but this is a big contention that a lot of people have issues with, myself included. So vigor, you've got your health, you've got your stamina, you've got your equipment load, like the amount of armor you can have, spell slots, strength, dexterity,
Surprised how many people are still playing
intelligence,
Dark
faith.
Souls 2.
Very standard, and it's only really sorry. ADP is the biggest thing. Now, actually, let me
Yeah.
try to.
Yeah, that is the big guy.
Now, if you're playing the game and you're going through, you can see the blues, so you can see what it's doing. But you look at ADP and it's like, okay, it lists my health 2 points and I get resistances. So is this the resistance stat like in 1? Because it seems like it's the resistance stat in 1. It is kind of giving that indicator. You get way more health with vigor. you get the same amount of health, and you get stamina. And you get poise with endurance. So if you're looking stats alone, just on like the numbers, ADP doesn't seem like it's that useful. And even where it's this far down on the list, it seems like it's a very useless skill.
Obscure.
If you try to, I know there's a way to get like a help, so you can read the description. You know, see, these will tell you too. This is for heavy attacks. This is for, you know, boost certain attacks. ADP, the description reads, raises various attributes to ensure one's survival, boosts agility and various resistances. So what is agility? Does that mean I'm faster? Because there's no speed stat, so it's hard to really say what ADP does. In fact, it took multiple years of people just mining the game and testing things to really figure out and we still don't know everything this stat does because of how vague the description's read for it. ADP changes a few things. It does increase health, and it does give resistances, but it will also change your dodge roll. And it's not in the same way as like a medium roll and a fat roll. It's not like all of a sudden you're rolling faster. Your animation will be the same, but your hitbox frame, your invincibility frames will increase the higher your ADP is.
Yeah.
Meaning that someone can hit you with the same attack, but if you have a higher ADP, you're far more likely to dodge it than without it. And even if you would perfectly dodge a certain attack, if you have a low ADP and it's a very heavy or wide swing, you'll probably still get hit by it. That's obviously very obscure. Most people did not know. And even though everyone's like, well, you know, now you just have to level it up is not a big deal. The fact that that was ever a mechanic to begin with, the fact that they never, and again, even if you want to forgive that mechanic, the fact that they've never explained it properly so that a new player with no knowledge of the game may go through it without that stat, they're going to have a fucking terrible time. Because it is a genuine game changer when it comes to, because rolling's a huge part of like dodging certain attacks. It's a fucking game changer. Not only does it do that, but when you're popping gems and Estus, which by the way I'll put that in my hotbar, you heal faster too. The amount of time it takes to heal is much faster. So you'll notice too that when you try to heal during openings of certain attacks, if you have a low ADP, the enemies will attack you. And again, it's like, is there any opening for me to heal? Well, if you had ADP, yes, there would be.
There would be.
Now I think there's even more to it, but it's a terrible fucking stat.
I hate it.
Everyone hates it. Everyone hates it. Even the people who defend this game to death won't even pretend it's a good stat. Even when they try to defend it, everyone admits it's bad. They never brought it back again, and thank God for that. I don't even... It's one of the only times where I can't even really...
It breaks player skill, honestly. Like,
well,
really
it changes the
that
difficulty.
aspect.
Yeah, it can make the game way too easy or way too hard, depending on if you use it or not. And it's like... It's the only mechanic or the thing so far of me studying this game where I'm like, I can't really forgive or explain it. Like, is this good or bad? Is it or not really good or bad? Like, what was the intention behind it? Because as I said before, all these other things that we'll get into, yeah, what was the thought process going into this? Because everything else where I've explained, well, it ended up being a negative, but I could see what they were trying to do. Right? I don't think that the devs were malicious or trying to make their game shit. I don't think anyone tries to that way.
I don't think so.
So typically there's a reason for why something is the way it is. But when it comes to this specifically, I really can't come up with anything definitively. It's really odd.
I feel like they wanted to treat it as if it was more of a D&D-esque stat. Because in D&D you have a bunch of stats that you can apply to your character applicably to do certain attributes and things like that. And when they say like, you know, survivability, agility, and whatnot, it makes sense through like a D&D standpoint. Oh shit, you're dead. But
that I deserve to get hit. I rolled kind of right into his hitbox, so I'm not gonna complain about that.
Actual like gameplay, an actual like game where that mechanic's applied, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Especially when it's a mechanic that you use almost all the damn time, which is probably why they wanted you to be like, oh, well, if the player's gonna use it, they're gonna want to level that shit up, right? So let's put it in the game and see how it works. And they put it in to test it out and probably didn't like it, but then they forgot about it and they launched the game with it. So then they're like, oh shit.
But again, even if that, they could have removed it in Scholar. They had
yeah,
the
but they
criticism
could have
at
done a
that
lot of
point.
things in Scholar that they didn't actually do. So I feel like even with that, they didn't have enough time to do what they
I
wanted
think
to do either.
the only thing I can think of is that they wanted the game to be really hard. And what other way to make it harder than make an obscure fucking level that ends up making it fucking
Yeah,
this obscure stat that
it makes things arbitrarily difficult.
the
It's
only
not
reason I
good.
went naked is I am kind of trying. Oh, first, let me kill these
But again,
guys.
in games like D&D, where it's a tabletop and the GM has control over it, that's totally fine. It's doable. It works. It makes sense because you have somebody that can change the rules to bend for you if you need be. But for a game that is programmed, where you have scripts and AI that do specific things, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Because
Whoops.
they won't give a shit whether or not your roll invincibility frames are ass or not. They will catch the shit out of you. They will annihilate the crap out of you without hesitation if your ADP is dog shit. And that's the problem with it. It punishes you too heavily for not doing it, and it rewards you too heavily for doing it. It's too extreme. It's too extreme of a stat that it's too vague at the same time. It doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah, no, it was bad all the way around. I went
Pretty
naked just to
much.
kind of show the character will degrade over time visually. The more you die, you also see that the health bar gets
Which is neat. I
restricted
do like
more.
that.
Yeah, that's cool. Your health bar getting more restricted, I think, is absolutely ludicrous that it goes slower and lower because, again, think about it from a
That
new
is worse
player's
than Demon's
perspective.
Souls.
Like, think about it from a player's perspective, you know, like, they are already having a hard time. Now, they have a less of a mistake allowance the next time they
Yeah.
try to encounter whatever they're encountering. That is
Pretty much.
ludicrous. That is fucking asinine. Why would you do that? It's why I quit Dark Souls 2 when I first played it, because I was stuck on the high giants, and it was like, well, yeah, my health is so low that they hit me once. I'm out of effigies. They hit me once, I'm dead. I can't even survive a single goddamn hit. The whole reason I'm having a hard time with them is because they keep fucking hitting me.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about what makes that interesting is the fact that in Demon Souls, if you got hit, or like if you died, you would lose half of your HP. You'd lose half of it.
What the fuck
And
happened to
the
that ogre?
only- I don't know. Oh no! What? What?
Everything's
That wasn't
good.
Death?
He doesn't see me.
What the fuck?
And apparently, oh fuck, he sees me again.
You were walking on nothing. All right. Well, that's interesting.
This is bad.
Oh, that's
See, this
bad.
is why having 22 life gems really is the way to play the
Kind of
game.
a plus. Oh, no, that's different. Jeez, man. But
I'm kind of just trying to rush through this because I do need the souls.
Trying to get the.
Because I
trying
want
to
that
get the
ring before I
soul.
even. Maybe it's, but no, I'll just kill him to get it over with because it's whatever. And
But
maybe
in
try to
Demon's
explain some
Souls,
things too.
The way that you get that back though, you don't get it back through any item within the game. You get it back by killing the boss. So it's not like in Dark Souls 2 where it goes down lower and lower and lower. It just gets halved. So now that's your HP. For
I
the
think
rest
it's
of
still
the game.
bullshit, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. But
I
it-
still think that in itself
I
is
like
crazy.
I like this implementation of it because if you can get a ring just like in Demon Souls that makes it so when you are in soul mode, it gives you a little bit more of your HP back. Within
Yeah,
Dark
no, I
Souls
know where that
2,
ring
they
is.
apply the same-
And yeah, I know you can apply that. The reason I very much dislike this system is because it's like it's so discouraging to any new player. Oh, you keep dying? Oh, well, guess what? You lose health too, bitch. Yeah. It's like I already lose my souls, and if I don't reclaim them on my second death, I lose my isn't that enough of a
And if
punishment?
you're human too, you lose that. You know, you're not human no more.
You
either.
also don't get the same benefits of being hollow like you used to in the other games. Again, we'll get into it, but like one of the
Yeah,
issues I had
that's
with
weird.
fucking, again, you go, oh, I forgot these guys are still alive.
They really wanted this to be a very multiplayer heavy centric game, but not really applying too much. which
Here's
we
the
will get
thing.
into.
As a new player, the more you die, the more you're going to suffer in this game. There are so many things that are going to discourage and kind of just ruin your experience, and I think that was they didn't really like when they would individually
This is
make
too
certain
artificial.
decisions. Well, when they made certain decisions on punishment for death, I don't think they really put them all together and realized this is bad. Like this is really going to hurt the experience because again, what are the penalties for dying? I'm going to list them. The penalties for dying, you lose your souls, your health gets put down lower, you look ugly as shit. And your soul memory, I need to explain soul memory, but your soul memory stays the same, which means now you're gonna be dealing with more experienced players in earlier levels.
Doesn't.
Which is that's more an online component. I'll try to explain that as well as I can. But
Fortunately, people don't even really do that anymore.
because the game's dead, yeah. But like,
Pretty much.
but oh my goodness. So, and before I get into soul memory, first thing I want to explain is what are the benefits of being hollow. In Dark Souls 1, the benefits to being hollow is that you can't now you can't summon, but you also can't get invaded. So if you've been having issues with invaders, both offline and online, you won't have to deal with that extra hurdle. It'll just be
Yep,
the
it'll go-
regular enemies. So you'll be okay. Everything's gonna be fine, sweetheart.
It had
But-
a balance between two systems. In Dark Souls 2, they said, hey, what if, like, you can't really summon
Okay,
the big
I'm gonna
phantoms,
do
but you
something
can
else.
summon the tiny phantoms when you're dead, when you're undead, but also you can get invaded at any point, because funny red guy in your game just running around trying to, stop you from playing it.
Yeah.
Good time.
So again, as a new player, let's say you're being like me right now, and you just keep dying to these ogres because you can't fucking kill them. Now, okay, visually, it's cool because you got this little swirl on your back that's starting to form. Your body is decaying even more. It's getting more rotten, and your health is decreasing. So again, for their hollowing thing, I would say that is a positive too. It's like immersion, I guess. Yeah, it's cool. Whatever. But again, you're losing health, you're getting further discouraged. Now it's even harder to do what you were trying to do earlier. And if you didn't get your souls earlier, well, you lost your souls. And now your soul memory is negatively affected. So let's explain soul memory. Soul memory, let me try to show the stat. First, let me grab this. In previous games, typically, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure in Dark Souls 1, I don't know how invasions went, but when it came to summoning, you could summon whoever.
You can summon people who are, I think it was like, what, 2
Was there even
levels
really a
below,
gap?
10 levels above?
Oh.
There's a gap. There's the system that they had in place for invaders, summons, and hosts, but it's all relative to what the host
To the level,
is.
right? Yeah, it's all relative to a
so
level.
like, if you could be 5 levels below the host if you're, I think, a summon, and then you can be like, well, now because of passwords, that doesn't even really matter with the new games, but like it was somewhere, I think, like 10 levels above the host or something like that, maybe 15, not too sure. But for invaders, it was like you had to be almost like about like 15 levels or like 10 levels below the host level,
5,500. Okay.
Oh my.
and I forget about like the maximum cap with that, because I know you can also be above the host's level too.
Yeah, but only at a certain point. Yeah. So you had in Dark Souls 1, you had a set level cap. In Dark Souls 3, I think the way that is, they would de-level you, so you could pretty much have anyone of any level, but your level would be like if you're summoning someone, your level would be accommodated, and if you're invading, you would have to be a relative level that's a bit lower than the host. Essentially, is how that would work. I'm pretty sure. Again, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But that was the system. So in Dark Souls 2, we have something called soul memory. So if I go to stats here, you look at player stats. Now we have a few things here. Now you see that gold swirly thing right above performance. Those are my currently held souls. Those are the souls that are on me. And then if you look, I believe it's the silver one is soul memory, or even I thought it'd be higher than that, but essentially the way soul memory works, my understanding of soul memory is that the amount of total souls you acquire throughout the game, the amount of total that you get through the entire game, that's your soul memory, and that's how you get paired up with both invasions, with summoning, with pretty much how everything gets interacted. So, and again, let's say you kill a certain amount of enemies, you get 5,000 souls, and then you die twice, and you lose those souls. Or no, let's say, sorry, you get 5,000 souls, you die. You get another 3,000 souls trying to get back to your souls, but then you die again. So now you would think, oh, then maybe your soul memory would be 3,000 because that's the amount I need to get, right? Your potential soul. No, your soul memory is now 8,000 because it's the total souls you have ever gotten. Even if you lose those souls and never get to put those towards leveling, that will still attribute to your soul memory. So let's say, again, you're having a hard time in the game. You just lost 10,000 souls. The people who invade you, which again, they can invade you while you're still hollow and have lower health. They're going to invade you based off of, again, maybe they have never died in the game. They got straight there. They've killed a minimal amount of enemies, and their soul memory is equated to yours, even though they've gotten through halfway through the game. But because you've been dying a lot, losing souls, you haven't been able to use them all. Maybe you spent them on different things.
Yeah.
Now, all of the sudden, you have to go up against people with a higher level and a higher skill set on top of that. They have to have a higher skill set than you. If they've died less than you, if they've gotten to this area further than you because they're more experienced, it's a system that just really doesn't work. And then when it comes to your friends, it really discourages you to play with them, because if they get too far ahead of you, if your soul, in fact, let me ask, what's your soul memory?
I think you're gonna like it.
I'm at 3,680.
Okay.
And again, just
I'm
speaking from
at
personal experience, it is a
35,020.
35k. So where he's at right
Yes.
now, it's going to take me a while to get to him. Now, there is a ring that mitigates that. That's what I'm trying to get right now. We're going to go through this area.
I was just gonna like.
So I'm going to end that. But yeah, it gets to a point where, quite literally, unless you're playing the game side by side with your friends, if they ever go ahead of you, it's almost impossible to hook back up with them. And I just think that's just really stupid for a co-op system. So once again, with the co-op system, we take a step back and step forward, 2 steps backward.
Yeah.
Very
a little
stupid.
unfortunate.
But I'm gonna try to push away from the mechanics and that stuff. Let's get into the game.
the
Oh, more
ring,
life
though.
gems.
The ring definitely helps, like you said.
It helps, but it still doesn't completely erase the issue. It just makes it not as bad.
Yeah.
And again, for a beginner player who's already gonna have a hard time getting souls, they're like, wait, why can't I join my friend? We've been playing, but he's a little bit ahead of me. It's just, alright, let's get through here. Here's some base enemies, and let's just explore the way some of them react.
Oh yeah, to buy the ring it's 5,200.
Yeah, 5,500.
5,500. Sorry, I thought it was 200.
I don't know if you noticed that. I'm gonna kill them, and I'm gonna reset this. But as I mentioned with the ogres, certain enemies will aggro in groups. Again, they're not individuals, they're scripted. So we're gonna go through here. Now, the first 2 enemies, I believe here, the first 2 enemies are not scripted. They actually walk around, which is pretty interesting because, again, in Dark Souls 1, you wouldn't typically see enemies walking around their own often. But they go off kind of aimlessly, so I think here they were kind of trying to showcase the advancements in their personal technology of, look, now we have enemy AI where they can actually roam around the world and get more immersed, which is nice. But let's look at these enemies that don't move around. Now, you've got 3 that you can visibly see. You've got 1 on the log, 1 on the far end of the log, and then you've got an archer further away. So maybe you would argue the archer can see further, but you've got 2 enemies that are essentially the same. I think you would make the argument that as far as a radius, unless one of them yells, at least they're, making an indicator, they have a horn, that the enemy ahead would see me before this guy, right? That this guy would not aggro until I was in his aggro range, if he was an individual. But the second you aggro one, you see all of them perk up from their idle animations, and they all attack you at once. We're going to see this again when we go up the ladder. We're actually going to see this in a lot of areas in Force of the Fallen Giants. But you'll notice that this kind of becomes a theme with its design of certain enemies. These 3 are cord together. This one aggros if you, he's kind of like sneaks up a little bit, but I think it's fair. You can clearly see him ahead of time. Now let's show the archer. and the skills of the archer. As you can see, he aims directly where you're at. Well, yeah, he aims directly where you're at, so you'll have to kind of mitigate that. And this is like a classic Dark Souls 1 setup. You've got 2 or 3 enemies, but I don't know if you noticed that right there. I'll try to explain. But again, 2 to 3 enemies with melee, and you usually have like 1 or 2 archers. So you kind of have to toggle them all. And usually it's not too bad as long as you are moving. These archers aren't going to hit you. But if you notice that right there, these archers are a little bit smarter than you notice. As long as you're moving, right? As long as you're moving.
The arrow will lock onto you, and it's kind of...
It's not the arrow. I'll show you how to break it. It's trying to smart path. So when I'm idle, he's going to shoot right where I'm at, right? Because he's trying to... Again, the goal is to hit me. So I have to dodge last second. Now, if I'm moving, he's not trying to hit where I'm at. He's trying to hit where I'm going to be. So if I start moving to the left, he's going to try... Sorry, this one's a little hard to show because of the verticality. It doesn't take that into account. See, he's trying to hit where I'm going to be. He's auto-pathing where I'm at within his range. So if I'm, like, walking too, he'll even take to equate walking.
I assumed that would just, like, home...
And this is not the same as 1. 1, they shoot to where you're at. And so as long as you're moving, it makes a lot more sense. They're trying to shoot where you're going to be. He is pathing based off of my trajectory of movement. So, what happens if I start doing this?
It defaults back to...
No, you'll see.
Him... Huh?
In fact, actually, let me get in an area where it's even more notable. His aim becomes retarded.
He'll just shoot way out
because he thinks I'm running that way. Now, see, the reason that happens typically is probably because right when it's right when you release the arrow, that's where his arrow's gonna be. So I probably was like neutral or like I pivoted back. But if I'm like pivoting right where he's going to shoot, like again, hold on, let's try it in the water here.
It's kind of based off of like...
See, it's right where I'm going to be.
Their pattern that they have scripted for them. Sometimes they use that pathing and sometimes they don't.
It's probably not 100%, but it definitely is a part of it, and you can see it because if I just do this...
Yeah,
again, his aim isn't where... Again, if his was truly auto-pathing, it should be hitting within the area that I'm like, going in between. It should shoot somewhere in between here.
It's going way
because I'm
out.
clearly going, but it's going way, because he thinks I'm running way out there. And this is, again, just another point of, a few steps forward, a few steps backwards. And try to think of it again, they're trying to make the AI smarter. They're trying to make it so the game potentially is more difficult. But these are like conflicting goals. Making the game more immersive, naturally, he's going to try to shoot where I'm at. He's not going to be smart enough to always know where I'm going. You just can't really, especially like during this era, it's very difficult to try and get that to like path exactly where it needs to be. So it kind of just hurts itself in both ways because one, it's not immersive because now I notice that he's just trying to shoot where I'm at. So now it feels more game mechanic-y than it does immersive. But once you know what that game mechanic is, it's goofy. It's super goofy. I'll try to parry, but I'm not good at it. Okay, there you go.
Well, you did it. Shit.
Parrying is a little bit different. So is backstabbing, and I'll try to explain. They're semi-inconsistent. Well, parrying not too much, but backstabbing is definitely more inconsistent in 2 than in the other games. And part of the reason why that is because I don't know exactly what I'm going to call it, but for now I'll call it like two-factor authentication. So two-factor authentication, typically, like when you're trying to log into your account, certain conditions need to be met. Oh, you want to get into your email? Well, you need to get onto your phone number and put in a code. Okay, once you do that, now you need to go into your secondary email to confirm this is you. You need these conditions to be met to get your desired goal. Now, in the previous games, if you backstab someone, you would have to be, behind their back, and then it would immediately start the animation. In Dark Souls 2, it's more of a two-factor authentication. 2 conditions need to be met for this to work. So we're going to try it with him. I don't know how well it'll work. We're gonna get this guy who was sleeping. So my first factor is I need to be behind him, and the animation needs to play out, and then I need to hit his back clearly. Because as you can see, this hit was a bit different from the way it works. Instead of just immediately entering the thing, you have to hit his back before you enter the backstab animation. Whereas in the past, if you were where you needed to be, then both of your characters would default to the backstab animation and it would go through. In this one, you have like kind of like a nudge hit. It's kind of like that, but you know, the opposite of that, like kind of like a reverse of this. You kind of smack him in the back. Sometimes the game will confuse you to be in the area where you need to be to hit the back, but you're not where you're supposed to be. So it actually ends up kind of backfiring because now you're just jabbing him and it'll do like a minuscule amount of damage, but because you weren't where the back needed to be, it won't initiate the backstab. Other times, you will be behind him where it should have hit a backstab, but because your character, like whatever, the game doesn't read it as you being in the area to initiate the backstab animation, like the back hit animation, I should say, your back hit animation never goes through, and as a result, you won't get the backstab, you'll get a basic attack. And it just kind of makes backstabs very confusing with I guess when it comes to sorry, what I was trying to say. When it comes to parrying, it's not as bad. It's just a little weird. My issue with parrying in this game primarily has to do with the fact that you have to wait to actually get your reward. Because when you parry someone, they fall on the ground, and and you have to wait for them to dramatically fall on the ground, and then they sit there for way longer than they probably should.
They spread eagle. They want
Now,
you to come
technically
in.
with parrying, you have a two-factor authentication. You need to hit the parry, and then right after you parry them, you need to click to successfully get the critical attack. But in this game, you get the parry, they fall on the ground, but if you hit them before they completely fall on the ground, you miss your attack. So you have to wait. And so if there's other enemies around, that's very frustrating. And in general, it breaks the flow of combat. Now, in any other game, in Dark Souls 1 and 3, if you're too late to hit the attack when you parry, you actually get the opposite effect. You get punished for not parrying further. Behold, the best Souls game or not depends what you think about the video, right? SM was intended to be... Oh, Soul Memory was intended... Sorry, I saw Parker the Rat commented. I don't know if he's still here, though. Parker the Rat, somebody who's actually made really good Dark Souls 2 videos, in my opinion. We can watch him later. But he's more in the defense of the game. He really I think it's his favorite Souls game. Soul Memory was intended to be a way to fix the issues with the level-based matchmaking. If you look at it purely on numbers, it appears fine, but it's super convoluted. Yeah, again, I understand Soul Memory, what they were intending to do with it, so that's why I try not to say, like, oh, they were such idiots. It's just that it did not work as intended. And again, like later in the game, it does punish new players. I know that wasn't the intention, and I do appreciate that they were trying to fix like the level abuse and the things that were happening in the game, but it did not get the desired results because it just got further exploited a different way. So it's still something I'm going to critique, but I'm not going to act like, oh, they're idiots. Like, it just unfortunately ended up not working the way it was intended. I was just kind of trying to explain the penalty of, because Soul Memory being the way it is, this is the consequence of it. This is what they were trying to do. This is what it's trying to fix. This is what it ends up doing.
When we critique the game in any way, we're not trying to say that, oh, the devs were stupid, they're dumb, idiots, why did they do what they did?
Yeah, just because they rode the short bus in high school, I'm not trying to say that they're... No, I'm playing.
We love these games. We care about them so much. That's why we like, you know, playing them and critiquing them in the way that we do, because someday we want to make something like this, or at least...
No, I can never even do anything half as good as Dark Souls 2. I'm going to be completely transparent on that. And again, like, besides ADP, there isn't much mechanically or designed where, like, I understand what they are going for. I'm just explaining why critically this is why I believe it doesn't work or why it's flawed.
As a stat in a turn-based game or in D&D, that would make sense. ADP would work. I feel like it would be a pretty cool attribute. But in games like this, no.
But yeah, no, that's how I feel about Soul Memory. And then, sorry, getting back on track. Also, Parker, thanks for coming in. Love you, man. But coming into the level design, I think I was explaining like the parrying. Having to wait just kind of sucks. I mean, it's just pick your poison. again, parrying is something where it's very like reactionary based, and like when it comes to, yeah, and it's a high risk high reward. So having the ability to mess that up by not, because think of it this way: if I parry and roll because I'm being a pussy, in Dark Souls 2 you're gonna get rewarded for that, but in Dark Souls 1, no, your parry needs to be followed up by an attack, by the riposte, by the critical strike, in any of the other games. So having it like kind of like delayed, I'm not a fan of that. I don't think parrying is. I still think it's consistent in this game. It's just odd that it's delayed. And then when it comes to backstabbing, it's just kind of all the different factors that play into it that make it inconsistent. That's why sometimes you'll get a weird hit and it doesn't land because there's these conditions that need to be met. At least that's the way I see it.
And when
then
he said parry, he meant riposte, by the way.
I guess
He meant
riposte, yeah. Speaking of delays, correct me if I'm wrong, I do think something else that makes the combat slower in this game is that your stamina has like kind of like a buffer before it comes back up.
Yeah, it does. That is a mechanic in the game. When it goes
is
all
that
the way down.
I forget if that's in 1 or 3 too, where like if it immediately starts up, because I feel like when I was watching someone, they said that it comes up a lot faster, whereas in this game it takes it's slower to load, and like there's also like a delay before it starts.
In 3, there is a bit of a delay, too. There's a little bit of a penalty for using too much of your stamina, but it's not as intense as it is in 2. 2, it's a little more slower to come back.
Okay, Parker the Rat says, parrying not being an instant response trigger is what made me not want to do it in DS2. I spent way too long practicing frame 1 parries in DS1. You and Talon both. But yeah, same here. I noticed I don't parry in this game because like it's definitely just the way you've got a delay. And I mean, to be honest, there's other way. Like I don't always feel it's necessary with most enemies. It doesn't feel like it. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's not.
Okay, so coming up to this ladder, here's gonna be another thing where again maybe I'm proven wrong, but every time I play it, I feel like the second one of these 3 enemies that you see on the screen right now, you see 1, 2, and 3, no matter where they're at, because these 2 roam, I think he might roam sometimes too, or maybe he's stationary. The second one of them sees me, all of them are going to come at me. Again, this is like the group-based aggro. Like, he's right here. He sees me and he sees me. They both, all 3 of them simultaneously come after me. And it doesn't matter. I've had instances where they're way over here, and this guy all of a sudden sees me because someone else. As long as one of them sees you, they're all going to see you. And it definitely makes it feel far more scripted. Also, Parker, I do want to ask if you're here. Have you played DS2 Vanilla, or have you only played Scholar, or have you played both? Because I've talked to a few of the Dark Souls 2 YouTubers. Some of them, they say like, well, I'm not going to play Vanilla because I'm not going to spend another $40 to get the game, which I completely, yeah, I respect that. I understand that. You don't want to spend another $40 on the same game. I'm going to be playing through both of them. I'm starting with Vanilla, and then I'll play Scholar. But essentially, like, my goal with it is to kind of show some differences in the games too. Because I do feel like there's some differences. And I haven't played Scholar enough to say if the same thing is going to happen. But in Vanilla, something I noticed a lot with these enemies particularly is there's a lot of a lot of scripted group attacks where as long as one of them sees you, all of them are going to aggro. And maybe that's in Dark Souls 1 too. I don't see it as often. Typically, I feel like the NPCs are individually based. Maybe, I feel like an example where that maybe... I have not played Vanilla. It's a... Sorry, I'm like reading, so now I'm just running around. 100% Vanilla, even though I've already done it twice since... Oh, it's a goal. Yeah, Vanilla... I haven't beaten Vanilla, I'll be completely fair. Oh, hey, the archer's over here now.
Has less...
Vanilla has... At least if you're not doing the contest of champions, there's definitely a lot less... And like, I don't know if you've been... Yeah. Because I know it's different here. Like, I mean, Parker, I'm sure you've seen this, Parker, but I mean, I'll show this too. Going up this ladder, there's way more than 3 enemies. They're all laying down, mind you. But I'm sure you've done it where... And just to show again, see, 2 of them see me, and this guy also immediately see, even though that knight was way over here, he saw me and aggroes, because again, they
Yeah,
all
that
kind
guy's
of,
just
they aggro as a group. They aggro as a group. But yeah, this area, if you run around the way I'm doing right here, I'll select it. Now this guy is sleeping and he gets up, right? So you have one instance of that happening. But in general, if I was running around like this in Scholar, yeah, there'd be like 20 enemies on me right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, there's like a shit ton of them.
Which I don't think is completely unfair, because they're all laying down, and like it's really you being
One of the most fair gank fights is optional.
It's definitely a more fair, because you can again, I'm gonna try to leave the comparisons between Scholar and Vanilla when I play Scholar next.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it changes your view of the game. So when it comes to like, it's really hard to say, because the amount I've played, the experience, if I'm not comparing Dark Souls 2 Vanilla to Scholar, I don't really, like, I'm probably not going to notice the differences, but when I'm comparing the enemy placements and how certain interactions play out, it's like a world of difference to me. Here's one, for instance, like this whole area obviously plays different. You've got 3 top enemies, and then 1 that lays down, and then you have an archer here. Now, I believe this archer is actually, more of the, it's a different mob, and he actually throws bombs, so he's not going to be hitting you as much, you know, at this distance.
Well, there's 2 of them in Scholar.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I remember,
there's 2 of 'em.
I played through it quite a bit, both, and there's a bomb person,
Mm-hmm.
and then
one
you've
that
got all
shoots
these
arrows on the other
enemies,
side.
right, that are laying down, but once you aggro them, they'll follow you. This one, you just get 3 that are aggroed, 1 that's laying down. You also have a hide knight that usually isn't here, which I like this personally so much better in Vanilla, having a hide knight, because it's an early game fight challenge. You get a reward with the sword. We're definitely going to fight him next.
Yeah.
Also, something, if you don't remember, what I don't like about Scholar is when you climb this ladder, you will have to immediately climb back down. Or if you get like this close, you have to wait, because there's an enemy up here waiting to kick you. And I think the reason they did that is because of all the enemies that are laying down. If you aggro them and, oh, you're trying to run away, let's use the ladder. The second you use the ladder, someone out of your range is going to kick you back out like, no, fuck you. It is funny, but once you know the gimmick, I find it frustrating. Again, this is a Scholar critique. It's frustrating because now that I know it, every time I just kind of have to be like, all right, hit the ladder, get off the ladder. All right, wait for him to come down so I can kill him. Now I can go up the ladder.
It's like
And
a
this
tedious-
one, it's just more tedium and very, again, feels forced, scripted. Here in Vanilla, you run up and then you have 2 enemies that are a bit further away. But they definitely block it. And I feel like this in itself would have worked, because enemies, especially the enemies down there, they can still climb the ladder. So if I have 50 enemies behind me and I think the ladder is my saving grace, but then 2 enemies are blocking this and I can't get past them because, again, there's no room, that puts you in an action. Even if they made it 3, if they need to make more enemies to compensate because you kill them too fast, there's still a way to trap you and punish you for trying to run from a group of enemies without having to climb the ladder, climb back down the ladder, wait for the enemies. I feel like if they had them up here more, like they do in this game, it would have worked, because that's still teaching you not to just run past all the enemies. It's not teaching you, but like, then if I'm not, again, if those enemies aren't following me, I don't have to do the tedious ladder grab and whatever. It's a small critique, but still, having the ability to just climb up the ladder and then kill these 2 because no one's behind me, so I don't have to worry about that, you know, on a subsequent playthrough or on a different route. Just kind of like, it shows that they really only see one scenario playing out, and they try to punish you for one scenario. And if it doesn't happen, you kind of have to compensate. Let's just move back this way. Ow. I'm not doing that jump over there where it's like frame perfect jump to get the one fucking item. Pisses me off.
Oh, what, that one?
Not this one. The one way over there when you're
Oh yeah. Well, it's not a jump. You don't need to do a jump. You just
What-
go up
what?
the ramp. Other way around. Oh, that one.
This
No, that
one.
one. Yeah.
that one
Yeah,
you do have to
no,
make the
fuck
jump.
that
What do
one.
you, yeah, no.
Fuck that one.
That one you
Yeah,
do
sorry.
have to make the jump, and it sucks.
I thought you were talking about like up there. There's an item. But
Oh,
yeah,
no. This one's not hard. This one, I mean, I might
yeah,
still fail
that
it,
That
but
was easy. How did you fail that?
well, my roll button's my jump button, so sometimes.
Oh.
Oh, wait, what the fuck?
Oh,
Hold
why
on.
did you change it? I always
There we go.
I like the so I'm probably.
I don't
default.
like the clicky one. I don't know why.
Yeah, see, I like the clicky one. I used to hate it. I used to do the double push B to do the jump. because of Dark Souls 1. I was so used to Dark Souls 1, but after getting used to like playing 2 for a long time,
I'm sure it's more consistent with the clicking on the other one.
and 3. And when you play Dark Souls 3, it's so much more consistent because sometimes when we would play, you know, PvP in 3 and we would do like the castle thing, or we'd fuck around in Anor Londo and have people invade us and shit, I would always click that and I would fall off and die immediately because I just was stupid and would jump off the thing into the abyss by accident every time when we were on the pillars
Yeah.
or the archways.
Isn't this sword usually in Scholar like a fire sword?
No.
Or am I wrong? I know there's a
think it's
fire
just-
sword you.
it's the
Oh no,
same.
fire
It's-
swords when you go
that's
further in.
later.
That's further.
Yeah,
My
that's-
bad.
that's
That's where
further.
yep. My bad. My
Yeah, it's by
bad.
the lizard that goes.
I mean, I know there's
fire
there are
spew."
some item differences. That's not like a game changer as far as vanilla versus
No,
Scholar.
this guy being here is different though. That is kind of a bit of a game changer because I think you
I
always get hide sword.
Really,
right?
yes. If you kill him, you get the hide sword, which does electric. It's pretty
think
good
that's
for early game. I like it. Also, it gives you an
Scholar
early
gets
challenge
back
if
for
you
it.
want. I like how it looks visually. You have all these like dead fucking people, and you just got this badass dude sitting right here. Hide Knights as a mob, I definitely have my critiques. It's really just, I think it's nothing that anyone hasn't already said. It's how certain attacks are telegraphed.
How do you get over there? Yeah, I just realized there's an item I probably never got in this game. I have no idea how you get over there.
I don't know if he'll do it.
Weird.
In fact, right now he's not. Because there's that, I mean, I know Parker's,
Oh
like,
yeah, that wind up attack where it's like.
well, where, like, he
Or is it-
just kind of stands there, trying to bait
Yeah,
it,
he
but...
stands there, he twists his wrist, and he's like, I'm gonna get you.
There's also that attack, which I think is kind of like right after you hit him, he tries
there
to
it is.
punish you. Yeah, that is so poorly animated. I can't
It's
stand
so
it.
goofy. I love it. It's so fucking stupid.
There we go.
It's just yeah.
The High Knight Sword here
Yeah,
as
you
an
get that
early game,
every time.
which I think is awesome.
Can't use it because no dexers.
Can I
you
duel?
You can level up.
Oh, I
No,
can't.
it-
Oh no,
it's
you're right. That's
dex,
only
it's
for
dex,
strength. That's
yeah.
for strength two-handing. You're right.
Yeah,
You're
the
right. You're
strength
right.
you can two-hand.
I'm not doing Dex for shit. Fuck that. No, I'm kidding. Dex is for bitchy. Just kidding. Yes, Scholar put all the
well,
knights
that's
in,
samurai.
in the Tower of Flame was a trash. Yeah, actually, when it comes to all the High Knights in the Tower of the Flame, I hate how it's done, but I still feel like it could have worked. Because keep in mind, they are the High Knights, so being in Hyde's Tower of Flame, it makes sense that some of them would be there. I think there's two issues. One, again, it's their animations, the way that it's telegraphed. It's telegraphed very poorly. And then two, it's the fact that the way they aggro, how they all aggro on you. I think there's just too many of them. So when you're trying, and then the Drake, the fucking Drake before
You know-
you get to old Dragon Slayer, that just makes the
That
whole
thing
area
sucks, dude.
Yeah,
I
no.
fucking hate that thing.
I would say that like Hyde's Tower is just a little bit underwhelming in vanilla, and I don't mind the High Knights being there,
It's
especially when the
overwhelming.
when the High Knights only come after you if, like, let's say again you try to take the ring, the hollow ring, like from the
Yeah.
chest, or if you
Yeah.
enter a certain area. I think where the High Knights only like aggro if you aggro them or if you get too close. I think that works out. But making them all super aggro before you've beaten all the bosses, I think that's like just unusual punishment that does not enhance the game in any way. It just makes me not want to go to Dragon Slayer. Or usually I just do him first so I don't have to deal with it. Like, it's just, I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a bit nutty.
Okay, I have throwing daggers. Do I have a bomb to
I feel
show
like what
this?
I was thinking about it. I think what would make that animation work, like what would make it better, is if instead of him like raising his wrist, going like, it would be cooler if he like.
If there
took
was like,
both his
I think there
hands
should be body movement, or like if his
Well,
like if his body's
yeah.
lowering to the ground and then he like bursts up, kind of like, you know
Well,
how
I don't
Torius
even
goes
think
down.
that's kind of goofy. That's a little cartoony. No, it'd
So,
be
well, some
cooler-
visual indicator.
It would be cooler if he two-handed it like you're holding your sword right now, but then twisted it to the right and did a slash towards you, like a run slash towards you, like a samurai. Would be probably the best looking animation for that.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's definitely ways they could have done it. Here's another weird thing. I like how you can stand like
This is
right
kinda
up
funny 'cause
here.
They've done
just-
it before.
yeah, moving back to the
do
enemy
it.
AI.
For the Outlaw Knights.
How the fuck does he not see me? Hello, hello.
There's no.
I've tried multiple things, and I have recordings, but like you throw a knife across the room, you throw a bomb in front of them over their head. they won't aggro until you enter the room or if you attack. If I throw a knife at them, they'll aggro and they'll run the other way. The second I jump in the room, like, look, I'm right there. Okay.
Hey, guy!
It's just so interesting because, like, I don't know, man. It's very interesting to me how they aggro that way. And again, there's a lot more examples, but there's definitely a lot of scripted encounters that you just don't see in the other game. Again, taking away radius-based encounters. This guy, I remember I have a recording of me standing right here, throwing a bomb over his head. It lands inches away from him. No reaction. One right behind him, no reaction. And if you actually look, like, it's not perfect, don't get me wrong. The AI can still be very buggy in 1 and 3, but if you throw something in their vicinity, they hear it, they turn, they look at it. They'll look at you. Yeah. There's some form of reaction, even if it's not always perfect, even if it's inconsistent. There is some form of reactions, and just knowing, it shows that a lot of these enemies really only aggro if you're in a certain, again, if certain conditions are met. That's what I mean by, like, conditional aggro. That's a huge thing in Dark Souls 2 that I really think doesn't help it.
If it had that,
I might die from this enemy.
Really
I'm still dog shit at this game, don't get me wrong.
If I'm being quite honest, because that would be really interesting to see them like turn and twist and move just like they do in Dark Souls 1. And that would give them a little bit more life, a little more like meaning. But they really feel dead, just even besides the fact that they're undead. They feel more dead, like cardboard. They feel like cardboard, and it's like, why?
Going back to what Parker said with the High Knights. High Knights getting all up, making it a tedious area. It's doable, but it's not something I think is fun, and I think that's the biggest issue. Is like it's just not fun. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. It doesn't even feel like a genuine challenge. It just feels like, okay, I just need to, tough this one out, I guess, because
it feels like a chore.
It is a fucking chore.
I think what would make it better is if you have, like, in Dark Souls 2 vanilla, you just have the two big guys, and then there's, like, obviously there's no Hide Knights anywhere, but it'd be interesting to have the Hide Knights near the, what was it, the Dragon Rider? You had a lot of the Hide Knights near the Dragon Rider. You got rid of the big guy with the giant hammer over there. You put the Hide Knights over there. That would be interesting.
There's a lot of placements I think they could have done to make it not only more doable, but a genuine challenge and something people would want to encounter. But
there's not really
the way
like
it's
a proximity of where they're
also
hanging
the aggro range of the Hide Knights is ridiculous. They'll see you across the fucking map, bro. It's insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
Slight difference here from, although I won't list too much one. Usually there's an archer here in Scholar, there isn't here, and I kind of like that. However, I will show another mechanically kind of interesting thing that I noticed. So, the way these guys throw bombs is just super, I like how they float. Like, it's not like a really bomb throw.
Funny.
It does look goofy. Now, something to note, the game tries to punish you when you try to get to him. So try to notice the amount of time, his timing is all spaced, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. I think it's 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So typically it's like if you're not really aggroing him, about 5 seconds. Subsequent throws about 4 to 3 seconds. Now watch what happens. Right, 3 to 5 seconds, right? So watch, he throws one. Now watch when I try to run at him. He immediately throws another one. Immediately. Come back up.
Fell down. That was goofy.
But it's something with the bomb people, because I remember when I tried to just run at him. And I'm going to try to get it to happen again. I'm not sure if he'll do it when he's... It's okay, he threw one.
That one going.
Okay, no, he won't now because now he's moving and he's willing to actually aggro me. But when he's on that branch, when you try to run at him, he'll immediately throw another, which again, that's not like a good or bad thing. Just something interesting I noticed where like, if you don't know that mechanic and you're like, oh, all right, he only throws it every now and then. I'm going to wait till he throws it and then run at him. You're actually going to have to dodge again, okay? He'll punish you that way, which it's just interesting. Now, I don't know the actual aggro range. I wish I could go into the game and look at the files because these guys will not see you until, like, you're right in his line of sight. Like,
Well, a lot of AI pathing has to do with points
like,
and lines. Like it's
Clearly,
not
this is in his
people-
range, right?
No, it's not. His range is
No.
like a line.
Sorry. Clearly,
Hmm.
in an immersive standpoint, not mechanically, his eyes, he
Right.
sees me. I'm
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah. Mechanically he doesn't, but really he would.
Yeah.
The way that they work is it's like it's a line with a cone, but sometimes that cone varies and sometimes that line varies too. And sometimes there's multiple lines. With the lines that they draw to you, that's basically typically, you know, it's their head, it's their eyes. And sometimes people don't really, you know, animate their heads turning or anything like that. With
Mhm.
Dark Souls 1, you know how like if you do something audibly, the enemies will hear that, they'll notice it, they'll turn and they'll rotate their heads and body and stuff and whatnot. They'll have a certain range to look at you and see you. And then if you step closer, then they'll start attacking you. In
Yeah.
this game, I feel that they minimized the auditorial aspect of it, and they increased the sight of the enemies. That increases the aggro within them, or you know, aggro on them that they
I
have
would
for you.
have to disagree. I think their sight is like actually like diminished. Like again, they like you said, it's by
I
a
don't mean,
line.
like, it's I'm not saying the cone's bigger. I'm
Oh,
saying the
okay. You know,
line's
I think I know what you
longer.
mean. Okay, yeah, the line is longer. And you're right about the auditorial, where like that's not as important because like you'll do a lot of audio cues and like they're deaf basically.
Yeah.
So I can understand that. Yeah. Just a small thing to note here. In Scholar, when you're opening the door, the enemy over there will come to attack you. And once again, just another weird thing about Scholar in the earlier part of the game. I don't know if it's affected later. Sometimes you have to wait, or like you'll have to go attack an enemy because it's like gotcha moments where they're like, "Oh, you try to open that door? Nope, gotcha." It'll be in here too. I'll show it when we get further. But it just light tedium. This guy, he only comes if you, I think, take the item, and then he's like, okay, now I want to fight
Yeah,
you.
then he's like, oh no, you can't do that
Neither
shit,
way is
man."
good or bad. Like objectively, it's just light differences I notice when I play the games.
I will say, in Dark Souls 3, when you're under the, where is it? Where you're going to not Pontiff Solvent, the profaned Flame Capital. Where you're going to the capital, there is a spot, that has a chest. It's a mimic chest. But in there is a bunch of rats that you have to kill. It's like in a sewer. But after you open the chest and you go back, they spawn a bunch of those stupid-ass curse frogs. And I saw how they spawn. They just phase out of the ceiling, and then they're in there. They're just in the ceiling,
It's kind of funny.
not activated. And then they, as soon as you open the chest, they slowly float down into place. If you're really paying attention. And then they start attacking you. It's really fucking funny.
Yeah.
I
So
was, like,
talking about
wondering, where the hell
the
they come from?
moving to the merchant hag, I really want to buy that axe, but I'm doing swords. It's fine.
I think the hatchet's upstairs.
It
so you
is
go
upstairs.
break
I like
it.
dual
Yeah.
wielding. Cool hatchets.
I like doing.
But there's some key items here. The blacksmith's key. Got the Ferris lockstone. 10 life gems. Yes,
Can't stop me. I'm gonna
please.
duel that axe. Can't stop me.
Once I get her to Firelink, I'll talk about life gems. I'm gonna hold back on life gems for a minute. But life gems are one of those things where, like, subjectively, I eat these fucking candy rocks all the time and I love them, but objectively, they do break the game. But, like, you know, here's me with my very biased view. No, guys, life gems are great. I love life gems.
I love that dude.
Well,
I
yeah,
can't
let's-
stop eating.
We'll get to life gems eventually. Just keep in
This
mind that I
shit
have
rockin'.
30 life gems right now, basically, and 2 Estus. Again, just perspective here.
30
Anyways.
rounds.
And that's after using like 10 of them on the golems. So here's something where something's locked, so you actually break doors. That's cool. That's new, kind of. Yes.
Some doors you can, not all, but
Well,
yeah.
not all, but like those like really wooden ones.
Yeah, the ones that are
um,
worn down looking.
Usually, I think there's a like the. Now, look at
Scholar's a little
this.
guy.
This is what I love
like,
about the way they do their weird ambushes or their weird gotcha moments. They're like,
Oh, I think it's if you open the door, he shows up.
yes, but for now, I can stand on his fuck. And he's just,
Stand right
and you
there.
see he's moving.
He's like, "Arr,
Look at
go
my
away.
toes.
Go
Look at
open
my
the door.
toes.
Get that out of my face. Go open the damn door. Yeah. You haven't watched
But
him
yeah,
in
if I
days.
open the door, and it's not immediate. Okay, and
Alright,
once you
now
enter the
now
door,
kill you.
it gets a very, very fun. So, and I think what they're trying to do is they keep it slow enough because you see like a chest, you're like, oh, I get the chest, and then he attacks you. But I mean, if you're gonna look at it like this, like you're gonna see him.
I like
Very
the idea, but
goofy. I think it's
still
funny.
kind of goofy. I like it just because like when you're opening the chest and then you see him there, you're like, oh fuck, oh he's coming. It's kind
No,
of funny, especially
again,
since you get hurt.
and I may criticize it, but like I think it's charming. Like, like again, on my
Yeah, it's
personal
just-
enjoyment, I enjoy it. I think it's very
One thing
cute.
that Dark Souls 2 has that none of the other games have, when you're opening anything, a chest, a door, anything, you can still get hurt. You could still be hurt in those moments. You will lose HP if you get smacked a little bit in those moments. Which,
Are you saying that's exclusive to
pisses me
DS2 or in
off.
all the games?
it's only in DS2. This happens only in
Well,
DS2. Every other
that's
game, you
beyond
gain
chess. It's
invincibility
all idle.
frames.
It's all idle animations. You have far less. Well, again,
Yeah.
this is my
Well,
understanding.
when you,
I could
when
be
you
wrong,
parry,
but my
you can get hurt. When you
well,
riposte, you can still get
not the
hurt.
entire time, but you have far less invincibility, like duration, while you're doing a riposte, like a parry
It's
riposte,
like
while you're doing a
centimeters. It's like
backstab.
super
While
small
you're in the
sliver of
fog well,
HP.
there are moments when you're in the fog well where you do have invincibility, but
Well,
it's
you get,
far
you'll get
less.
stunned out.
It is
You'll
far,
get stunned
and
out
yes,
of
you
it.
can, but like there are moments like it's not like you have zero invincibility frames, but it's
Yes, very good.
much smaller and it's not the entire duration the same way in the other games.
So many times when I'd run to the fucking door and
When it
Scholar,
comes
and
to
I'd just be like,
chess,
"Ugh."
I'm not against it when it comes to chess because opening a
No, it's not
chest,
that
you're
big a
trying to
deal
get a
with chess.
reward. In fact, in some ways, I kind of like that because it's a way to like if you didn't clear the whole area and you're trying to use a chest, you should get punished. I don't think you should just
Yeah.
be able to get
That's why
invincibility
it's
frames
funny when
opening a
that guy
chest.
runs up.
So getting yeah. So to me, I think with chess that's actually probably a better decision because, you know, a chest is a selfish thing. Whereas like when you're going through a fog wall to get to a boss or certain thing, yeah, you're running against enemies. And I understand I believe their reason for trying to delay those frames or giving less frames is cuz they want you to they don't want you to like exploit the game. They want you to actually have to fight enemies. That to an extent I understand the thought process, but it does make certain areas just far more tedious to get through. So that's like the unfortunate part. It does have a downside, but like I can't say whether it's always objectively good or bad. When it's an area like Iron Keep where it's like, bro, I've already cleared these enemies a few times. Can I just fucking run and fight the Smelter Demon? I'm
Yeah,
just
dude,
done with
Iron
this
Keep
shit,
and
bro.
Scholar
I'm
is
just
not
tired
fun.
of fighting 50
No one
fucking
likes
enemies to
Iron Keep,
get
bro.
so
It's
I think
bad.
that with the fog wall less iframes, it definitely affects runbacks, which is unfortunate. I would argue it's in a negative way, but I could see if someone would
Goddess of Fortune. Yeah.
we are always the goddess of fortune. What do you mean?
I know. I
Oh,
just don't
when
know
are
if
we
you
not
remember.
the goddess of
We haven't
fortune?
played this game in a while.
Get that
You're
money.
right,
Get
but
that money,
I just
son.
didn't know if you forgot.
Anyways, sorry,
Be
I'm
up
buying that. I'll explain that in a minute. I'm gonna read Parker's stuff. A chore is the best way to describe a lot of DS2. Once you've done something once, each time it's just a chore to do. My second video on DS2 was such a chore, and I reused so much footage. Yeah, I mean, again, like for me, I'm having fun now because like I get to kind of describe like things I've noticed about the game design. But if I were to just casually, like I said, I was trying to play through DS2 off stream. I couldn't fucking do it, bro.
We're like his tourists.
I was
and he's a
losing
tour
my
guide.
fucking mind. I
Welcome-
was just
Welcome to Disneyland.
I was not having a good time. So
It's not fun. But it's just, I think it's funny how the analogy there, it's just, hey, welcome to Disneyland. I'm your tour guide. Let me just show you all the sights, right? So you got this giant guy. He's a fat ass. You can smack him in the back. It's pretty cool.
yeah, so
You know what I mean? He
Dark
does the same animation.
Dark Souls
Yeah,
2
welcome to Majula.
Dark Souls 2 is like going to Disneyland,
Very
but the whole time you're standing in line for the ride. It's the 2 hours of the waiting and the feeling sore and hating it, and then it's the 3
just
minutes
like-
of fun. Then you get the 3 minutes of
like
fun.
that one
Yeah,
episode
Dark
of
Souls
Fairly
2 is the
Odd
2 hour wait for the 3 minutes of fun.
Timmy's asking his
Nah, I'm just
dad,
fucking.
So when do we get to the ride? This is the ride, and they're on an escalator.
Yeah. Also, Parker said one of the bigger praises I have for DS2 is consumable value. I will take 1 million different recovery items for magic, then spend 1 more minute with ashen flakes or cerulean tears. Hopefully
That's honestly
hopefully I understand
fair.
that.
I agree with that. It's more fun to like fuck around with cosmetic stuff that you can consume than it is to have just a flask. You must go now to get an item to upgrade your flask. You have now extra flask.
I'd say there's
You are
positives.
stronger.
I'm gonna go this way. I'll explain when I need to. There's positive and negatives to both methods. I think the issue when it comes to, nope, we're talking about life gems later. I'm holding that. That's gonna be my big rant. We're holding back on life
Personally,
gems.
I like Dark Souls 1's version of the system. Is you have humanity.
I agree. I think it's
it
the
took
best.
a while to get it. You can use it to kindle the fire. You now have.
I
a
do like how
14
experimental 2 was with trying to try different, like trying to
Yeah,
do
that
different
was-
things.
that
And
is really
I mean,
Cosmetic
something
stuff
that
is
may
fun.
not be like, some people might critique it, but I'm not even gonna try to like be critical about it. The amount of like shit you can do with your
Alright,
weapons and
that was fine.
consumables is fucking awesome. Like having the ability where it's like, all right, I have a lightning axe, I'm putting a poison gem on that shit. I'm infusing it with fire. I have a fire lightning axe with poison, and it's like, what the fuck?
It's
Like
so
that
fucking
is
cool.
insane, ludicrous, and I love it. I love that you can stack
I wish the other
statuses.
games
I
did it
love
too.
that status effects actually stack, and water plays a role in this game far more than the other games. Some people may try to be like, oh,
So
that's
good they
not
brought it back
consistent.
to
That
water.
breaks the game. Shut the fuck up. It's fun. It's fun. You know
Yeah,
how
it's
you know
fun.
how like you know how
It's
sad
one
it.
of the golden.
Because you know
things
what
in
I
the
do in
game.
Dark Souls 3? I take a lightning I take the Dragon Slayer axe that already has lightning, and then I put a lightning gem on it because I want double lightning, because that's funny and that's awesome.
Oh,
it
yeah,
it,
you could do
it
that. I think
adds
that's
player
what makes it
expression and variety. That's one of the only weapons you can do that though. With the boss weapon you can't. All right, let's see if this works.
I put my sign down.
You like how I
No!
was over him? And hold on, I will bring you in later. I gotta go through the areas first, and then I'll bring you in.
Oh,
But
good point.
you love how like I jumped over him, and my sword clearly was not on him, but it hit him. The
You almost
hitbox
stopped
for
him by
lunge
far.
attacks are just weird in this game. They're weird, and
Mhm,
like
they are.
it's where your sword
not
your
wrong.
sword directly like hits them. Whoops. Oh well. Your sword directly hits them, but like. Oh.
Right there is a fall that you can do a lunge attack. That is small enough for that because I did that earlier. I lunge.
Yeah,
yeah.
but like your
I lunge
sword
attack
could
somebody just right
come
there.
into contact with them. Oh whoops! I'm trying to see. Ow.
Oh, ow,
Ah.
well. Oh well. What the fuck?
You like how much fall damage I took from?
How does that equate to that much? Jesus.
No, fall
That's
damage
so
in
silly.
2 is just like ludicrously bad. I'm sorry. I was trying to go through this as intended. Now I'm just gonna cleave through enemies. My bad.
Leave them. Rip and tear.
This is my fault. What am I doing?
Says every Dark Souls 2 player imaginable.
What am I? What am I doing?
What am I doing?
No, we're gonna restart this. We're gonna restart this. I fucked up. I'm trying to show it as intended because that's like my big goal. I'm not trying to.
And then you say that in
Because,
Dark Souls 3, like,
Parker, one thing I will say, I'm very critical of this game. Very critical, but I still like it. I just try to be honest about it. The one thing I really dislike about the DS2 community in general when it comes to critiquing this game, oftentimes, is like disingenuous critiques, like where they try to blow it up. I've kind of noticed it as I've gone through, and I really don't, because the thing, there's enough to critique, there's enough to shit on in Dark Souls 2. It's not that hard to find things that are wrong with this game, like the issues in this game, right? There are plenty of things that you can find. You don't have to fucking scrounge for something that isn't true. And when it comes to like spamming in this game, yeah, there are definitely areas like areas where like a bunch of enemies, but for example, when you go up the ladder in Scholar, right, and all of the infantry people are sleeping, and if you run past them all, now you have 20 enemies. I'll oftentimes see that as video footage used as evidence. You see how unfair this game is. You see how I'm such in an early game level, and they think that it's fair that they throw 12 enemies on me, and I'm like, okay, buddy, you woke them up. They don't all just aggro on you. You have to run through. That's what the game's trying to teach you. Take it one at a time. Be smart. Dark Souls 1 teaches you that. Don't just run all the way through if you're going to fight the enemies, because then you're going to, Oh, love that plunge
That's,
attack. Beautiful.
It's kind of funny too how each and every one of these games launched and the amount of people that played these games with each and every one of their experiences, a lot of them had a pretty similar experience. Some people played Dark Souls 1, other people who didn't play Dark Souls 1 got to experience this one for the first time, and their experience of that whole aggro system was this game.
Yeah, and
So
even
it's
like
it's very interesting.
So I don't know if you know, Parker, who Feeble King is. I think he's funny. I like most of his videos, but I will say there's certain critique, like there's certain things I'm gonna have to kind of call him out for because like, because you know my main video is I want to just go through everyone else's video and just critique other people that talk. I'm talking about people that talk about Dark Souls 2, but you know I have to play the game like all the way through a couple times before I really have critiques. Feeble King, I think when he made his first video on Scholar, he was in the contest of champions and didn't realize it. So he had like a like an inflated, like, look at how many enemies there are. This is unbearable. This game is pure torture. And I'm like, bro, you have the contest of champions. What are you doing? No wonder there's 50 enemies at the beginning. Yeah, you have the fucking hard mode on. To get off of it. Like what are you doing? Or like he would like set a place new game plus twice and he's like, why are they so hard? Like there's certain times where and again, I try to look at the video footage that's complementing the critique being made to kind of see what they're trying to convey. Alright, so we get through here, back to this game. So far this is fair. This is actually an area that I think Scholar improved a little bit. Because you typically have like the turtles, but the turtle guys, but they're all spaced out, right? Now let's see if I can find... Now you would not see this generally. And I'm not going to attack them first. But look up there. Let me try to get a better angle.
Or that.
God damn it!
Or that, that works too. That'll give you a good
The
view.
it in question, of course, is the enemy placement. Exactly, because that's my big thing. I feel like I fell into a hole with my videos. Definitely didn't explain my thought. That's okay, man. I mean, to me, I felt like, at least your first video that I saw, Parker, I felt like your main thing was just trying to highlight, like, you yourself said, there are issues with this game, but I'm not going to go into them in depth because the main thing that you wanted to do is you wanted to kind of just explain the things you like about the game. And I think that's fair. Again, you weren't trying to be like, this is a critical analysis of the game. You made it very clear what your video was about and what you were trying to highlight. And that's why, like, out of all, like, Dark Souls 2, like, defense type videos, I really appreciate it because you weren't trying to say that this is an all-inclusive review of the game. You're just trying to highlight some of the things that may be overlooked when people are overly, not really critical, but when, like, they dogpile on the game and act like there's no redeeming features when, like, that's just not true. Again, if we're going to be fair, there's good and bad things, but you have to look at it as a whole. So... when there's people saying, here's me critically analyzing the game, it's all bad, there's not anything good about it, and they like skip over things that may be good, they overinflate problems, like that's my issue, is when someone's disingenuous on both sides, whether you defend the game, whether you hate the game, whatever spectrum you fall on. The biggest issue really is like your intention, like going in, like saying what your intention is, and then like how you back that up. So when I see people who are like saying that they're critically analyzing the game, they're being fair and critical, but then they're purposely avoiding things that may be decent about the game, and then going into Contest of Champions, inflating things like that. Again, if your video was, this is gonna put at rest to all the hate, this is why Dark Souls 2 is actually a good game and why you shouldn't shit on it, I would have more issue with your video, because those are the ones I'm really kind of criticizing, is people saying this is actually a good game, you're all mistaken, this is why it's good, and then they completely avoid talking about anything critical, anything bad about the game. They'll never talk about ADP, and if they do, they're like, well, just level it, see, it's not actually an issue, you guys just think it's an issue. And it's like, no, you're avoiding criticism, you're deflecting it. But again, you came into it saying this isn't a critical video about the game. I just see a lot of shit on this game, which is true. A lot of people shit on this, sometimes to an unnecessary extent. You just wanted to highlight the good facets of the game, so I didn't... Why is this keep happening to me?! Thank you, I was able to make that obvious. The reactions I got from the community...
Again,
Parker, okay, so I had one video that had a lot of, I guess, like, enough traction, or like, community interaction. It was a Castlevania video. The one thing I've learned is that no matter how clear or concise you're gonna make something, Parker, no matter how much you make something look, they don't give a fuck. All right? Like 30% of your comments saw the title and the thumbnail. That's all they saw. They didn't watch your video. Like, look at your analytics. Like, that will tell you more than anything. I looked at my analytics when I was defending something that was like, it was kind of more controversial. And I still get if people disagree with me. There were people like making criticism or saying like, oh, you're such a shill, you said this, this, and this, right? And it's like, bro, go 5 minutes into the video. I clarify this. I talk about this directly in the video. At the end of the day, I hope you don't take too much. Like, it's good to take criticism for sure. And sometimes people have something genuine to say, and, you know, no video is going to be perfect. Maybe there are things to criticize. But at the end of the day, a lot of the people that comment on your videos, they already have a position before they watched it. They already have a preconceived notion of what they're going to say and do the second before they even watch it. And then they don't really listen to you. They hear what they want to hear, and they hear you in a way that's like, oh, see, he's so wrong. Oh my gosh, I can't believe, like, people are always going to be like that. Someone who hates Dark Souls 2 is always going to hear a defense as a cope. And anyone who defends the game, white knights the fuck out of the game, is always going to hear a criticism as unnecessary hate. That's just how people are. It's crazy.
People like to be contrarians.
Anyways, time to shit on this game again. So moving back to this part of the game. So what I really hate about this, and again, DS2 fixes this. Scholar fixes this. Scholar doesn't have this issue. When you go into this cave, you'll see what happens. But look at these enemies that are in an area that is very hard to reach if you can at all. Look at how they're just crowd. I don't know if you can notice that. They blend in really well. They're kind of huddled in a very awkward position.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, see, it takes you a minute to look at them, right?
I didn't even know they existed.
So the reason I know they exist, again, I was trying to get footage for this game. Also, I love how I'm like basically balding now because of how many times I've died. But let's get through this, and I'm gonna show you what they do. And when I first encountered this, I spent an hour in this area just trying to figure out where are they? What the fuck is happening? How are they? Are they just teleporting into the game? Because the way these characters come in is fucking ridiculous, man. Like, it's absolutely nutty. And this is where DS2 really shows like its worst colors. I won't say completely true colors. Again, DS2 has good and bad moments, but this is like highlighting kind of the worst of the game and like the main issues I have with its level design. Because, you know, when it comes to the Souls games, so the thing I value most is the level design, the enemy placement. Of course, I love the lore, but when I'm playing the game, the gameplay, the enemy design really matters. Now, you can see them a little bit better here. I'll be fair. You can see him right here on the fucking... It just looks awkward. Like, look how his hands, like... So you can see him right here, and his friend you can only see his friend when you're all the way up, you know? Or at least it's a lot easier. You can technically hit them with a bow. I don't think I have the dex for it. You can technically hit them with that, but it's a little difficult. So I guess if you want to counter that way, I think if you jump off this branch, I'm not going to do it because I'm not trying to die from fall damage again. If you jump off that branch, you can find the point. But this looks entirely like out of bounds, so it's just a really odd area. Does. It's such an odd area that doesn't have a benefit to be up there anyways. I think there's an item there. There's one item. There's an item there in Scholar, not in this game. Also in Scholar, there's a turtle in here, and there's no item, which I don't really mind because the item in here is just a basic helmet that you get from drops, so that's kind of funny. We'll wear it. Fun little differences that I know about the games. Moving into here, watch this. So you run into here, right, and I've cleared all the enemies. You saw it was clear that I cleared all of the enemies. Now I'm trying to... Oh, shit, that guy's coming after me, right? Now they still haven't... Oh, there they are. So if I wasn't paying attention back there, I'm like, oh, I just want to open this chest. These guys come out of butt fucking nowhere. Butt fucking nowhere. And it's like...
These guys.
Yep.
Okay.
They're up there. I might die, actually, because I... Doesn't mean I'm good at this. Life gem.
Oh, hey. Oh, hey.
That's right, life gem, baby. It's still going. It's still going, boys.
It's so good. It's AVP.
Give me my life gem back for my life gem. And there's the fire longsword. Sorry, that's where it was. But yeah, so you don't deal with that in Scholar. Scholar, there's no gank. You go through here. None of the enemies are up there. It does not do that.
You gotta deal with the turtle.
well, yeah, the turtle, but like the turtle, you already like you fight him before entering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's fair. You get a reward for the challenge.
Some people will probably run through and just.
This
like,
one,
not
I
fight
remember
the
when that first happened to me. I was like, wait, did I miss enemies? I go through the area again, and I'm like, no, I got it. Where are they coming from? I was so perplexed. Like I was so just. It was
Yeah.
odd. It was very odd.
I mean, they do that in the Souls games. Like I said, Dark Souls 3
And
has that
I'm not
part.
saying Scholar doesn't do. Scholar definitely will put enemies in out of bounds zones
Yeah.
that fuck with you, and it's annoying, or in just hard to get zones. But I will give Scholar
They
credit
don't do
for
that in
this
one.
area. They fixed that. They made this area overall a lot better with its enemy placement and just more fair, and just took away something that shouldn't have been an issue to begin with, but it's fine. All right. So that's that area right there, pretty much all done. Another
For like
fun
2 seconds,
fact,
I thought I
I know
heard
it's a
monkey
glitch,
scream.
but when you're like up there, you can jump. If you have enough ADP, you can jump to the tree giant. I think some people do that.
Oh wow, huh? How do you do that with the ADP? What?
No, not with ADP. It's like a glitch. Like you glitch yourself up on a platform and then you jump all the way. I've seen it on like YouTube. It's funny.
Oh weird.
But you can go to that area and like get the items you need and stuff. I don't know
Huh.
if people do it in speedrunning, or probably not, because the glitches you can do in speedrunning can get you so much quicker elsewhere. Like if you're gonna glitch speedrunning,
But
it's
yeah, 'cause
like
the map's not really what it seems. So you just
no,
gotta
bro,
put
it's
yourself
all
in a
in
certain
itself.
area.
Like yeah, I just remember that IGN 14-minute speedrun they did of Dark Souls 2 that they showed, and gosh, it was so interesting.
So weird. Everything is
sorry, let
just
me go back
not
to
connected the way you
Parker.
think it is.
Oh yeah, I learned minute 1 that people will eat you alive. I've been peeling my analytics apart every month since then. Just how YouTube or people are. Yeah, and I mean, I hope it doesn't bring you down, because honestly, I feel like hate comments, they reinvigorate me. They make me happy. Because when I realize, like for me, sometimes I'm nervous about my arguments. Like when I'm arguing something, or if I'm trying to like debate something, at first I might be worried like, man, maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm uninformed. But I give my take. I try to say why I believe it. And then I see someone in the comments, nah, you dumb as shit. Nah, fuck you, bitch. And I'm like, I feel better. But I'm like, okay, no, they're even a bigger tard than I am. I don't feel that bad anymore. Like, you know, like that's how it is, really. So it doesn't bother me anymore. It makes me happy. It honestly reinforces my own idea. You know what? That's right. That's fucking right. So I will bring you. I want to go through this area first. Once I get that shortcut, I'll bring you in.
It's gonna be so long.
I'm sorry. I know, but again, I'm critically analyzing. I want to show everything there is.
Analyzing.
Once I have that area in fact, I am gonna hit an effigy because I want my health back.
Might as well go kill the giant.
Hey, just watch your soul memory, dude. I'm only at
I know.
I'm only at 14k.
I'm at 3. Get better, scrub.
So
I
are
already
you the
killed
big wave?
Yeah, that's me.
Alright, cool.
That's already me.
Just making sure that's you.
Alright. The big
Oh no, I love all my comments and I know what I was meaning. Take the criticism. Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of people, especially like, I don't know, like friends were like, at first they're fine, but it's the overwhelming amount that really does them in, and it's like, man, bro, don't worry, it's just the internet. Like, yeah, people are assholes.
Well,
Just laugh. It makes me happy.
Yeah. But people also like to have if what you're saying doesn't really fit or structure a narrative that they're enjoying,
Then
they
they're
get
gonna
really-
argue with you. Yeah, again,
They're gonna
anyone
argue
who
because it's in
hates
their
Dark Souls
benefit.
2 is gonna hate any defense video, no matter its reason or being. Even if it's a video
funny
that
how-
legitimately says, this isn't a great game, it
very
has issues,
political.
these are just things I like about the game. Now you full of shit, defending you cock DS2 cock fucker, and like that's just all they'll do, because that's how crazy people are.
And
All right,
then
coming in
and then you ask
here.
them like, hey, wait, do you actually like hate Dark Souls 2? It's like, no, I never even played the game. I just really like Dark Souls 3. Fuck that game, dude. It's like, oh, okay.
This guy
It's
runs
like,
very fast when he
alright.
aggroes on you, I remember. Typically he'll aggro pretty close, but if he aggroes further away from you, he'll like do a speed run, which I think is kind of funny. This guy, this is another where, like you said, it's the point line. He doesn't get up until I'm
Yeah.
like right there. So
Yeah,
they kind
he
of
doesn't
wait
get
for
up.
you. Another
They don't-
one,
they don't
even
have
more
circle.
extreme than that though, is this guy right here. Now here's another guy laying down very tactically, right? Definitely not gonna find this one. But you know, I step on his feet. I'm all up in his shit. Nothing. I go in here. Nothing. It's like, obviously I see him, but if I go for the item... Okay, now he gets up. See, like, it's very scripted bases, and it's just... I find this this isn't, like, make the game worse too much. Like, it doesn't make it terrible, but I really do think that, like...
It makes it feel gamey.
It does,
Like,
and
not
it
the
doesn't
best
immerse
way.
me. These don't feel like actual individualistic, like, you know, hollow. And again, like, hollows will set traps, you know, they'll do certain things. They're not completely unintelligent, but like to this level, they're not. It does just make them feel like robots. They react when you initiate a trigger.
Yeah.
In fact, here's another one. Hey, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm staring right at his ass. Just
Yeah.
crouched.
Yeah. You know, if I am to be honest, I really like the Dark Souls 1 AI the most out of all the AI in the game. I like them a lot.
I like
Fun.
threes because when three is pretty solid, but when it bugs out, it bugs the fuck out. Like the dogs
it's
when they
insane.
teleport, that shit's funny.
Dude, it's hilarious. They go they go in between objects and shit. They run so fast.
But yeah,
in that game.
again-
It's too much.
Can make all this move. I can run. Does not
like-
give a shit, right? Like, look, does not care.
Yeah,
Does
no, he does not care.
clearly, maybe they are deaf. Who knows? Maybe that's part of the lore. It's not until you start going here, because the main reason they do this is they want them to hit you when you're going through the fog wall.
Yeah.
Maybe it's trying to teach you. And you know what? Maybe I could forgive it if the goal
your
is
surroundings
it's
before you
trying to
exit.
teach the player that fog walls are not your saving grace like they were in Dark Souls 1. And what better way to show it than one enemy that hits you to show, oh, he actually can cancel you out of the animation. So maybe it's just trying to teach you that. I see it as ganky and unnecessary. I'm gonna go this area another time. Well, I need the key anyways. But yeah, just another scenario where it's like, you know, fog walls are not your saving grace. Now they are your burden.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you get a firebomb?
Now watch this guy.
Fuck. What? I didn't know he did that.
Yeah, he falls off the castle wall.
What the fuck?
Let me make sure I did get a firebomb. If not, I can just really quickly run back. You know, let me just really quickly run. Oh,
Okay.
there's another one.
No,
Hey, buddy.
What?
See, that's what and again, when you look at it from an outer view or when you look at where their original position was, you can see how they aggro and why, and it is really interesting.
So goofy.
It's goofy, and it does make me laugh. And again, if you're just mindlessly playing the game, you're not going to notice these things. This is stuff I only noticed when I started analyzing where are the enemies placed, how do they react, do they react when I do something, what conditions are met, right? Like, that's the main thing that I'm kind of looking for when I'm, like, playing this game. I'm really trying to analyze it. And Dark Souls 1, like I said, Dark Souls 1, when I analyze the enemy placement, the level design, what it's trying to get you to do, the amount of ways you can approach it, that's what I love. The amount of ways you can approach, like, most of areas, most enemies, so many ways that are optimal, that work just fine, that are casual friendly, that are pro friendly. It's really fun. And like, when you think about like a new player encountering the Taurus demon right away, you've got this big demon on a narrow bridge and you've got like 2 archers. That's overwhelming. That's scary. I remember when I played, like, I was scared. Like, it genuinely was like, how the fuck am I supposed to do this? How can I even dodge? But then you realize all the shit you can do. Also, oh, he fell.
That sounds a little bit more like you're pissed off in that moment than scared.
Anyways,
How can I even dodge this? What the
I was
fuck?
again, I'll do all this area later. I'm gonna mostly skip through here, and just stop here to kind of talk about this one. Once I actually played through the game and I realized, oh, you can get gold pine resin. There's black fire bombs in this chest. They give you, you know, climb up the ladder, kill the archers
they give you
first.
supplies.
Plunge attacking. If you're worried about plunging attacking and then he'll attack you on the bridge, just climb up and let him come to you. Now you have an arena to fight. You have so much more room to fight. The amount of shit that they give you in Dark Souls 1 at your disposal, the amount of ways you can play that are optimal, that are pro and noob friendly alike. There's just so much you can do leading up to the boss that gives you an advantage, a tactical advantage, something that I just grew to appreciate that, like, wow, I just wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. I wasn't taking advantage of the tools and the resources the game was handing me. Because, like, honestly, prior to that, I never used pine resin. I never threw bombs. I didn't realize the power they could have both early game and later. Like, pine resin's super useful late game, and I almost never use it. So seeing how it was, it's just like, yeah, Dark Souls 1, I have a lot of appreciation for it solely on that level. 2... So basically, we're gonna get to this next part of the game, and I'm gonna be killing these enemies here. Usually there's a turtle here in Scholar, there's not. There's just halberd
You're not
knights.
using the fire sword.
That's a good question. I mean, I'm gonna just level up and switch to the hide knight sword. So
Oh, that's fair.
I'm not gonna bring him in. I'm gonna do that with you because I want to test him.
Not gonna level up Dex. Oh, not gonna level. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, fuck
buddy.
Dex. Something I
Gotta
do think
level
is
it up,
funny.
use it.
So you have this guy that throws fire bombs, right? And you would think that they're trying to tell you, oh yeah, he'll hit these, right? He doesn't. He can't.
He never.
At least,
yeah,
well,
he never
maybe
does.
he can. I've never been able to get him to do it for me. So.
Once. I got him to do it once.
Okay, so it is possible.
Once. And that was so lucky, and he overshot it. Like, he was trying to hit me, but he just ended up overshooting it over my head. And
I don't know how you
rolled,
feel
and it
about
exploded.
the guard break. I actually like the animation
It
in this
feels-
game.
It feels good.
In
I don't
fact,
mind it. I think it's perfect.
something. There we go. And there we
Both the
go.
kick
The
and
first
the
shortcut
smack,
in the
I like.
game, and one of the last. We are nearing the end of the shortcuts, my friends. That's one of the few that you get.
Yeah, then everything else becomes very linear.
Yeah. But something I failed to mention when I was talking about the small things to appreciate about DS2 that I feel like people don't. Like I was mentioning the interface, dual wielding, being left-handed. Something I do also appreciate is the way that, one, kind of the animations, like, I mean, a kick is cool, but I do think this makes a lot more sense to, like, push someone's shield out of the way, like, bashing it out. I think that's really interesting, very unique. The way you hold the sword two-handed is also, I forget the YouTuber, there's a YouTuber that does, like, sword shorts, and he'll talk about, like, Dark Souls, and he'll talk about video games, are video games accurate? Like, is For Honor accurate to, like, actual
I've seen that
sword
guy.
fighting? That
Yeah,
guy.
it's actual sword
He
fighting.
had a segment on Dark Souls 2 talking about how, like, he actually really loves the holding of, like, yeah, if you're holding it one hand, you'll hold it straight, but when you're two-handed, you actually will hold it because the way it allows your opportunities, if you're gonna do if you're gonna do an underhanded swing, you're already in that position. Like it's the
Yeah, you hold
proper
it
kind of
downward.
position. And I really like that. Like I'll say what Dark Souls 2 does best, in my opinion, is those small details that almost nobody notices that you can really appreciate once you see them. You're not really going to be thinking about them when you play the game, but when you do kind of like sit back and think, you're like, you know what, there obviously was love put into this game. That, like, this is proof that the developers did care, that the animators, the designers, they weren't trying to make a game with all these flaws. It's just an unfortunate byproduct of the development of, you know, just certain things that didn't line up. You can tell they really
wanted to
did.
make
They
an
really
amazing
did care.
RPG.
So when people, that's my issue, is when people kind of play up the incompetent developers, how they should all get fired,
It's not even true.
all these
It's not
fucking
true.
idiots. It's like, a lot of these people went on to work on Dark Souls 3 and
It's
Elden
just
Ring.
the
Again, I've been
vibe.
looking at the staff. I'm
Yeah.
going to mention that in my video. A lot of these people, and think about it, they had to make a sequel to a fucking legacy-made game. Like, a game that has a fucking legacy at this point.
Well,
And it's the first
Interesting how it
sequel of its
developed into
kind.
that.
And what did they do? Did they play it safe? Nah, bro. They did everything they did to make this game as unique as it is. Now, again, that didn't always play in their favor. Sometimes they fucked up.
Yeah.
But
It's an experiment of a game.
at the same time, you have to respect the effort. But I respect the effort put into it because it's... you know what? The fact is, they didn't dick ride Dark Souls 1. They tried new shit. They definitely tried new shit. And, like,
It wasn't an ass-ass's
whether it
game.
works or not, like I said, beyond, yeah, I get pissed off at ADP. I get pissed off with certain things. I appreciate what they try. All right, let's bring you in, buddy. Park of the Rat. Soul memory levels are unfriendly to farming. I don't know if that was mentioned before. Yeah, no, that's something I was
Yeah,
gonna
that was
bring up.
mentioned.
You can't farm if you're doing co-op. Exactly. It kind of hurts the co-op of the game. And again, when it comes to farming or like
thought we were-
like I said, something that hurts is, let's say you're a new player. No, this way, buddy. We're going to
I
fight the
wanna kill
pursuer.
him. I want to parry the guy.
Okay, bitch. Anyways,
I parried
as
him.
you're doing that, so something I forget what I was talking about. Anyways, let's go to the pursuer. Oh, sorry. We're talking about soul. Yeah, I did bring up in Soul Memory that for new players, it can really hurt the new player experience, especially if you're getting. It's not as bad now because not as many people invade, but I can only imagine that when the game was more popular and there was invasions going on, and maybe even nowadays, if you're bad at the game, you're dying multiple times, your soul memory's going up because you keep killing the same enemies. But maybe you can't use all those for leveling because you lose your souls, but your soul memory stays the same. You're going to go up against people that are not only more experienced, but people with far higher levels, or like who have higher levels than you, and you're not going to have a good time. It's going to be unfortunate. Let's get through here. We're going to go straight towards the pursuer. Do not kill him, okay? I don't mind if you do a little bit of, well, because we got to run some tests. And I don't want him to die because I want to fight him at the other area too. Again, for the video, like there's things I want to showcase.
I was like, you mean that guy?
No, kill all these guys.
Random dude.
The pursuer. We're not gonna kill him. We're gonna run some tests and then we're gonna fuck off. But like, co-op,
Okay.
I do kind of need co-op to see if this is real because I haven't tested it myself. I saw Domo 3000 talk about it. And Domo is someone I have Domo, he uses an AI voice, which is kind of annoying, but he gets into like the game, he'll do mechanics and shit like that. So like I do appreciate the work he's put towards like showing facts and displaying things, but sometimes it's really hard for me to believe he's being objective and that he's not being disingenuous. Again, it's going to be a big segment in my video, and that's why I want to test some of this shit too, because as much as I appreciate the work he's put into, there's certain things that he does that I'm like, I just can't say, like he says it's objective, but some, like we'll actually get to it. There's certain things that I find disingenuous about his arguments, but we'll get there. And I don't think he's the worst one. There's worse ones. I do like that you were able to have a chance at fighting the boss. Seeing him come in here on the eagle, the pursuer, I think in some ways he's underused. I think he's such a cool boss. Now we can do a little bit of damage to him, but again, we're not killing him, okay?
I'm not even looking at him.
So that right there, that stab attack, this is where we're going to need help, Talon. So, Domo 3000 said that when it comes to a grab attack like a stab, that he needs to be, I think he needs to be aggroed on me. When he's aggroed on the host, the summon will not get stabbed. So what I need you to do is when he does the blue thing, I need you to run, to intentionally run into it, okay?
Okay.
Like,
Oh,
not now.
shit,
When he's aggroed, no, when he's aggroed on me. Because he was still aggro. If he's aggroed on me, and he's trying to hit me with it.
Oh, okay. Alright, then I guess I'll just stay away.
Yeah, just try to be in the range so that if he does...
I'm trying to. It's a little weird. He's now locked onto me for some reason.
It'll be
What was
tough.
that?
It may take us, you know...
Yeah, this is gonna be.
We may have to do it on another portion.
Oh. Damn
Yeah,
it!
but try... Yeah,
Oh,
no, it's okay, we'll get there.
it's
But
so hard.
when that happens, run
We're
into
just
it.
gonna lock off, 'cause
Have
then I
him,
can
have
run
him, yeah,
faster.
have him hit you when that happens.
Okay.
I'll smack him around my fist, so he stays aggro on me.
Yeah, careful though. Don't get too hurt.
I'm fine. I fought him so many times. What the fuck?
What the fuck? He just didn't like.
Get
your
over here,
cover.
bitch!
What the hell? What was up with that? That was so weird. I'm gonna get some heal. You should probably heal too.
I'm fine.
Okay. Well, he's being really weird. Can we?
I
can
do
we-
love his... Personally, I love the Pursuer's moveset, though. I think it's really
Is he
good.
going? Yeah, he's still going for you. It's very predictable sets, unfortunately. But yeah. it's
He's
good
he's like one of the first bosses you encounter.
Get-
Of course
get
it's gonna
outta
be
there.
predictable.
Get out of there.
He's not gonna be the most challenging thing. He's he's one of the first bosses. He's a potential
Oh.
first boss.
Thought I was in range to parry.
Come on, do it. There.
Ah!
It's alright. We'll try it.
Close.
You got in my way, you
Ow.
fuck.
Sorry.
It's alright. I have 30 life gems to spare.
I literally only have 2.
Oh, I should have went into that. Because again, if he's
was
locked
on
on,
me.
if he's locked on to someone else, here, let's try that. Because you're pretty good. Let me see if I can run into his stab.
Harry.
How
what
about
the hell?
let's do this. When he aggroes onto you, or when he aggroes onto one of us.
Wait, did you see his sword go blue and he didn't? Oh, he didn't do it on my screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
I tried
is.
to. It just
So
said
when he
blue
aggroes on one of
and he
us,
slashed.
run to the left. Run to the left so that he targets us to the left, and then the other person will like be there. You know what I mean? I'll keep just circle strafing to the left, no matter what. Like whatever attack he does, that's gonna be my position. And then same for you. If he does the sword
Alright, so we're
thing,
just going around
if
him
he
in a
does the
circle,
if he does the
basically.
sword thing, go to
Ah.
not
sorry.
quite. It's a tight
I
hitbox,
tried
by
to
the
keep
way.
it there.
It's okay. I'll stay relatively close.
That looks so bad. Whoa, he's just lagging. Holy crap, he like lagged so bad there.
Well, it's an old game. It makes sense.
Oh,
See?
weird.
See that? Yeah. So something I learned about the
Ow.
game is if he's locked on, and I'll see if he does it to you. If he's locked on to somebody else, and this is any character, it's just the Pursuer is the first one you can use as an example. If a grab attack or a stab grab attack, I don't know if it works with just grab attacks like the ogres, but I'm sure it does the same. When it is a grab attack, if he is focused on someone else, like locked onto me, and it hits you, it'll only stagger and do minimal damage.
Oh, that was gonna get you.
It will, yeah. But I mean, we've already seen. I showed you, right?
Oh yeah.
So that's something
oh, wait,
to
are we
keep
just
in
actually
mind.
Fighting him now?
I think it's
do you
best if we
wanna
leave
actually
because
go?
again, I'm gonna go back to him on the second
wait,
phase.
But he gives you like a ring.
Yeah, but
Okay, well I guess you're getting out of the right manner. Oh well.
I know that you get a bonus, but I want to encounter him
wow.
in his boss arena because it further shows more
Oh yeah, gameplay mechanics.
more gameplay mechanics. I want to further analyze them. I'll show what happens when you do get stabbed, stuff like that. I want to make sure I show that stuff first, and the build up to his boss battle. There's a lot of things because if I were able to encounter him again, then I would have, but it's not necessary. I'll try to go through areas and then you can follow because I still want to show you know like
that's what I'm
the
doing. That's what I'm doing.
Here's another area where this is kind of a slightly okay. The AI is probably gonna. Did he die to the fucking ballista?
Yeah, he did.
They
do
killed his
that.
friend,
Yeah.
and he kind of ran into it because he was trying to get you.
Yeah. You noticed, huh? It was funny.
Yeah, that's the fun part about the co-op is
Aw.
definitely the
The goofy AI breaking.
because the AI just doesn't know what the fuck to do. It already has a hard enough time with one person. Bring another one in here.
It's
Holy
kinda funny how
shit.
animations are hyper delayed too when you're in multiplayer. Like I'm spinning around normally on my screen, but then on his screen I'm just like standing and slightly rotating to like.
Yeah,
10
I mean the
degrees.
fact that it still works is pretty impressive knowing how Dark Souls 1's initial netcode was.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a cool thing. So this is a door that doesn't open. You would think you would go around. Usually in a game when it says does not open from this side, it means you find a different area. But just like he's about to show, if you attack the door like as if you're knocking, yes. I hear him.
Hello, anyone there? Hello.
Now this will only happen in like one other instance in the entire game, but the fact that it's a thing is kind of cool. A little bit underused, not further expanded. I wish it was, but again, there's a lot of like interactive things in Dark Souls 2. They're all unique.
Yeah.
They're all pretty interesting, but you know, and I would even say up to this point in the game, the level design's fairly decent. And even though, like I said, I've been criticizing a lot of the like kind of the small inconsistencies. I mean, I'll give credit that like get the fuck out of my way before I black crystal you, bitch. That's what I thought.
I was about to do well. What is it?
Anyways, as I was trying to say, part of it that I really like is having all the interactive stuff, having all this unique stuff. You can see they're trying new things that probably weren't further expanded. I forget what I was saying. I'm not gonna lie. Oh well, let's keep going. So I need you to
what is
stand
it?
right behind me.
That's a bad one. You don't want to. Yeah. Oh, I hate that one.
No, I know that one. That one's kind of like does way too much damage, and I get the trap chests are a thing, but just kind of think of how goofy this is. A crossbow, like a crossbow comes out and shoots 5 directional arrows. I don't know
Show
about
mechanic.
y'all. It's so weird
Show
to
it.
me. Huh? It's over. I already opened it.
No, you can break this. You can break chests. Show it. Show that you can break chests. See?
Okay,
There you go.
you can break
Mechanic.
chests, but when you break a chest, you can't. The item turns to
Well, when it-
rubbish,
well, yes.
and you
yes,
can never get that item again.
Yes, a mechanic only in this game.
Well, so awesome. Which is why you'll see some dip fuck AI asshole, like an AI, like the fucking Vikings in the one area, start breaking
they-
chests, and it's like, stop it, you asshole!
It's funny.
All right, now we're going
It'd
here.
be so awesome if they just programmed one
Hello
AI
there.
to solely break a chest, and
Travelling
it
all
just
alone
like
in these
you
treacherous-
see that.
Well, I hope you
Hey,
have a
no,
ve- oh,
no, don't do it.
hogwash. Who am
No,
I
no,
to
no, no, don't do it.
judge?
It's like the squirrel from Emperor's New Groove. That's like,
My
no,
name is
don't do it.
Pate.
Mhm.
I
Cusco's
journey
like,
hither and
no,
thither on a
don't
sort
make a
of
noise. I mean,
treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there.
Hey, fucking-
There's
Just
talk of unsavory
savor and
entities
bonded.
that prey upon
So
the
here's
travelers
Pate.
like yourself.
The half counterpart of Patches, one of two.
Oh yes, there's treasure in there.
I really like
I'm with
Pate,
this warrior
honestly, a
you see.
lot as a character.
I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed.
What sucks is whenever Pate and Creighton fight, I typically want to kill Pate only because I like Creighton's armor more and I want it. You know, he gives it to you when you do that. But Pate as a character is so much more interesting. I love how he acts charismatic. He does these things where, oh, he's warning you before you go in there. It's a trap. Surely it wasn't him that did it to you, right? But like, clearly he's playing some type of game. Like, he's such an interesting character. Now, I like Patches, but I am one that I'll say Patches not being in this game is fine. You know? It does not hurt the experience. I'm going to Black Crystal you. Anyways. Coming into here, this is apparently a trap. So you walk in and door closes. So I want to show this. I want to show this. You've got a guy back here, a guy right here, and then one more up here. 3 enemies, right? Not the craziest. I would argue they could put in a few. There's going to be more enemies as we go along, but you aren't really going to get hounded unless you rush, which maybe if you're nervous you would rush. So, you know, it makes sense. And like this, there's an item there, so you're like, oh, I'm gonna get that item, and then, you know, you've got a few enemies coming in, so if you weren't, you know, cautious, you could get punished. Now this is something I'll talk about. This isn't gonna make sense, but Domo 3000, the AI objective facts about Dark Souls 2, this is an area where I started questioning a lot of his research and the things he said. Don't kill them all, don't kill them all, I need to see them. But he was making fun, he was critiquing someone else's video about this game where they were trying to say vanilla is better than 2. And he said in vanilla that in Scholar, this place is just unfair and annoying. Whereas in vanilla, it's far more bearable. And Domo's counter was, there's actually more enemies that you have to fight through in Pate's Trap in vanilla than in Scholar. So you're being disingenuous. And the reason I really didn't like that argument is because he's not wrong, but it's not right either. Like, he is not wrong. I believe there is about 9 enemies throughout Pate's Trap, but they're scattered by 3s. There's 3 in the first part. There's 3 right when you try to get this item. And then there's 2 or 3 on the stairs, right? 9 enemies. Now, there is about, I think, 7 enemies that attack you in Pate's Trap and Scholar, but all of them come at you at once. They all come out of the door, and you deal with all of them. So yeah, no, it is still, there's technically 2 less enemies in Scholar. It's still way more annoying to deal with in Scholar because they're not spaced out like it is in here. Now, is that a good thing because it's supposed to be a trap? Again, I'll leave that to be, you know, each individual's, you know, perspective on what's better. I think there should be something in between where, yeah, maybe you have 4 or 5 enemies that counter you in the area and then they're scattered through. I do think that this trap is a little underwhelming for a trap, you know? But at the same time, I don't think Scholar really improved it because all it did was, all right, well, maybe we'll take out 2 enemies, but they all come at the same time. And now it's just going to be even longer of a walk of just no enemies. It just makes the environment more awkward because I'm going to do the walk so you can see. I kind of forgot to talk about the hidden walls. So there are hidden walls in this game, same as 1 and 3. Light difference is you press a button, you have a button prompt, and you press A on it. Actually, I don't even think maybe you get a prompt, I forget. But you have to press A instead of hitting them. This makes it kind of weird, especially because it's not like the wall's transparent. It gives no clear indicator that it's a hidden wall. So unless you really knew it, or unless you're hugging the walls and pressing A, I'm not a huge fan of the hidden walls in this game.
Yeah.
It's either that or you have to use an item. And again, I respect that they're trying something new. I just don't think it didn't work. And again, just imagine in the game if all of this was empty. That's Scholar. There you go. Anyways, moving back.
No, you think it didn't work. It's not you don't think it didn't work. You think it didn't work.
I'm black Christian, you bro. Get out of here.
No,
Well, I see you
No.
managed to escape.
Whee!
I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either.
And yeah, again, Pate,
Careful,
very
Hags.
charismatic character.
There's talk of
The
unsavory
only
bandits
two
who
quest
crop
lines
up
I'd say that
traps.
I think hold weight is I'm black crystalling you. Stop.
I'm
Talk.
Oh,
The only, because again, I also think Dark Souls 2 probably has the worst variety or the worst amount of quest lines, and the only two that I'd say are really fleshed out or like something that I would praise is Creighton Payton and Lucatiel. And everyone else, I mean, Benhart has a quest line, but it's not that amazing. We'll be getting into quest lines as I go further. Once we beat the first boss, I'll try to talk about it more. I'm gonna go this way. I will be decrystalling you for the boss just because I don't want to confuse its AI.
Oh, okay.
If you want to co-op the area in your world and we can just like mess around, take a break, like I'm down for that.
Are you talking about the giant?
The giant, yeah, the giant I'm gonna do on my own, just because
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I'll just kill him in the
yeah,
world.
for most of the bosses I'm gonna do like single because so you've got two people throwing bombs, you got this, we're gonna go this way real quick. And I know I haven't explored every bit in detail before going to the boss, but this is one thing I will give credit to Dark Souls 2 in the beginning. This area is super strong. This is one of the, I think it's on par with Undeadburg, like the start of Dark Souls 1, and I would say it's even better than Dark Souls 3 and how that game starts. Because Dark Souls 3 is very linear, there's not a lot of optional areas, it feels very tight and constrained. There's so much you can explore. There's like 2 optional areas I've already, and that's the thing, even though the Forest of the Fallen Giants is an optional, it's a required area in the game, there's a lot of optional content within it, and I really like that you don't have to go through everything, but they give you a lot to chew off of. I really wish that the game was like that more moving forward. I do think that the game starts becoming more linear and not as great. What the fuck?
Yeah, blunt damage kills any armored enemy. in the game.
Damn, no fucking wonder I always have such a hard time with these fuckers. I'm so stupid, and I'm trying to
Get
make a video on Dark
Mace is
Souls.
OP.
Just get through these
Mace
boys.
be OP. And most enemies you fight in the game are armored to begin with.
True. I guess that's why, like, the club is pretty good when you're deprived and stuff.
Blunt damage,
I'll
baby.
go get this. But yeah, I would say it is unfortunate. Like, this is one of the don't go up there. This is one of the stronger aspects of the game, and it is unfortunate that like I don't think the rest of the game holds that weight going forward. There's an overwhelming amount of areas you can do. A lot of them are fun. A lot of them good rewards, but you don't have to go there. Like, you can skip a lot of the stuff that I did too, and there's a lot of stuff I have skipped that I'll be going to later. Forest of the Fallen Giants is a really well designed area. It may have the weird AI, it may have goofy moments and some things I critique, but in general, this is one of the stronger areas of the game. And like, if this was the quality of all the areas, I do think that this game may be on par with Dark Souls 1. It's not the case. Going up here, you've got this enemy. Very tight area, and you'll notice too that there's actually an enemy that tries to cut you off. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh,
Do you need
we're
help?
running, we're getting off this fucking thing. I hate how it's slanted on this sword. It makes it kind of tough to fight. Let him come to us, it's okay.
Uh-oh.
Let him come to us.
Nah, I kill him.
Okay.
MP. I wanted to parry though.
Whoop. But yeah, in Scholar, this is another Domo 3000. He said that these areas weren't much different, and people that complain about Scholar, once again, are being disingenuous. Like, what would you rather have? A guarded knight with a winged spear. That's how he sounds, by the way, because it's the AI voice. He's like, what would you rather have? A guarded knight with a winged spear, with the winged spear and shield, then followed by another elite knight, and he's calling these infantry elite knights. These are not elite knights.
Not.
Are they better than the other helmeted fucks? Like by 2%? They're not elite. They die just as fast. Tell me elite knights. Get the fuck out of here. He's like, would you rather have that with the elite knight, or would you have an unshielded enemy and then followed by only a couple of normal enemies? Because in Scholar, you get, when you go up here and you kill the guy up here, you get bombarded by 4 fucking enemies. 4 enemies standing on here, which is way worse because not only do you have to account for the spam and that you can't run around them the way you can run around this guy, but they're all attacking at the same time and they can't hit each other. The issue when there's multiple enemies and why it's so difficult and why people criticize it in Dark Souls 2 in general is because the more enemies you have, the lower percentages and chances there are to like genuine opportunities and openings. And it can make the game somewhat straight up like unfair, you know? Thank you. I'll make fun of those later. But yeah, so again, just another thing where like he makes really weird arguments where he's not always wrong. Like he's really good at structuring arguments. He makes it so you can't tell him that he's lying. He's not lying, but he's not being fully transparent about his argument. And the way he shows his footage, sometimes it just gives bad vibes to me. And that doesn't take away the accomplishments he has done. Again, he's done a lot of great videos. There's just enough that like I can't take him at face value. Gonna open this up. Here's another type of shortcut that leads to the bonfire. Which is pretty cool. This is
where we depart, my friend.
This is where we depart. Thank you for.
I'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Sounds good.
The only way to end yourself from another's world is to kill oneself.
It's not the only way, but yeah, it's the best way. It's the best way.
The only way.
Actually, before I talk to her,
God, the characters have
move
such
this.
dialogue in this game.
So the tiny little crab guy, or not crabs, what are they? Lizards? Crystal lizards?
Yeah.
Crystal lizards annoy me the fuck in this game. Specifically in this game because the way the hitboxes work. Again, I use hand axes, and not all attacks telegraph the same way. Actually, a lot of them telegraph in very different positions, which is, I think, part of what hurts the hitboxes. And like, not the thing is, I criticized ADP as like, but when people say the reason why hitboxes are bad in Dark Souls 2 is because of ADP, that is a factor of several. I think there are several factors that cause ADP. I actually didn't need a beer. I don't know why I went back.
Jesus.
There are several factors that cause ADP to be as frustrating as it is, and I would not argue that ADP is the only. What am I doing? ADP is not the only one. I'd say it's a big contributing factor, maybe one of the primary, but there's a lot of other things. Like another one is the way the swords swing. Sometimes it's the size of the enemies. You'll have a lot of giants that have overheaded swings that typically wouldn't hit your character, but then it will because, you know, they don't really take that into account. There are plenty of reasons why certain attacks just shouldn't land, but they do. And it's like a mixture of things. And I don't know all the reasons, but once again, like, I tried to show the one of, and again, like when you're co-oping, when somebody, so the reason why I wanted to show that is technically, most of the time, or I guess the way I should say it is, so you know, like when he was locked on to you, and then when he tried to grab attack, like did the grab attack, it didn't grab me, it just did a stagger and light damage. Technically, that will do the same thing to you if he's not locked onto you, because technically, the bosses and the enemies lock onto your character. But if you do a certain range or do a certain thing where the enemy isn't locked onto you, their attack will affect you differently. That's why sometimes you get hit by a grab attack and it doesn't always grab you. It's also why sometimes you don't get hit by a grab attack, or it doesn't seem like it, but then it suddenly grabs you, is because if they're locked onto you or not, and the positioning of where you're at, the hitbox is actually like it reacts differently from what I've seen. So, very just interesting, obscure stuff about the game mechanically. Now we're going to be facing the first boss. I would consider this the first boss in the game in general. You can encounter others first, but I think you can encounter up 4 different bosses first, but this would be, I would say, the one that typically people react to first. Lore-wise, I really like this boss.
It's got a good cutscene.
Good cutscene. When you know what's happening in the story, I mean, it's so good that 1 and 3 have done the same trope of like, you fight an enemy, and then you see him again at a different point in time. Which, you know, they've done that multiple times now. You know, Unda Exkundir and Sif. Yeah, and Elden Ring. The amount of fucking, like, that's just repeat bosses.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna try to show all of his moves before I cheese the fuck out of him. He does, if you're further away, he'll do like these sweeping moves. Obviously, you've got like 3 different points. You've got his feet and his body. So it's pretty clear that the feet are what you're going to be attacking. Every now and then, I think I'm trying to see, does he do like a ground pound?
No.
It's just swipes. Very slow swipe, and you can tell he's a very slow enemy. When you're under his feet, he'll do some stomps. And if you just keep hitting his feet, he'll keep doing stomps, so you can just keep hitting his feet. Oh shit, he bitch slapped me. So, stay at his feet. He will do this.
Alright, he's dead.
Where he'll start stomping in perpetuity. So I will say there's some things mechanically that really work here. Like if you're hitting this foot and he wants to step on you and you walk over to this foot, well, you're supposed to roll, I'm stupid. But you try to walk to the other foot, he actually will start stomping with his other foot. So he does keep track of where you're at, which I can, you know, I can give that credit. In general though, he'll do this jump back. What the fuck? He will. I'm trying to get him to his second phase, because when that happens...
His feet stomps have weird AoEs, though, I will admit.
Yeah, no, you have to roll.
That's smoke.
And then there's, yeah, the smoke technically is a hit. In second phase, he rips off his arm, which gives you a lot of time to deal huge amounts of damage to him. Very easy opening. And let's see, I usually don't see it because I kill him by this point, but... Let's just try to see some of the hits he does if you were to somehow fall out of line. He gets a bit more range, obviously, because he has the range of his arm. So you will have to roll that, opposed to when he was swiping, he didn't have as much range. He'll do, I guess, like an attack like that. That's more like a ground pound, I can see. Now, I wonder, can you hit his hand for damage? We're going to try. It's not really optimal, but is it doable? You can roll through them, it doesn't drag you, so that's nice. But I did run into his hand there, so that's on me. Very wide sweeps. If you just kind of stay at a certain point, you can hit his hand there too. So that's a way to attack him. But if it's not blatantly obvious, you just attack the feet. It's a first boss, so I will give it a pass. However, it's a very pitiful first boss. I mean, keep in mind, and I think the issue too is the arena. It's very flat. It's very open. And you could tell that there was moments where he was jumping back because he was trying to attack me with his hand. Because obviously his weak point is his feet. But because there's so much room, I could just back him to a corner, or it's not like I can really get in a position. There's no positions where he really has a full-fledged advantage as long as I'm walking to him. Sometimes, too, you don't really get to see the full effect of his attacks and what he's doing because of how big he is. I think that's one of the few times where this isn't a Dark Souls 2 thing, this is just a Dark Souls thing, where sometimes Dark Souls has this issue where an enemy that's too big, it's really hard to see the full extent of their attacks because your camera never zooms out. And I think there are moments where these games would benefit if they had a light camera adjustment to bigger bosses. I'm not sure if it would completely fix the issue, but that's just how I feel about it. But again, that's not exclusive to Dark Souls 2, that's all the games. But that's why you can't really fully appreciate everything that's happening with the boss. Again, he's just kind of a joke. Never really died to him. And I guess when I compare him to like 1 and 3, I mean, 1's tutorial boss is gonna kick your ass no matter what when you're first starting. He's faster, he's tougher. Until you learn how to parry him and his openings, he's going to be a bit of a tough first boss. Even Vort, as much as you stay at his butt too, he has more aggressive attacks, and he can kill you in 2 hits if you haven't been leveling up. Like, he hits hard. So there's a lot of stuff there. I'm gonna go turn on my AC. We'll probably do this for about another hour, and then I'll call it off. Like probably at 6:30. We'll stop the stream.
Then it'll end forever.
No, it won't. Shut up. Get my AC on. Heating up here. And also, sorry to the stream if you hear it. It's loud as fuck, but I'm dying out here, so.
I haven't heard it in the call, so I think.
Well, you won't hear it in the call, but the stream, like, the audio settings are a bit different, and I didn't set them up properly, so, you know, I'm smart. Let's just try to aim it down here. I'll turn it down a little bit so it won't be as loud. Yeah, it's picking up, but hopefully it's not too bad. Anyways, we're gonna check on a couple things that I missed. Actually, I'll bring you back in. I'll bring you back in here for this.
Oh, okay.
If you would like.
I'll come back. I'll come back.
So again, and to give Dark Souls 2 a bit more credit as well, what I do like is there's one more boss, which is why I can still summon him. And as anyone who's played Souls games knows, once you kill a boss, you can't summon people. You won't really. Will you get invaded after you've killed the bosses in that area?
So once the bosses are gone, in the area, once all the bosses are gone, you'll have this cracked.
No, not in this
icon.
game. Not in this game. In 1 and 3.
In the other games? No.
Yes,
If
okay.
bosses are
Because that's
dead
the
in the area,
that's
no
the one thing
invasions.
this game has. I'm pretty sure if you burn an effigy at the bonfire, you reallow that stuff, right? Or
Yeah.
there's a way to bring it back.
You allow multiplayer in
And
the
it,
area.
yeah, and once again in the same light, with the issue I've had with hollowing, that you can still get invaded after hollowing, which can get very frustrating, especially in Scholar. Technically, you can burn an effigy to nullify that temporarily, so that you can't get invaded. That's a nice feature, but again, you also have to burn a resource that you usually use to get your health back. So I still find it frustrating. Let me think of where I want to go. So I've already done that. We have a few options here. First, let's go back down. Because there are a couple things I missed here, so let's just finish that up.
Oh, what the fuck?
So first things first, we're gonna come down this way. And the thing I missed primarily was the Titanite slab.
Yeah, the fair Sluckstone. Did you buy it?
Yeah, I bought the Luckstone.
Oh, okay, cool.
There we go. Hey, I think in a subsequent stream, I will go through these areas single player, just so I can show how some of the AIs react. But for now, I don't think it's too important. Pharaoh's Lockstones. You have one. This is a new way to open invisible doors. Now, I kind of like the concept, but I kind of dislike it. In one way, I like it because new players can use a resource to find something they wouldn't have found otherwise. The thing I don't like about it is that you have to use it enable for that invisible wall to work. And I feel like the game would have benefited far greater if it just allowed people who already knew to not have to waste a resource and could just open this up right from the get-go. I think that would be far more useful opposed to I have to use this item. If it's an item where it'll help someone who's unfamiliar or trying to figure it out or doesn't remember, that's great. But the fact that you cannot hit this this hidden door until then, that's just one of those things. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things that, small critique, not a bad thing. I just wish that's how it functioned. It's something new. They're trying something new, so that's not bad. Get off.
You knew what I wanted.
Your
to
hands
do.
were broken too, by the way. Like when your NPC was on, hands were broken.
Oh, wait, let me blow up the barrels. Let me blow up the barrels. Get move. I want to blow up the barrels.
Go for
Use
it.
the arrow. So just don't be in the doorway. I think it is this one, I believe. Woo! No, hold on. Let me try this one then. No, is it really not? I swear it's this one, right?
That may be a scholar
it
thing.
shoots differently. It shoots in different angles.
Oh,
Hold on,
just
let me get it.
eventually.
Yeah, okay, let me try this one then. No, that's just the wall.
Hey!
Let's do the front one. I'm not trying to hit you.
that range is fucking crazy.
This is weird. This never happens. It always works.
All right, let's go. Come on,
Alright,
just chilling.
whatever. Sorry, I tried.
That is a cool thing. The
I don't
ballista
know
is
how
an
the
interesting thing that
NPCs
they added to the game.
Hey, you can interact with it. It's kind of cool.
We're gonna go up here.
Let me just kill this guy. Ooh. What? What?
I feel like DS2 has one of the strongest starts and one of the biggest fall-offs. Areas can be deep, but not as deep as you like. I touched on it. I almost agree with you, but I don't. And there's only one reason. Yes, Dark Souls. I agree that Dark Souls 2 has a very strong start and a very, like, not as strong, like a very pretty bad drop-off. The reason I disagree with you is because Dark Souls 1 exists, and that is an even crazier extreme. Because the start in the entire first half of Dark Souls 1 is one of the greatest experiences in any video game history ever. And then there's Lost Izalith. And no matter how much shit this dumbass Dark Souls 2 does,
Jeez.
Dark Souls 1, Lost Izalith can't even fucking compete. You cannot compete with the Bed of Chaos in terms of dog shit. Like, it is crazy. I do agree with you 100% though, that it has a strong start and a very bad fall off. I just personally believe that Dark Souls 1 has an even stronger start, and I wouldn't say the fall off's as bad, but it's because the start is so strong that, like, it highlights the fall off that much more. Just on a critical level. Like, to be honest, I actually like the second half of Dark Souls 1. I still play through it. The only area I hate going through is Tomb of the Giants. Not Tomb of the, I like Tomb of the, sorry, Lost Izalith. Lost Izalith is the only area I actually like Tomb of the Giants. I'm kind of crazy. And New Londo, I think, is in a fantastic area. Fantastic area. I love New Londo ruins. Duke's Archives, I like how it looks. It does kind of get a little repetitive and boring to get through. How do we get over there?
Huh? You just get the key. You have the kill the giant, so you have the key, I think.
I think we have the key, so we can go through.
I don't know if you need the key from the big guy.
We'll
Or the
see.
berserker. Let me see.
We'll find out. Let's go through here first.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe this was locked up until we got
Yeah,
the soldier key.
that's it. Yeah, yeah.
Now that I have it, we have a new place to go through.
And I think we get an invasion here.
Nope,
But,
that's in
it might
Scholar.
not- It's on Scholar? Okay,
Not
it's only
here.
Scholar. I
And
was
thank
gonna be
God,
like,
because
oh.
fuck that invasion.
He's not that bad. I like the dude.
Dude, his magical one-shots.
Not that
Anyways,
bad.
I know we're cleaving through here. I will get footage of this again later. I'm just gonna pick up items. My general take is I don't like this section in Scholar at all. I think the characters are generally fair and spaced out. You get a lot more turtle guys over here, so this is gonna be a tougher challenge for a lot of people, especially newer people.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure all the enemies here, you're getting a variety of enemies. In Scholar, this whole area is just filled to the brim with skeletons. It's a very interesting choice. Not bad, just interesting.
the door.
Yep, broke the door open. You go through
bring
here.
in
This
one
is a
too.
bit more of a linear spot. I mean, you can do multiple. And then you get stuck in this kind of tight area with him.
Oh my god. Die.
Now in Scholar, that guy is not here. He's up here. So instead of 2 turtles and 1 below, you get 3 turtles above. And I
Wow.
like the placement in here first, because you can actually fight them without aggroing the other. You can have a chance to do it one-on-one if you're playing your cards right. Scholar, like, just threw 3 of them on a roof, and they kind of almost all aggro on you almost immediately, and they're like, here you go, have fun. But this, you've got, again, a lot of turtle enemies, pretty good for souls, pretty tough to fight. Their armor's very heavy, but they do drop it occasionally. Go through here, and you got a couple enemies. I'm always kind of perplexed why this guy has a bow and arrow, but he does. Get a bastard sword there. Good 2-handed weapon.
Oh yeah, some weapons too. This game is the only one that's implemented this. Actually, maybe it's not, but This game has weapon follow through. So when you do an attack or you do attacks to enemies, it
You
will
can't cancel
go
it.
all the way through them.
No, I'm doing it right now. So like, I'm pretty
What?
sure.
Oh no, I don't mean like weapon follow through. Like you have to commit to the attack you're doing. I'm saying like the weapon's damage will increase the more it hits the enemy's hitbox. The more it's in it.
Gotcha. Bonfire
'Cause
head.
that's how you do so much blunt damage to these guys. Why it's ridiculously overpowered.
Yeah, so there is a bonfire over here as we go
It's
through.
not just because it's blunt damage, but it's also because my weapon goes through them twice.
But there is, to my knowledge, there's no invader in vanilla. I do think eventually invaders will come in. Just at this point in time, they don't bombard you with it. I like that very much. I speedrun so much, which conveniently skips the second half of DS1. Yeah, that's completely fair. I would not blame you. If honestly, I've played through like Lost Izalith is one of the few areas in Dark Souls 1 I don't know like from the back of my mind. Like I can't like map it out the way I do all the, like I know where like all these items are, the things I need. I know a lot of that stuff when it comes to Dark Souls 1's areas, like Blighttown and all that. Lost Izalith is the only area. It's almost like I'm going through it the first time again because I don't remember anything because I don't want to. I want it out of sight, out of mind. Like it's so bad. Giant rests in peace here. Eventually we'll go through him. But yeah, no, the Dark Souls 1 fall off is, again, I don't think it's so much that the game gets terrible. It's that it's not as good. And when you are a fucking masterpiece and you go from God tier to, yeah, it's okay. It is a huge fuck. And again, I think that's partly why DS2 gets a lot of shit. Sometimes deserved, other times I really think it's because I do the same thing too. I'm not even saying this is a bad thing, but of course it's gonna get more shit than a normal game because Dark Souls is in the fucking title. You have a huge fucking legacy to live to. You have a fucking standard that you need to abide by. And if you're not going to...
Oh yeah, this area.
Yeah, we're gonna go through here.
Okay.
And I think we'll probably call it once I finish this area.
Okay.
I know that's not all of the forest, but that's like most of it up until you fight the pursuer. You can go
Are
up
you
there.
fighting the pursuer alone?
I'm gonna do that next stream. I think getting through this area,
Okay.
getting Kale, I feel like that'll be a good stopping point for now, just because you know we're almost at 6 o'clock. Actually, well, maybe I'll fight pursuer. We'll see where we get. First, let's get through this area, and then I'll judge. But this is another area you get through. I don't think this is required either. This is also an optional area. I'm not a huge fan of how it's designed. Just wait for this guy.
Oh, that guy. What the fuck?
Bitch.
He was still in his
And
climbing
again, yeah.
animation. when you hit him.
And a post stream, probably next week's stream, I'll go through all this single player just to show kind of how it plays out. You have a lot of areas where you have archers and these places you can't reach. And again, see how it's trying to go for where I'm gonna be, not where I'm at. And it just makes the AI fucking glorious.
Hey, wait, stay doing
Wonderful.
that real quick. Aw.
Oh, did you want to? Okay, no, I'll go back.
Yeah.
He's still on me.
I don't know if that's fun. Yeah, that's funny.
I think you already killed this guy.
Yeah.
I think there's usually 2 archers here opposed to 1. Like they're placed over here in Scholar. Again, just slight
Yeah.
differences, nothing crazy. I like how you get. This is just another weird part. Is like this guy got hit by a moving boulder, and you get the souls, but you don't really see it. You just see his body fall down. And then like.
If you're fast enough, you can't see it, but it's funny.
Yeah, and it's also like, where'd the boulder come from?
This hole, I guess, is where there's. If trying to say it.
Where?
But you see all these broken planks? It was held up by these planks, and it came from this hole. This rock came from the hole there.
So, like, why was it there in the
It's-
first place?
It's so weird. But then you look at Kale and you're like, oh, I dropped my sandals. Where are my sandals? I cannot find them.
Kale fucking drop kicked that fucking ball, and then he's like, "Oh, my glasses!"
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my glasses. Where did they go?
Kale's another one of those characters that he's just there. There's a lot of those NPCs in Dark Souls 2 that they exist. There's not much depth to them, in my opinion. Maybe I need to look more into it, but they don't interest me.
I don't know if it's me, but Kale's
He
voice
likes-
does not fit.
He likes Matt.
He does like
I think it's the mustache.
Yeah, that makes him look older and weirder. His voice sounds a little more regal.
Man, the way it should be is it a curse? Something about the curse!
Yeah, that should have been.
Oh, how embarrassing! I see I lost my luggage. Will you make maps with me?
You want to make a mountain with me?
Yeah, it's more like it.
Yeah,
Well, because like
travel
honestly, I look at him and it looks like he has a condom on his head. Like, what's happening here?
I know, right?
He looks like a penis-shaped man. It's just so odd.
Then he has
So
such
this,
a
this isn't
regal
even
voice.
critiquing. This is just being fucking like retards.
Oh wait. Suck my dick. I'm just sliding down slowly.
You have to. It's kind of weird. I get to talk a lot to these fuckers. Like you gotta talk so fucking much. All right. You know what? Since we're almost done, I'm gonna get through all of Forest of Fallen Giants up to this point. So I will beat Pursuer, and then I'll do the last extra area, and then I'll be done. I feel like that'll just cap this off pretty good. Get the Amber. I'm pretty sure he gave us the house key, right?
Yeah.
That'll be the way I start the next stream. I'm not gonna do the house until later, so that'll be the start of my next stream.
Oh yeah, the ladder.
This stream, I'll probably go back to Majula right now just to get my levels in. May even buy the cat ring because I got 15k on me, but
Hey, how much is your soul memory now?
34,000. So like where you started when I was at 3,000.
I'm 50.
Go through here. How do we get the fuck out of here again?
Right there. Goofball. That's
Oh yeah.
No, I'm stupid. Actually, I'm actually dumb.
Uh.
But you know, it's okay. We'll just go back up this ladder and we'll be there.
Professionals analyzing a game professionally. We know what we're doing. We're like game
Yeah,
journalists.
we know where to go. We know where to go. Oh wait, did you get the stuff over there? The
No,
items that are over there and
I
shit?
didn't. How do I do that? Oh, I see.
Yeah, you gotta climb up there and then drop down from there. From where you're at. Like right
That's
here,
a far
you see
fucking
where I
fall,
am.
brother.
No, look at me right here, over here.
You do it first.
Right there.
Ah, yes. I remember now. You got me. Thank you about that.
Yes. That item, you just drop down there to go get. It's right
Right
where
here?
I'm at. Yeah, you just drop down right here. I'm gonna move so you can get there. There you go. Now you have item.
All
You
right.
just walk back. Then we go this way. And there we go. Up the ladder again. Yes, this is fun gameplay.
My favorite part about Kale is Parker out again. Favorite part about Kale is that I remember his helmet more than his interest in maps.
Yes. True.
Yeah, the shape of his helmet really is iconic. I must say, it's
is the most
definitely
penis helmet I've ever
it is
seen.
the most penis-shaped helmet ever seen.
wanna-
Can
you
we
wanna
open this?
see?
Let's see.
Yeah,
I
just see if
forget.
you
I don't
can.
think so. Yes, I
Oh, you
can.
can.
I'm lying. I'm
Is the
stupid.
soldier here,
It's the
or
same
is that
key.
Scholar? Hold on, let me see the
Scholar.
soldiers.
He's not here. Scholar.
Dang it!
That's a scholar thing. I do like
love
that he's
fighting.
kind of here. It's a fun little, little
Yeah. When I
challenge.
get the lance, the best weapon in the
The
game.
only thing that I kind of think is dumb about it, though, is like, it's not like you can open the door after that. So what is he guarding? A door that can't be opened?
Like, if you want to proceed, you must kill me. Okay, I'll fight you.
The biggest
What?
fuck you is that you
No.
couldn't open the door.
You-
Ring of
What if I
Restoration.
told you the door doesn't open? If you kill me. Oh, okay, I'm still gonna kill you.
Gradually
What?
restores HP. Pretty good if you're just
No,
running
don't do
around
that.
like me. Is there any other area we have missed in Forest of the Fallen Giants? Because I feel like this covers the bulk of it. It's been about 2 or 3 months since I really was analyzing this game.
That's it. And
For
we
now,
can go
I know
find
you can get more
Papua.
later in the
So let's go
the
find
second half of
Papua,
the
that's
game.
right. Papua, we're gonna go fight you. Meow, meow.
Oh no, I'll do that. I'm gonna fight the pursuer on mountain, and then
What? Oh.
because I gotta show some shit one day.
See you later, bitches. The only way to go.
Come on, come on,
I'm
come on, come on, come on, come on,
dying. I'm burning.
on,
I'm
come on,
cremating. Let me
come on.
cremate.
come. There we go.
Takes time. Takes time to cremate.
Put some. I think the life gem rant will happen next stream because it's gonna be like an hour long probably of just me ranting about an autistic detail of. First, let's see if I can upgrade my sword.
Do you like my short, my diamond short?
Looking at the foot, my diamond sword. Am I not allowed
love
to?
your diamond
Wait,
sword.
am I
Yeah.
longsword, broadsword? Am I not allowed to?
Long sword, broadsword, short
Oh,
sword.
I'm
dick
so stupid.
sword.
These are buying swords. Anyways,
Yes.
sorry. Let's showcase this real quick. I'm stupid. Here is the swords that he sells. The falchions. I like dual wielding those. Those are actually really fun to dual wield.
Falcon.
S-Stock is pretty good.
S-Stock is pokey.
Sells
pokey,
arrows,
slash,
and he does
slash.
sell tie-knot shards. We'll get a few of these.
Just a few though. Not like no.
Sells about 10. Well, his daughter will sell the bulk
Yeah,
when you
that
get to
comes
her.
later. She's like,
But
I
she,
like
at least she's not
rocks.
like super early in the game, so it takes time to
This
get
is
there.
not
It's
her
balanced.
voice of what she sounds like, but I like rocks. Rocks make me happy.
Rickety rock lady.
They make me remember the time when I was with my puppy.
There we go. We'll bring that to +4. Why not?
I think my dad
I like
was
the high
green
sword lots.
and he looked like the blacksmith.
I'll be around.
If you make it back.
And be around.
Um,
I love his voice. It's really cool.
use the rest of my souls to level up.
Wow. Do I want to kill him? I will go kill him.
Kill who?
I'm going to kill Ben Hart.
Oh, you want a sword?
Yes.
I don't blame you. If this wasn't like a playthrough showing everything, I would kill him as well. No doubt about it. There's no point in keeping him alive. I was gonna make a
Oh, if you keep him alive, you get the actual
but I
one.
forgot what that critique was. Okay, weapon degradation. So we haven't really seen it, and I think a lot of that is because I'm refreshing at bonfires a lot. You know, I'm playing with a friend, and not everyone's gonna notice this, but if you've got like a weaker weapon, or if you're going through an area for a long time without a bonfire, like again, I was hitting bonfires a lot through the Forest of the Fallen Giants. I might buy. Nah, I won't buy anything. Like I said, I was hitting a lot of those bonfires. But the thing is, when it comes to playing alone, going through an area for a long period of time, or not even long, just a moderate period of time, without a bonfire, your weapon will degrade, and it will degrade far faster than any of the other games, to my knowledge. In fact, I'm pretty sure they took out weapon degradation by Dark Souls 3 onward. Could be wrong. That's what I remember. But
No, 3 still has it. It's just very small.
I know it's like very. It takes a long time for your weapons to degrade in 1.
Yeah.
And in 2, it's it restores at a bonfire. But I know part of that is just because sometimes you'll go through a lot. Again, if I went through this whole area without hitting the bonfire, it was a lot of fucking content for just one area. So yeah, no doubt, I would be encountering, why am I blanking here? I would be losing a lot of weapon degradation. A lot of that too, though, depending on who you go up against, will depend on the hitboxes. I'll probably get more into that once I come across an enemy that does that. That's gonna be like a long time ago, because that's like, or in a while, because that's like DLC areas. DLC, I think, is the biggest offender of having really bad hitboxes on an enemy that are kind of layered to a point where it will degrade your weapon super fast. The Great Life Gem rant. I like life gems, but only one single part of them. Otherwise, I look at them like a wealthy man looking at his disappointing child.
The Great Life
Again,
Gem rant.
I can't do it now. I gotta stop the stream eventually. So I will get into it next Friday. But I'm just trying not to say anything. The second I start, I won't stop. So, you know, we'll leave it to then. But you know, as someone who's carrying 25 life gems on him at the second bot, you could say that I both love and hate these little candy rocks. It's the weirdest relationship I have with them. But you know,
It's just cocaine.
now when you go through this area, you have like a lot of different enemies in Scholar. In fact, there's no enemies here. So you don't really have to worry about the whole getting hit in the fog wall the same way you will in Scholar. It happens way more in that one. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Me personally, it usually doesn't matter because I kill the Pursuer usually first try at the other area. But we're going to go here because I wanted to show the cutscene and just showcase his moveset a bit more. And also one critique I do have. Well, two, but one is more major about the Pursuer himself. Not the Pursuer himself, the arena. He is definitely one of the coolest looking bosses. I think he's a strong start to the game as well. I would say if they wanted to go for a boss fight that doesn't feel pathetic and kind of underwhelming, this is the best first boss fight. Like as a first boss fight, fantastic. Teaches you a lot of things what you got to do. He's got this sweeping attack where you kind of have to roll into it to dodge. I love those type, like the way you, a lot of flow to his attacks, and the way you have to dodge them, I find to be like very interesting, just very fun and entertaining. Bam. Now you can cheese him. It's not as easy as some people make it, but I do find it as a critique is that you see these ballistas, same as they were like in the earlier areas. You can kill him super fast if you run around him and he gets way over here. You can step on a ballista and you can shoot him and pretty much insta kill him. Now it's a little hard to pull off, to be fair. I don't think most newcomers are going to do it. I think it's actually easier to learn his moveset opposed to actually using these ballistas, but at the same time it is still a thing. Let's do some damage. Now I really hope that he doesn't kill me in one hit with the grab attack, because I'm gonna let him grab attack me because I want to show his other moves when we get to that. But maybe I'll take some damage off of him so I don't immediately die. Here we go. So there's a stab attack. My only other complaint, this will curse you so you lose your humanity, and it gives him a bit of a boost. He's gonna have magic now that he can use against us. He has like some crazy shit he's gonna be able to use against us, and I'm hoping that I can display it here. But yeah, sometimes his grab effect, this isn't necessarily exclusive to Pursuer. This can actually happen with a number of enemies with their grab attacks. They're broken. And again, it's not just ADP. A lot of it, part of it I think is like your hitbox. When you roll, your foot goes out in a very awkward way. I've seen, like, I don't know if you noticed, but but your foot will definitely go out in a very awkward position. I've seen a lot of times. Gonna take the time to heal. I don't know what he's gonna, I'm kind of waiting for him to do is, here we go. He does this crazy shit and it's very hard to dodge, but it's super fucking cool. I really like that move. Now I don't know if he has any other moves in his second phase. These are typically the only ones I ever see. I'm gonna die here. Oh, never mind. But yeah, as a boss fight, he's got a pretty decent moveset for a first. Yeah, and, you know, like if you've played the game a lot, he may be a little underwhelming, but I think he's a fantastic introduction to the game if you treat him as like your first boss. I personally. Oop.
Damn it.
My phone fell, so I'm choking now. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go and kill him now. But yeah, no, he's a really good boss fight in my opinion. These days, I only remember the pursuer from several page-long discussions I had with a commenter about his stab attack cursing. It's really hard to tell, so I can even, you know what? Let me pull it up on stream right now, because this is something I have a really hard time with when it comes to just like, I'm still studying it, because I showed you how when his stab attack, here, let's move this over here. Sorry, I'm showing all my shit. Hopefully I didn't show anything important. When it comes to his stab attack, maybe I should pull it up before I show it. Here, look at my my wonderful display while I look for this. But when it comes to his hitbox, it's really hard for me to. Again, I know ADP is not the only reason hitboxes are obscured or kind of awkward or, in my opinion, kind of bad and inconsistent. But I always thought that like his hitbox was too wide, you know, like maybe it's like, because you'll see a lot of very open hitboxes, but we have this guy right here, so Domo 3000, and again, I do have to put some of his shit into question because he's not always genuine, and I can even show a bit from that too. But if we're watching this right here, back Salen, I'll switch the stream just so you can see this, and then I'll change it back to the.
Oh.
Where is? Just so I can get this up. There we go. All right, so now you can see that. So this guy visualized the grab attack hitbox, and what you'll actually notice is it's very fast. Like it's wide, but 1, 2, 3, 4, gone. It's almost instant. And this isn't even his best version of it. I wonder if he yeah, I've seen quite a few of his videos, but I really want to find just the hitbox itself. Let's see here. He does a lot, like hitboxes for all these characters. He visualizes them, and it is very interesting. It's got kind of a wide hit. He does like really cool shit too, like flipping over the pursuer spell. You can flip over some of his attacks, like you can jump over if you have that move, which is pretty cool. Same way you do shit in like Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. I can't find the other one, unfortunately, but like, and yeah, just this crazy fucking jump he does, dude. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. But in here, let me switch the stream back to the game. I just kind of wanted to show that off, and then we got like 5 different things I got to switch here. It's really like, I don't know, it's perplexing to me because so let me do that and then this. Perfect. Okay. But yeah, I found it very. I want to make sure my stream's live so I can see what's happening here. Just like, I don't know what to make of it because it's semi-wide, but I'd say it's a somewhat fair hitbox, and it's super fast. And he shows one where like the hitbox looks a bit tighter, but it's just as fast. It's only like 4 frames, or not 4 frames. Like it's barely any frames. So it feels like the way it grabs people, and again, like I mean, I'll show later once I beat him. I'll bring back up a display of. I have my own footage that I've recorded, where the pursuer. Grabbed me. I was trying to bait for about like 10-15 minutes. I was trying to bait his crappy hitbox, and I was almost questioning myself, like, is this even real, or are people conflating it? It's definitely real. Maybe it's not as common as others say. Maybe it is. I can't be a total expert on that. What I can say is the way it hits, you kind of, if you're trying to like not just run into the attack, like if it looks like you dodged it but it grabs you and it pulls you back in, I would say oftentimes a big reason for that is like I said, it typically the only way I could get it to gauge is when I would roll to the right and to the side. Like I was rolling away from him. Anytime I rolled into him, it would not get me. It would never get me if I rolled into the pursuer. but anytime I rolled away from him like this, that was when it caught me. And I think it was grabbing my leg, and because I did have low ADP, I was playing the bandit class, which has the lowest ADP. That may play a part too. I have no idea if ADP plays the role. It's tough. Sometimes I think maybe like, because I've seen people get caught like where I was in that position, but I don't know. That's bad. Here I am saying I was gonna beat him. I mean, you technically don't even have to roll for those moves, but I still do. I find it fun to roll. I will admit, there is certain moves that Pursuer does, you don't even really have to roll. And we'll finish him here. Oh. Ooh. Bam. There you go. But I do really like the Pursuer. We won't get to it, but I'll just mention it. A difference between the Pursuer and Scholar and Vanilla. The Pursuer will actually pursue you in Scholar. He'll pop up in multiple areas. I both think it's a good and bad thing for multiple reasons. Do I even want to go there yet? I like it conceptually. The areas, I don't think it's done enough, and the areas he does it in is usually just fucking annoying. And you know what I think the issue is? He'll leave if you go a little too far away. It's like he pursues you within a very short radius, which I think is just kind of goofy. Like he's just like, I'll be seeing you later. And it's like,
yeah.
Interesting. Here we got the Drang leg outfit now.
You guys.
I'd say, I should probably, I know it's really heavy. Like this shit, you'll fat roll in the fucking Drang leg outfit. Fat as fuck. But I look like such a king.
I can't see you doing it.
Really? I'm streaming it.
See it on YouTube.
Oh, let me, here. Oh, I know why. Here, do this. Does that work?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yep.
Anyways, I look like a king. Alright.
You are so epic.
I actually do
Kick
like the
his
Drang
ass.
outfit just because of the cape. I love
Yeah, it's
capes
cool
in
cape.
games. Just like capes on knights are so sick. That's why it's funny in Elden Ring when they have like the hemming. It's like, why the fuck would I take the cape off? The cape is awesome. The cape stays on.
Kind of funny. I wish the one knight set, the banished knight set, not altered, would have a cape.
We'll do this for now.
Just,
Can I?
It just screams cape goes on back, but it doesn't have a cape.
Okay, something to give Dark Souls 2 credit, where I think Dark Souls 1 sometimes maybe too punishing, is its fashion souls and the ability with its equipment load, like your allowance of your fat rolling. Like, I forget what the actual amount is, but isn't it like if you go above 40% encumbrance, you start fat rolling in Dark Souls 1?
I think so.
It's a super low percentage. You need to be in like the 35 or less % range to wear armor that you think looks cool and do a medium roll. And that's it. Like, you will be fat rolling in Dark Souls 1 unless you do what I do, where I always put 50 levels into endurance. It's ridiculous. In this game and in games to follow, I think they did learn their lesson that, like, there's still a penalty. You can't wear the heaviest armor in the game and not fat roll, you know, if you're not leveling up endurance. But you're
Well,
still
fashion
able...
souls.
You're still able to fashion it. Yeah, you're still able to put on stuff that you actually like and not get punished too terribly because of it. We're gonna buy some stuff from her just because I need her to come to... I forget the direct amount, but I know I've already spent 5,000 with her, so that's another 3,000 plus 3,000. It's like 11,000 there. Just buy all of it, why not? She gives you the Covenant the Covenant Silver Serpent Ring. Losing my mind. +1. Very interesting to give. She tells your name. I actually like her.
Drag Lake.
Talks about the battle. Good lore bits. And then, do I have to reset the area, or did I not buy enough? We'll find out. Because I know she won't do it until you kill both of the bosses, but now that they're both dead, yeah, high time I pick them in. There we go. Alright, so once you spend a certain amount with her, she'll head back to Majula. We'll be heading back. The benefit of DS1 equip load is the glitch known as meme rolls. That is true. That is true. And fat rolling is never not going to stop me from wearing Havel's set. I don't give a fuck. Because, and I guess to give Dark Souls 1 credit, when you're wearing that heavy armor, you can take like 50 hits and not die. like you don't even need to roll at that point. You're a god. Like, you literally, nothing phases you at that point. It's whatever, right? Like, so I guess it's not bad, but I do think Dark Souls 2 improved the overall encumbrance with its stats and what you're allowed to do. I think personally.
I'm gonna dip so I can take a nap. So I'm ready.
Sounds good.
So
All right. Yeah. Got you. Bye. Okay. I'm probably gonna end stream soon. I was just gonna show a couple things I was talking about on the YouTubes. I don't really have a build going in mind with this playthrough. It's semi-casual. I mostly just want to, I guess, like, my biggest goal with this playthrough, more than anything, I mainly just want to showcase the level design, the AI and how they react to the player character, and overall just level design. I will talk a bit about lore, I'll talk a bit about the story and how it directs it. After I finish my playthrough of TS2 Vanilla, I will be playing Scholar. If I feel like I missed anything or that I should do a more critical, or maybe, maybe a run where I don't use life gems to prove something, I may replay the games, but the main goal is to play both games at least once before I start getting too big into reacting to other people. So the one thing I will show, let me pull this up here, pull up my Firefox, and sorry, that's the wrong display. There we go. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff, and I guess just to give you a sneak peek, again, Parker, I really appreciate that you've been like, I guess, like, subbed and followed after I told you about I wanted to make this DS2 video about everyone. I'm definitely putting you in the video. I'm putting almost anyone that's ever, even if they're 2 viewer Andys, if they've made a video about Dark Souls and they add something to the table that I haven't heard before, even if it's ridiculous or if it's super important, it does not matter. If I go through, these are all my playlists here. This is my current video reference of everything I'm going to go through. It's about 46 to 50 videos, and like, these are all the videos that I want to cover, and that does not even cover the half of it, because again, Domo, I'm subbed to a few of the people. There's Domo, Zeus. I'm gonna save a few of it for the eventual stream I do. I think this is the one where the reason why I kind of dislike Domo's assessments, I'll just go into that maybe. I don't know if it's this video though. If I can't find that, I'm gonna show something else. Because this is just Dark Souls 1. I don't even know what's happening here. Unintended direction AI. He's gonna talk about a lot about what I'm trying to research right now. You've been excited for your video since you mentioned back in January. It's been a rough time. I'm so sorry, bro. It's probably gonna take another year at this point. It's because when it came to the video, I had a lot more, I had a far smaller scope of what I wanted to do, but I'm a big perfectionist. I really want this to be like a super in-depth video, right? Like, I want this to be because again, my general, I guess, I already have how I'm gonna do it, is I'm gonna mention a statement that I believe Dark Souls 2 is probably the most controversial in comparison to 1 and 3, or at least not controversial, it's the most divisive when it comes to opinions, because everybody, I mean, man, just look at the playlist that I had. You look at that playlist and you just see these crazy, I mean, it starts with Matthew Matosis getting to H-Bomber Guy coming to Mauler. And then you've got Dark Souls 2 is the best Souls game. Another hate-filled critique about Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is a good game. Scholar ruined it. Did I play Dark Souls 2 wrong? I like Dark Souls 2. Asmongold does not. The Dark Souls 2 problem. The best Souls game. Why does everyone hate Dark Souls 2? Not another retrospective. The real reason people like and dislike Dark Souls 2. We were lied to about Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is the worst in the series. Dark Souls 2 is a bad game. But it's critically, there you are, critically underrated. It was much worse than you remember. The blood of a bad game. These are 5 things that the game does differently and better. It does things better than 1 and 3. Dark Souls 2 is weird. It's a great sequel. Is it actually awful? I don't know. It's a game that made everyone mad. Like, it's crazy. Good luck with the H-Bomber guy. I think I saw So I'm not really going to cover H-Bomber guy. The way I'm going to do it, I'm going to kind of give a reference of, this is why I generally believe Dark Souls 2, just explaining very basic levels of Dark Souls 2. Again, it was made by not entirely everyone from the A team, Miyazaki. Hopefully that's his name. He was working on Bloodborne, so he was only a supervisor. There was 2 directors. The development had kind of a mess. I'm going to probably more go into the depth on the individuals that worked on it, looking at their discography, what they worked on, what they usually do, and then compare it to 1 and 3. So I'm going to go for that. I'm going to go for the development of the game, kind of explaining why that might be why the game has some issues. Then I'm going to go for just base core mechanics. Nothing too crazy, and I don't want to spend more than 10 minutes on it. Just very basic ADP, the AI, kind of the way it moves. Here's some video examples of what it does. Hitboxes. I'm going to cover them in broad strokes, but only just giving like the basic information, just so someone who's never played the game or knows anything about it has a basic understanding moving into it. Then I'm going to talk about the rabbit hole of how Dark Souls 2 became such a topic that got more popular in discussion. In my opinion, the way it started was Matthew Matosis makes a Dark Souls 2 critique about the game, right? Really good. It was about vanilla, just 49 minutes, very sound. A lot of people, when they use arguments about why Dark Souls 2 is bad, they usually go to Matthew's video. And Matthew never says it's a bad game. He just says it's disappointing, and that like he does find it inferior to Dark Souls 1. He brings up a lot of good points. I still think it's one of the best videos, and most people use his video as a reference. H-Bomber guy comes in and completely defends it, and yeah, again, I like Dark Souls 2, but his video is terrible. Terrible. And he makes typically really good videos, in my opinion. But this one, it seemed like he barely played through the game once. He never even fought Dark Lurker. He never really went into it. And that's why Mahler makes like a 7-part retrospective. I've seen it like 5 times. I love Mahler's video. And then Mahler makes his own, in quotations, in defense of Dark Souls 2. I may not agree with like everything that Mahler has like to put on the table, but in general, he played the game 12 times. He did different builds, different challenges. He really wanted to like really critique the game in a fair manner. And so I think he's one of the best when it comes to the videos he's made. And that's kind of the rabbit hole of someone just making a 49-minute video, then H-Bomber guy making a defense video, kind of shitting on Matthew Matosis in the process, and then Mahler shitting on H-Bomber guy. I just love, it's like a story that I'm hooked in on. It's the narrative of like no one agrees with anyone, and we're just stuck in this never-ending loop of people like, this game's good, this game sucks, this is actually the best game. And like I said, Domo 3000, I've seen so many of these fucking videos, and again, like for me, I look at videos like this, and when people say you're delusional, Dark Souls 2 hitboxes are never bad. And then I watch something like this, right, where he gets, and again, the way I see it is, I've tried to zoom in, I'm pretty sure he gets caught by his foot. So technically he got hit, even though he's definitely not in the range of the hitbox. That happens, so, I mean, I know you know. It happens so much in Dark Souls 2, to the point where it's like, it feels disingenuous when people kind of deny the issues with Dark Souls 2, where they're like, well, Dark Souls 1 has bad hitboxes, and Dark Souls 3, I'm like, they have instances, like the golems grab in Dark Souls 1, when you're heading to Anor Londo, it's kind of poor, but, yeah, no, definitely, like, that's my issue, and that's the main goal of my video. I will probably be a little comedic. I won't always be objective. I'm gonna try my best to stay unbiased because I have my own opinions of the game, and I'm trying to play through the game, not too biased, just critically being fair of it, and then gaining an assessment based off of that. So sometimes, like like throughout this, I was critiquing it, but then I was like, well, this isn't bad. I personally don't like it, or I personally like it, but just kind of like putting everything on the table. I mean, Dos Bueno, I think this is a big contention of why I really want to make this game. Or, not this game, this video. Again, I'm going to cover every video, kind of just highlight different things y'all have said, and then either agree, critique, disagree, say why. But when I talked to, or when I posted with Dos Bueno, and this is what re-incentivizes me, is when I see all these people on different, sides of the line of, do they like the Dark Souls 2? Do they hate it? Do they think it's a good game, a bad game? A big contention is a lot of the defense. I think I said it's always interesting to see new videos pop up discussing their perspectives of Dark Souls 2. It's a game that's garnered a decent following over the years. I usually enjoy the time when I revisit it. I find it hard for anyone to prove beyond pure preference or subjectivity that Dark Souls 2 isn't the worst Souls game. Now, that is a subjective statement. I'll be completely fair when I say that. What I'm trying to get at, too, is that it's a great game, but when you compare it to Dark Souls 1 and compare it to Dark Souls 3, there aren't a lot of people who defend Dark Souls 2 in a way that's beyond subjectivity, where they're like, well, you see, Dark Souls 2 does life gems. Like H Palmer guy, when he did his thing saying like, well, Dark Souls 2 is better than Dark Souls 1, it's basically his video, he was like, well, I like life gems and I believe it's a better system, but there's no critical analysis when he gets into it, and a lot of his stuff is contradictory, and I find that a lot with like DS2 like uber defenders. Again, I don't think there's an issue defending the game, but the people who are like, this is the best game possible, like all those titles you saw where it's like, this is the best Souls game objectively, they only really talk about the things they prefer about the game. It goes to their preference, and I think there are critical things that go beyond preference you can talk about, and that's why I'm focusing on level design, enemy placements, NPC quest lines, the dialogue, the graphic. There are things that you can objectively measure, and I remember this is what Dos Bueno said, there's no such thing as an objective opinion about a video game, because it's an opinion, which... not wrong, but again, my point is that there's still a way where you can critically analyze these games. To say that there's no basis on saying, well, this game, to make a statement, Dark Souls 2 is worse than Dark Souls 1, here's my evidence as to why that is. That doesn't mean that's now a fact, but there's a lot more weight to this perspective, and then to shut it down as, well, it's just an opinion, it's not objective. I just find that so counterintuitive. He walked it back though. His next response was, this was a bad response, getting a ton of comments that I was sucking. I think he got similar comments that you did when you were talking about just saying like why you thought the game was underrated, and everyone just shitting on you because, again, you say Dark Souls 2 is not bad and that you've opened the floodgates. I think there's extremes on both sides, and that's why I really want to make a video talking about everyone I know that has talked about Dark Souls 2. Not really to change anyone's mind, just to see what they might have missed, what points they bring to the table that might be beneficial, and just go on the whole 9 yards. I hope it'll work out, but that's my goal. That's about it. If you came here, again, thank you, Parker. I appreciate you coming. I'm going to be streaming every Friday, 2 p.m., going through the games. I don't know. I don't think I'll live stream my reactions to the videos. I think it would probably be a lot more authentic I might bring segments, but again, the big portion, I'd say like an hour of the video is going to be dedicated at least to the purpose of it. I just want to react to other people's reactions to Dark Souls 2, because I find that to be a very funny loop around, type of video. I haven't really seen that out here, and hopefully, I know it's not going to change anyone's mind, but I'm very much looking forward to it. And yeah, if you came to the stream, thank y'all. Be back next week, and take care. Bye bye.